with us a little bit more about your son.
Excuse me, is that the way my son
And finally, according to CDC data, the states with the highest rates of gun deaths are Mississippi, Louisiana, Wyoming, Missouri, Alabama, and Alaska. What trends are you seeing with respect to gun violence generally in red states?
What we found when we looked at between 2000 and 2020 is the murder rate in red states, as defined by the 25 states that voted for Donald Trump in 2020 versus the 25 states that voted for Joe Biden. The murder rate in red states was higher than the murder rate in blue states in all 21 of those years. And over a cumulative 21-year period, it was 23% higher in those red states. And even if you took out the largest blue city in each of the red states, the murder rate was 12% higher in red states.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
parliamentary inquiry.
Gentleman may
Mr.
state his parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Chairman, my parliamentary inquiry is in light of the testimony you just heard, what is the mechanism for the committee to transfer this hearing to Ohio, where the crime rate is significantly greater than here in New York? Is
Not
there
a
a
par-
motion?
Not a parliamentary inquiry.
It is about, I'm asking parliamentary, how do we move the venue so we can have a hearing in a city or state that has a serious crime problem? The state of Ohio.
Not a proper stated parliamentary inquiry. The gentleman's time is expired.
Appeal the ruling of the chair.
It's not appealable ruling.
Mr. Jordan, I'm sorry. If Mr. Nadler is going to make derogatory comments towards the mother of a homicide victim, he could at least allow her some time to
The
respond.
lady is not
I mean-
recognized. Hang on. Committee will be in order. Committee will be in order. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Pursuant to what you just said, I think it is important that you have an opportunity to respond to the statement by the ranking member that justice was served in the case of your loss. Ms. Blaine.
Sergeant Hassan Kari is dead forever. Dead forever. There are 4 people directly responsible for his murder. 2 people is not justice. And until there is justice for the murder of my son, there will be no peace. None. All 4, I'm asking for a special prosecutor to reopen those murder and gang assault charges against Mary Stewart, Mary Saunders, and Travis Stewart. Present that evidence, present that video to a jury and allow them to decide those homicidal maniacs, innocence or guilt. My son is dead forever. They deserve to be in prison forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Harrison, there's been a lot of discussion at the end of the day about gun violence. All 3 of you at that end, were there guns involved in the murder?
No, there were not. Madeline's son was stabbed, and my boyfriend and his best friend were both stabbed to death.
So knives kill.
There's a will, there's a way, and when evil wants to attack, evil is going to attack. And I would also like to say that, New York might have strict gun laws, but we also have conflicting gun laws, which I haven't heard from Ms. Fisher regarding raise the age. Immediately after the Buffalo incident, Kathy Hochul implemented a raise the age that placed a ban on purchasing certain weapons from minors. But we also have an original raise the age law that conflicts that completely because it eliminates the criminal prosecution of any minor holding an illegal weapon.
And in this state, you have a universal assault weapons ban and have for a long time. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure about the assault weapons ban. I'm sorry.
Okay. And Mr. Alba, I think your testimony was very powerful. You too were attacked by other than a gun. Isn't that correct? And if you'd pause the clock.
That's correct.
I'm
That's
sorry, I
correct.
can't hear
There
you.
was no gun involved.
And your response that saved your life was also not a gun. Is that correct? Well, I appreciate the fact that you were able to respond. In New York, if I understand correctly, even though you were operating a store, you were not allowed to have a weapon to protect yourself in the way of a gun. Is that correct? And I'd like to, yeah, go ahead.
Can you please repeat the question?
Yes, in New York, you defended yourself with a knife because as a store operator, you were not allowed to have a gun. Is that correct? Okay, but you don't own a gun, is that correct?
Yeah, he doesn't own a gun. He doesn't really know much.
Okay, thank you. And then uh, I think, Mr. Holden, you probably could answer this. Uh, according to the figures we were given earlier, at least 6,000 of the 19,000 weapons were New York-based weapons. Is it true that guns go missing and get stolen and get straw purchased here in New York in spite of the most stringent laws in the country?
Exactly. You're not going to get every gun off the street. The iron pipeline is a problem. We know that. But a lot of guns come from New York City. A lot of guns are made in New York City, put together in New York City. Um, the problem we have in New York State and New York City is we have some of the toughest gun laws in the nation, but they don't enforce them. The courts are not enforcing them. The DAs are not enforcing them. So this is a big problem. You have multiple shootings, one individual, 5 arrests for shootings, and he's back on the street.
Well, and to
How
Mr.
is that working?
Yeah, and Mr. Giacomo, you represent so many of our brave men and women in blue. Can you comment on that failure to enforce existing laws leading to the kind of both gun and non-gun violence that New York is seeing?
Like we said earlier, it was brought out in the hearing that New York City police and detectives took an amazing amount of firearms off the streets, and every time they do that, they put their life in harm's way. They confront an armed felon and they put their life in harm's way, just for that individual to walk out the door the next day and again get a firearm and use it either in a robbery or in a gang-related violence.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to take all the time that should have been paused, but I do want to comment that a lot has been made about moving the venue or other places we could be. And I will reiterate on behalf of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, yes, we could be having this in Los Angeles. Yes, we could be having it in San Francisco. There are other places around the country in which systematically district attorneys are not enforcing the laws and leading to the kind of terrible stories we're hearing here today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren, is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you. I do think that there is a reason why we're in this jurisdiction. But first, let me just say, all of us on this committee, no matter our party, are opposed to crime, and all of us have sympathy for victims of crime. But I will say also that we don't have jurisdiction. The federal government does not have jurisdiction over state and local prosecutions. That's up to the voters of each state and each locality. But if we were going to have a hearing that we have no jurisdiction to deal with, I think we might go to a place in the Speaker's District, which has much higher crime rates than New York City. As has been mentioned, Bakersfield has a homicide rate of 13.7 percent per 100,000 people. New York is at 5.5 for the same amount of residents. And I'll note also that 100% of the fatal officer-involved shootings involved a gun. Mr. Jordan, in his opening statement, mentioned his sympathy for the police. We all have that. I also have sympathy for the officers who defended us against a MAGA mob, unlike some members on the other side of the aisle. I think it's pretty obvious that we're in New York because of the case of New York versus Donald J. Trump. But I'm also worried that we're not here about guns, because 80% of all the murders in the U.S. are committed with a gun. We had 150 mass shootings so far this year. Our our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have prevented any kind of sensible gun violence legislation from passing to keep us safe. Now, we're not the only country in the world with people who want to do bad things or with people who are unstable, but we're the only country in the world that has mass shootings practically every other day. And that is something that's within our jurisdiction, and we ought to take some action. This is a choice that we are making to allow all the children of America to go into school worried that they're going to be the victim of a mass shooting. And it's a scandal that we have done nothing about it. Now, talking about the people versus Donald J. Trump, we don't have jurisdiction over that either. That's something that is a local prosecution, and it's entirely improper for the federal government or any committee of the United States to try and interfere in this matter. So having said that, I want to talk a little bit more about, or ask a little bit more about gun violence and what can be done about it. Ms. Fisher, it's been suggested, or Mr. Kessler, either of you, that somehow having more guns would make us safer. Do the statistics actually back that up, that having more guns makes for a safer community?
States with strong gun laws have lower rates of gun violence. And one of the things that's important to say here is that crime is going down in New York City, thankfully. But there is more that can be done by Congress to enact strong universal background checks, a strong extreme risk protection order law at the federal level, and to fund state laws. There's more that can be done to enact safe storage laws and to combat the trafficking crisis. And Congress is standing idly by and not doing anything.
Let me ask you about, some of our colleagues have suggested that we defund the prosecutor's office here in Manhattan. It's my understanding that the majority of the funds comes from an annual grant to the office's Witness Aid Services Unit that provides services to victims of crime. What would the impact be of eliminating those services, if you know, Ms. Kessler? Or Ms. Fisher?
Sure. We need to be investing and putting more resources into victim services and supporting victims. As you heard here today, we need to be giving victims more mental health support, more social support. We need to be helping them find access to compensation, not only for funeral expenses, for hospital expenses, to make up for lost income.
Let me just say, I want to thank all the witnesses, including the victims of crime. I fear that you are being used for a political purpose despite your sincerity.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady's, the committee will be in order. The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Our criminal justice system is insane. It's dangerous. It's harmful, and it is destroying the fabric of our city. Time and again, our police officers make an arrest, and then the person who is arrested for assault, felonious assault, robberies, and gun possession, they're finding themselves back on the street within days, if not hours, after arrest. Eric Adams, New York mayor. My friends, the reason we are here in New York is because you have Democrats, you have citizens calling for some relief from this pain. And we are here not to use anyone, but to uplift the voices of brave people who are here to tell their story. Ms. Brame, do you feel used in this hearing?
Gentleman's recognized.
Ms. Brame, do you feel used?
Not.
Ms. Harrison?
I'm a willing participant.
Ms. Harrison, do you feel used? Tell you what, let me ask you it this way. Do you feel more used by this committee hearing, or do you feel more used by a criminal justice system that allowed people to kill people that you love and care about with no consequence.
The latter, and I'm beyond grateful for the opportunity to testify here on behalf of victims, because the Democrat Party, including Mr. Nadler and everybody here today, has ignored us in this city. And we need federal oversight. We need help. We're not getting any kind of help. And the services that she wants to keep funding are not being provided to the victims. I have a woman sitting outside who is a victim of domestic violence, who was conned by an immigrant, and she is receiving no services whatsoever. So until we get a thorough audit to the outcomes of the services being provided, no, we need to find out what's going wrong and get the services to where they need to be.
I am not here to criticize any New Yorkers except maybe one, and that's because so many New Yorkers will soon become Florida voters. This is an iconic city. It's actually our nation's most iconic city. And it's not because of the beautiful architecture, and it's not because of the geography. It is because the sense of hustle that is so inherent to the people who come to New York to achieve their dreams. And increasingly, that hustle is being replaced with fear. Mr. Councilman Holden, you and I are from different parties. If we talked about 1,000 things, we'd probably disagree about a vast majority of them. But here's my simple question for you. Is fear a rising feature of life in New York, or is fear a declining feature of life in New York?
It is increasingly worrisome what we're going through in New York City. Fear is an everyday event in New York City. Taking the subway. My wife is Asian American. She will not get on the New York City subway. My daughter will not get on a New York City subway for fear, because many Asian Americans have been attacked.
But Mr. Kessler says there's just a lot of people here in Manhattan. You just have to take it. You just have to understand that this is going to be a violent place.
Which I found that insulting.
Well, Mr. DiGiacomo, you're here as the voice of law enforcement in many ways. And since the days of Cain and Abel, there has constantly been a violent criminal element as some feature of American society. And the lives we all get to live are lashed to whether or not we put that violent criminal element in charge, or whether or not we constrain it for the sake of people who want freedom. And so my question for you is, when the day one memo of Alvin Bragg changes the way resisting arrest is treated, so people can resist arrest against law enforcement and not actually face a consequence for that, what does that do to the enterprise of policing?
Well, it makes the officers and the detectives on the street, their job that much harder. Everything becomes confrontational or physical, and they put themselves, the police officers and detectives, are in harm's way.
Well,
Now,
we don't want to do that, but I have only a moment left, and I have to address this matter of crime rates that my colleagues keep talking about. And to the extent that there is an impact on crime rates in major cities, I would suggest that that is exactly what you get with the Sorosization of the United States justice system. And in places like New Orleans, Louisiana, in places like Tampa, Florida, in Jacksonville, Florida, in Tucson, Arizona, increasingly George Soros is putting in upwards of $40 million to elect 75 DAs to be able to engage in these downgrades. And by the way, not only are they downgrading the violent things, they can't even win the cases they try. Mr. Holden, you pointed out the fact that Alvin Bragg is actually terrible at losing in court. And since I don't have time, I would ask you for the record, since he keeps losing all of his cases, we might opine as to why, and we might seek a better utilization of the federal resources that we provide. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me indicate I abhor crime. I abhor victimization, the victims that suffer. I want to prevent crime. I want to pay tribute to all of the law enforcement in this room and outside, and those in Houston, Texas, for where I come from, of which I have a deep and abiding affection and relationship with. As a Democrat, I will not sit here, as my predecessor said, Barbara Jordan, and see the demonization of the Constitution, the destruction of what we believe in and our values. I want to stand here and be supportive of everyone who is before us, but I want to do it in a way that is befitting the patriotism of this nation, the very soldiers that are on front lines wearing uniforms with people of color and otherwise. I abhor anti-Semitism, if you will. I abhor people being violated through domestic violence, and it was Democrats who fought extensively for the Violence Against Women Act, which has put a lot of money in the state of New York and other states. Let us work together. Let us find facts that really address this question. And that is what I'm going to try to do. First, I think it is important to note that the monies that the Republicans want to cut are monies that would help victims. We don't want victims, but we need to have resources. My own crime victims in Houston say, we're lonely. We need to be taken care of after the incident. And I agree. And I brought money to the Houston Police Department. Let me ask Ms. Vaughn, there are many things that we can do better. Excuse me, Ms. Fisher. There are many things that we can do better. And I clearly like you to talk about the importance of a storage bill. I've introduced the Kimberly Vaughn Safe Storage Act. What does that do in terms of bringing down gun violence?
Thank
And
you,
my
Rep.
time is short, so I appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Representative. We need safe storage laws to ensure that children can't access guns that shouldn't have them, to ensure that individuals who are in crisis can't access them and potentially commit suicide and mass shootings. Safe storage laws work. We have a strong one here in New York State, and Congress should enact one as well.
And can I just ask a yes or no? Are mandatory red flag laws good?
Yes.
Should we rush to Washington and implement a ban the assault weapons?
Yes.
And can we do better in passing stronger gun safety legislation? We know we've had one bill, but can we do better?
We absolutely can do better, and we need comprehensive reform, and we need it urgently for all Americans.
Mr. Kessler, can you quickly respond to the question of violence? Can you, under oath, as you've taken, affirm that violence or gun violence in a myriad of ways is going down in this state? I just want to hear you say it again.
Yeah, it is absolutely true, and it's also 18% below the national average in New York City. And New York State has a far lower murder rate than the country as a whole.
Quickly, but thank you very much, Ms. Fisher. What percentage of guns are found in New York come from other places?
Over 70% of guns that are used in crimes in New York City and across New York State come from out of state, the iron pipeline from weak gun law states, including Florida and the Carolinas and Georgia.
Let me ask the Councilmember Holden, thank you for your service. You said you're a lifelong New Yorker?
That's correct.
You therefore lived in New York in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and so on?
Yep.
Did you say in an article recently, I've never seen the lawlessness we're seeing now?
Yep.
And so do you realize and recognize this pamphlet, Fear City, in the 1970s? And so apparently we've had some ups and downs. This is Fear City, a survival guide for visitors in New York City of New York by NYPD, 1975. I asked unanimous consent to put this in the record.
Without objection.
And so we've had our moments. We do better if we work together rather than we cast about what is bad and what isn't. Let's work together. Let's get the funds. Let's get the appropriate justice for these victims. Let me quickly go to this point. We are here wrongly because you're here rightly. You are here rightly, but we're here wrongly because District Attorney Bragg, because of Trump, has been called, he called him a saurus-backed animal, a dog whistle. And then, of course, other Republicans have followed likely. By the way, Republicans have threatened to defund the ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearm, that does a lot on trafficking. This office, because of these threats, white powder has come. He's had threatening and racially charged calls into the district attorney. I indicated to you my belief and love in democracy. I want justice for you. But this is an absurd and poor reflection of who we are as Americans, who I am as a Houstonian. And I believe in bringing people together. We need to bring people together and work on the solutions. I ask unanimous consent to place in the record 3 are charged with selling ghost guns,
Without
including
objection.
assault weapons.
Without
I'm
objection.
asking unanimous consent.
Yeah, without objection.
And the welcome to Fear City, unanimous consent.
Without objection.
With that, I yield back. I thank you, and I thank the witnesses out of the bottom of my heart.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes. Mr. Holden, you were born in New York City?
Yes.
You're raised in New York City, went to grade school and high school here in the city?
Yep.
Went to college in New York City? You got,
Yes.
I think I looked, you got an associate degree, an undergrad degree, postgrad degree, all from universities here in New York City. Is that right?
Yes, I did, Chair.
You're a professor at a university here in New York City?
Right, 44 years.
All your professional career has been spent here in New York City. Is that right?
Yes.
And you received a Lifetime Achievement Award for your volunteer work from the Queen Civic Group. Is that
Yeah,
right? For your
yes.
work here in the city.
Yes,
You love this town, don't you?
I love it.
I mean, I think Mr. Gates is right. I think America loves this town.
Right.
Whether you're a Yankees fan, a Mets fan, a Giants fan, a Jets fan, we go. The Statue of Liberty, Ellis Island, Broadway, Wall Street. Americans love this city. Maybe most, I think, Americans appreciate the people of this town and the example they showed the country after that tragic day of 9/11. Do you agree with all that, Mr. Holden?
I agree with that 100%.
But right now, the policies being implemented by this district attorney are going to ruin this great city. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
It's scary, isn't it? Scary what you see. It's scary what Miss Harrison's had to endure, what Mr. Alba's had to endure, what Miss Brames had to endure, and what Mr. Borgen has had to endure. And it's driven by that day one memo. That day one memo which sent a message to this town, to the bad guys in this town. You can do bad things, but you're not going to get prosecuted. You agree with all that, Mr. Holden?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, it's scary. Soft on crime policies are going to ruin this great city. And that's why we're here. It's happened in other cities, as Mr. Gates pointed out. That's why this is not the only hearing. We're going to have other hearings. We'll go to wherever we need to go. But this is something that has to happen, has to stop. Justice isn't supposed to be political. Now, Mr. Holden, you're a Democrat, right?
Yes, I am.
But it shouldn't matter. Republican or Democrat, I think as a lot of people said, it should not matter, should it? What's the answer, Mr. Holden? What would you recommend?
My allegiance is to my constituents. I live
Well
here for
said.
71 years. I've lived in New York City. I've seen bad times, high crime, 2,000 murders a year in the 80s. I've not seen the lawlessness that I'm seeing today in New York City in my lifetime. That means we're afraid to go anywhere.
Let me
There's
just be
things-
clear. So in 71 years, your life here in this great city, it's never been as bad as it is today.
And I've had so many friends leaving this town because they just see the quality of life dropping. They go out on the street, there's people driving down the wrong way with electric scooters. There's people robbing stores. You know that all the pharmacies in New York City have to be under lock and key. You have to go in a case. It's so bad, these small crimes, that Mr. Bragg has said he's not going to prosecute. You don't send that message out there. And that's why we disagree. We're the same party, but we totally disagree on that. My allegiance is not to the party, it's to my constituents and where I live. And again, I plan to live here, until I die, but I don't want to see it go down the drain.
Yeah. You're standing up for the folks you get to represent in Queens as part of the city council. Mr. Borgen, Ms. Fisher earlier said bad guys go into other states and buy guns illegally. And the Democrats' response is take away guns from law-abiding citizens. Is that going to work, Mr. Borgen?
Absolutely not. I just want to say one thing. I sit here and listen. You're on one side, you're on one side. When Ronald Reagan was president, him and Tip O'Neill had regular meetings, got together and worked together in Congress.
That's right.
I don't understand why I have to sit here, whether Republican or Democrat. I'm a Republican, by the way. I now vote in Florida, and I'm a registered voter in Florida. I have Florida driver's license. Based on, I'm not planning to stay, but fact of the matter is, if everybody would work together and not sit here and say, this party says this about Trump, about this, it's just, it doesn't make any sense. But the fact of the matter is, the criminals will get guns either way. You can do whatever you want. The criminals are going to get guns. They always have gotten guns. It's not going to change. It's not going to change. So you can sit here till your face blue in the face. You can say Congress are going to outlaw gun sales across America. They're going to get guns.
Yep.
The criminals will get guns. And there's nothing you can do about it. That's life. And Mr. Kessler sits here and says, we have to sit and take it. I never heard someone say to me, you have to take crime. I live in Long Island. Crime has now come to my area out in the 5 towns, in a very nice suburban area. We have had robberies now in stores, and now the crime is coming toward me because I guess New York City's tapped out. They can't rob the pharmacies anymore. But they're going to get guns, nothing you can do about it. Absolutely nothing.
Bad guys aren't necessarily stupid. They're just bad. They're going to
just
figure
bad.
out a way to do bad
There's-
things. And the key is to put bad guys behind bars so they can't harm others. And when you send that message, things get better.
There's segments of society, they're always going to be criminals. It's been from day one. Nothing you can do about it. But if Mr. Bragg would lock people up, it would save a lot of headaches in New York City and save lives.
Thank you, Mr. Borgen. Gentlemen, the chair now recognizes
have
the
order.
gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is a sham hearing. It's not about crime in New York. It's an effort to impede and ultimately suppress the prosecution of Donald Trump. And if you don't believe it, then all you need to do is connect the dots. First, Manhattan District Attorney Bragg announced his criminal charges against ex-President Trump. Then House Judiciary Republicans abused their power by subpoenaing testimony and records from DA Bragg about the ongoing prosecution. And next, they bring this sham hearing to Manhattan, supposedly about crime. But if my colleagues across the aisle were really concerned and really cared about reducing violent crime, they'd work with Democrats to pass common sense gun laws. There are too many gun deaths in this country, and that's why I have joined with my fellow Democrats to co-sponsor bills that would ban assault weapons, strengthen background checks, and fund research into gun violence prevention. Meanwhile, MAGA Republicans continue to resist even the most basic reforms like universal background checks. If Republicans really wanted to stop violent crime, they would be in DC right now, working with Democrats to pass common sense gun legislation. Instead, like jackbooted thugs, they've descended on New York City using violent crime as their pretext. The MAGA Republican extremists are not interested in gun violence or even knife violence. The Republican witnesses who have used their time to criticize District Attorney Bragg have served as props in a MAGA Broadway production. The real purpose in coming to New York City,
Can we have order?
the real purpose in coming to New York City.
Gentlemen, will suspend.
Stop the clock.
Gentlemen, will
Stop the
suspend.
clock.
For the audience, I've said several times now that the committee has to be in order. If anyone continues, then we're going to have to escort some people out.
Please don't talk that.
so-
Please don't talk down to us witnesses, please.
Yep. The gentleman from Georgia controls the time. Mr. Johnson, you can proceed.
The real purpose in coming to New York City is to harass, intimidate, and threaten Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. We are here because Manhattan District Attorney Bragg announced the indictment of former President Trump, and MAGA United States House Republicans have responded by using their power to try to help ex-President Trump beat the 34 counts of fraud that he has been charged with. MAGA Republican extremists have defended the January 6th insurrectionists, and they are out here today serving as Trump's bulldogs, trying to scare a duly elected district attorney from following the facts where they lead and enforcing the law. It is just one more sign that MAGA Republicans are a clear and present danger to our democracy and are actively working to undermine the rule of law, not just federally, but also on the state and local levels. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from New York's 18th District, the Honorable Congressman Adriano Espaillat.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you, my colleague Hank Johnson, for yielding time. Mr. Chairman, first I want to express my condolences, my deepest condolences to both Ms. Harrison and Ms. Brain and Mr. Alba. I was proud to see your community, our community, rally around you and other bodegueros, and I applauded DA Bragg's decision to drop the charges against you. During the 80s and 90s, before I was involved in public service, as a regular citizen of New York, I fought crime and drugs during the crack wars in northern Manhattan. During those years, the 34th precinct used to average over 100 homicides. Let me repeat this: over 100 homicides a year. Myself and my family members were held at gunpoint during those years. Held up at gunpoint. I don't know if any of you here have been held up at gunpoint. This is deeply personal to me. This year, the 34th precinct has witnessed 0 homicides. And last year, although far too many, that same precinct in northern Manhattan witnessed 5 homicides. From 100 to 5, and to this year, 0.
Yes.
But let me say something to you, Mr. Chairman. The common denominator in most homicides across the country is a gun. It's a gun. 80% of the homicides in this country
will be in
are
order.
committed by guns.
Gentlemen's
A young man
time
murdered on
time has
130
expired.
a young man murdered on 137th Street. A gun.
The gentleman from Georgia
And
yields
you
back.
guys brandish your pins with
Gentleman-
AR-15.
The gentleman-
Reprehensible.
The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by quoting a short excerpt from an important study and legal memorandum that was issued in November by the Heritage Foundation. Listen to this. It's entitled "The Blue City Murder Problem." And this summary statement is a message to all
Gentlemen,
Americans.
suspend for just a second. I would ask that the audience be quiet. The gentleman from Louisiana controls the time. If we could stop but the press would please move so we can conduct the hearing. We move aside. Capitol Police, if you could help us just clear that out. The press will be given ample opportunity to talk to folks. We need to clear out and be quiet during the hearing. Committee will be in order. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes.
Here's the quote. Your public safety as a resident is dramatically impacted by your district attorney and whether he or she is a George Soros-funded rogue prosecutor or a law and order prosecutor, by your police department, and by whether the local politicians support and adequately fund the police and prosecutors' offices. It goes on. This is why the Soros rogue prosecutor movement has concentrated its fire at identifying, recruiting, and funding candidates for local district attorney races. By elevating pro-criminal and anti-victim zealots into office, the rogue prosecutor movement destabilizes the safety of our communities, treats criminals as victims and police as the criminals, and ignores real victims. America's sky-high murder rates, for example, are almost exclusively cabined in cities run by Democrats and with Democrat district attorneys, many of whom are bought and paid for by George Soros. Why are we beginning our crime wave field hearings in New York City? Because this is one of the most egregious examples in America. Alvin Bragg is the poster child for exactly what was just described. Ms. Brame, I want to thank you for your compelling testimony today and sharing the shocking and tragic story of your son, Sergeant Hassan Korea's gang assault and vicious murder by 4 criminals he did not know. In your written statement submitted today, you wrote this. You said, quote, DA Bragg has demonstrated over and over again that he has no regard or concern for human life or victims of crime by instituting his ADAs to not prosecute violent recidivists and ultimately release them back to the streets to victimize and terrorize more innocent New Yorkers, unquote. You heard Mr. Nadler and Mr. Kessler and others share their manipulated statistics this morning, suggesting that New York City is, quote, one of the safest big cities in America. But you and other New Yorkers don't agree with that, I know. Mr. Holden just said our people are afraid to go anywhere because this is the worst lawlessness in the city's history. How do you respond to these claims that this is just a magical, safe city right now?
Well, I think that the average New Yorker doesn't care nothing about no statistics, okay? Especially in the black and brown. We care about the mothers who have to visit the morgue to identify their dead child's body. We care about the mothers who have to lean into the coffin and watch them lower that top down on that child and they know they'll never see them again. We care about being able to let our child go out to the park and play without getting shot in their stroller. We care about not getting raped in elevators. We don't care nothing about your statistics. You cannot convince us to not believe our lying eyes with your numbers, all right? Because we see it with our very eyes, day in and day out, especially in the poor black and brown communities, where none of you in this room would even step foot in.
Ms. Brame, you're so right. And they're changing the subject. They're doing their best to change the subject here and obscure the facts because the facts are difficult for them to face. The objective fact is that Manhattan has instituted pro-crime, anti-victim policies that have resulted in an increase in violent crime and created this dangerous situation in the community. And one America's once great cities that was the symbol of freedom and opportunity and liberty. According to the NYPD data, New York City saw a 23% surge in major crimes in 1 year since Alvin Bragg took over. That is the fact. We have a violent crime epidemic here, and everybody in America knows it because we see the videos played out on our television, local news, every single night of what's going on here in the city. I just want to say this, and I'm almost out of time, but I've shared in this committee before the long list of statements from leading Democrats in Congress and the leading Democrats on this very committee who specifically and aggressively called for the defunding of the police. And as a result, in 2020 in New York City, officials cut $1 billion from the police department's 2021 budget. These are the completely foreseeable and obvious effects of these soft on crime policies that are advanced by Soros-funded DAs. Alvin Bragg is, in my view, probably the worst offender. And they're trying to manipulate the facts. They're trying to change it. But I thank you all for being here. I yield the remainder of my time.
Committee will be in order. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Almost 3 weeks ago, is the microphone on?
Yeah, just pull it close.
Almost 3 weeks ago, Donald J. Trump was indicted by a grand jury in Manhattan on dozens of counts of fraud in connection with a hush money payment scheme in which his personal lawyer, Michael Cohen, previously went to jail. Since the former president's indictment, the Manhattan District Attorney has been the subject of countless death threats and racist diatribes. Others have made ugly appeals to anti-Semitism in an effort to attack the proceedings. And this committee has used every means at its disposal to disrupt, interrupt, and interfere with the prosecution, demanding documents it has no right to obtain and no jurisdiction to demand, subpoenaing a former district attorney, deputy district attorney, and threatening to subpoena the DA himself, and now holding this hearing in Manhattan in a vain attempt to intimidate or embarrass the prosecutorial authority. Now, the majority denies that this is the purpose of today's hearing. They would have you believe it is a mere coincidence that all of a sudden and out of the blue, the chairman decided that the state of New York is a wonderful place to do a hearing. Not the chairman's home state of Ohio with its high rates of murder, but New York State. And of all the cities in New York, they would pick New York City. And of all the boroughs in New York, they pick Manhattan. Apparently, Manhattan is just lovely this time of year. What a remarkable coincidence, we are meant to believe. Of all the gin joints and all the towns in all the world, we just happened to walk into this one. How absurd. Of course, this is not a coincidence at all. Instead, it is the GOP leadership in Congress doing what it has done best for the last 6 years, and that is to act as the criminal defense counsel for Donald J. Trump. Well, let me tell you this.
Capitol Police, gentlemen will suspend. Capitol Police. Capitol Police will remove the gentleman from the audience.
Let me tell you this.
Gentlemen.
Gentlemen, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Donald J. Trump.
Gentlemen will suspend. So we got order. Gentlemen will suspend. The audience has to be in order. Capitol Police. Capitol Police. Sir.
Can we have order?
Yeah, we are working on it, Mr. Schiff. Gentlemen, Capitol Police, please remove the gentleman from the audience. No, you got to go. You got to go. I'm sorry. I've given you several warnings. You got to go, unfortunately.
It's from my district.
was a very unfortunate attack on Ralph Nader.
Committee will be in order. Committee will be in order. The gentleman from California.
His comments about
recognized.
Ralph Nader are way out of line. Of course, it is not a coincidence that we are here in Manhattan. Instead, it is the GOP leadership in Congress doing what it has done best over the last 6 years, and that is to act as the criminal defense counsel for Donald J. Trump. Well, let me tell you this. Donald Trump doesn't need the lawyers on this committee to be his criminal defense lawyer. He has plenty of those already. Nor is that the role of Congress. Quite the opposite. Our role should be to defend the rule of law, not tear it down. We should be defending the principle that no one is above the law, not attempting to establish a new principle that if you are politically powerful enough, you get a pass. We should be defending the independence of the grand jury and the safety of a public servant enforcing the law, not adding to the dangers to both. The Manhattan District Attorney has the burden of proving Donald Trump guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. A jury of ordinary citizens will have the responsibility of determining whether he has met that burden. That this process will be the same for a former president as it would be for his lawyer or his driver or his doorman or his neighbor is the strength of a democracy, not its weakness. The first thing Chairman Jordan said today was that this hearing is about the administration of justice, but more accurately, it is about an effort to interfere with the administration of justice. He said that here in Manhattan, the scales of justice are being weighed down by politics, and they are, but only today. And by this committee's actions in trying to intimidate the Manhattan DA for having the audacity to believe that in America, being rich, being powerful, even being president of the United States does not entitle you to violate the law with impunity. There was a time in America when both parties used to believe in the rule of law, but sadly those days are over. One of America's two great political parties believes that political might makes right, and more than right, it means that you are beyond the reach of the law and beyond accountability. The more power, the less justice. But this is not democracy. This is the antithesis of democracy. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all of our witnesses being here today. Thank you for sharing your compelling stories. I would just say, Mr. Morgan, after hearing what you've heard today, I think you probably understand why it's real tough to sit down and have a logical, cogent argument on how we might jointly, with nonpartisan affiliation, try to solve some of these problems. What do you think?
And talks about you guys, Republicans, about Trump. Hey, while Trump was in office, he's busy holding hearings trying to get him out for 4 years. So I don't think you have the right to say that you politicized when you were in power. You tried to get Trump out, you couldn't get him out. Let's face reality. You tried. The dossier was a fake. Everything what it was. You tried to get him. He's sitting there laughing. That's very nice. And the other Democrats are telling us that we're all props for sitting there. Please don't talk down to us. It's really not nice.
Thanks,
Yes.
Mr. Borg.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I wanted to just read some. These are not by a Republican. These aren't from Republican members of this committee. These are just comments here. This is what an individual. I would add that, not so much from necessarily federal funding, but it's something that I do want to spend more time on and focus on, and use use the pulpit representing the district in public safety. I think a lot of people walk around the city very scared right now, and the violent crime wave is very concerning. This individual also said, I think people are scared to go on the subway in the whole district. I've heard it from all over the place, from the wealthy areas in Tribeca to Chinatown to Borough Park to Sunset Park. I think a lot of people are afraid. He also said, I'm very concerned about the safety in the city. He also said, I've been part of this community defending the victims and trying to protect the public for my whole career. And I think that those experiences resonate with people in different ways for different reasons, close quote. We cannot allow people to just continue to cycle through the system because it's demoralizing to the cops and it gives everyone a perception of danger. He also said, whether or not the data says that it's safe or not, there is a perception in the city that it is not safe, and one of the reasons for that is the perpetual recidivism that is going on, close quote. He also said, quote, you've got people randomly being shot on the subways. You've got people randomly being thrown into car trunks and driven to remote places and shot. There's an insecurity not felt in 25 years. It's scary to me and far away the number one issue, close quote. Didn't come from anybody on this side of the aisle. It didn't even come from any of you at the table. It came from Mr. Goldman over there. We sit in his district. He knows that there's a crime problem. And we've been hearing about a study. Let me refer you to the heritage study that my colleague referred to, and I asked that it's
Objection.
Thank you. Quote, when you remove the crime-infested, homicide-riddled cities from the state murder rate featured in the Third Way study, which was co-authored by Mr. Kessler, you dramatically lower the murder rate for that state, upending their conclusions, his conclusions, and exposing the piece for what it really is, a straightforward attempt at political projection dressed up as a study. That's what you've been hearing about to rebut the stories and the facts of the lives of the victims and the witnesses and those who live in this city today. Mr. Holden, why won't your family go take the subway, the mass transit system in this city?
What they've experienced when my daughter took the subway the other day for the first time, she says, I'm not going back because I felt unsafe. People talking to themselves, people screaming. It is terrible. And by the way, if you want to cherry pick numbers from the other side, and I'm a Democrat, but I'm against what I've heard about these stats. Downloaded from the NYPD this morning, 25% increase in all the 7 major crimes in New York City in a 2-year period. 26% in the 13-year period. For Manhattan North, Manhattan South, 59% increase in a 2-year period in the 7 major crimes, 17% in the 13-year period. For all of New York City, and this again is from NYPD, so cherry pick your own numbers, but this is overall. 45% increase in the 2-year period in crime, in the 7 major crimes, and a 23% in the 13-year. So this is what we're facing, and this is what we go to work, and we fought so hard in the 90s to stop this crime wave that we had in New York City, and we did it. But now it's being rolled back to the bad old days.
Yield back.
I think the gentleman yields back. Let me just, before going to Mr. Cicilline, we've been at this 2 hours. The witness is fine. Because we'll keep going. If you need a break, just please let us. The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 30 seconds to Mr. Goldman from New York.
I appreciate Mr. Bigg's reference to some of the concerns that we have about public safety because it is something that is shared across the aisle. The problem is that you are using this as a political stunt unrelated to real concerns about public safety around this country. Manhattan has the 6th fewest murders out of the top 50 cities in this country. So we all know why you're here. So don't play the political games. You want to have a meaningful conversation? Let's talk. I yield back.
I want to thank the witnesses for being here today and, of course, sharing some very painful stories about your loss. I want to start by emphasizing that keeping Americans safe is one of the most, if not the most important responsibilities that we have in government. It's one of our most important callings as lawmakers. And I was mayor of a city and presided over the lowest crime rate in 30 years, serving as a public safety commissioner. So I understand this very deeply. But my colleagues, sadly, are not here to meaningfully work on public safety solutions. This hearing was called for a purpose, to intimidate a district attorney for doing his job and upholding the rule of law. And you know how I know this? Because our colleagues consistently vote against laws that would increase public safety and ignore facts on what actually decreases crime. Gun violence is now the leading cause of death of children in America. And it kills 40,000 Americans a year.
Be in order.
And yet my colleagues,
The gentleman suspend just for a second.
I'd ask that the clock stop,
Yes,
please.
clock stop. We'll be happy to do it. We need to stop the conversations over here. The gentleman, gentleman. Gentleman deserves to be heard. The committee guests will please refrain from talking and chatting so that Mr. Cicilline can make his presentation and ask his questions. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gun violence is now the leading cause of death of children in America and kills 40,000 Americans a year. Yet my colleagues vote repeatedly against even the most common sense gun violence prevention measures. They vote against getting assault weapons off the streets, despite the previous assault weapons ban that drastically reduced gun violence. They vote against alerting people to active shooters. They vote against safe storage and red flag laws. They vote against community-based crime prevention programs. They vote against background checks. And the list goes on and on. And more than that, they brought us here today to attack a district attorney who has actually seen a decrease in violent crime during his tenure, all because he dared to hold Donald Trump accountable. So please spare me this suggestion that this is about a sincere interest in finding solutions to crime. This is about your agenda to earn the admiration and support and good wishes of the former President of the United States. But I, for one, would actually like to hear about some actual solutions to public safety, and particularly to gun violence in our communities. And that brings me to my first question. Ms. Fisher, how do our gun laws, or lack thereof, contribute to America's gun violence epidemic? And is the rate of gun violence in this country and the rate of gun death comparable in any other developed country in the world?
Thank you, Representative. The gun violence rate in the United States is 26 times higher than every other high-income country. So we are comparatively a much more dangerous place to live. And though violent crime, and I strongly push forward that gun violence is violent crime and should be considered as a part of this hearing, violent crime is going down in New York City according to law enforcement's own data. However, we could be doing so much more to ensure that New Yorkers are protected and all Americans are protected by enacting comprehensive universal background checks, by having a licensing system and requiring a permit to purchase. We could also be banning the assault weapons that are most commonly used in mass shootings that are killing our children every day.
And one of the things that I think that Congress has a responsibility to look at, although we don't have jurisdiction over state criminal prosecutions, obviously, or local prosecutions, what is the evidence with respect to the focus on exclusively arrest and incarceration, but how do we prevent crimes? What are the good strategies? Because frankly, by the time someone's a victim of a crime, we've already failed. Our goal should be to prevent crime. So what does the evidence say with respect to those two different strategies?
We need to be investing in prevention, largely because there's so many guns that are being trafficked from out of state. We need to be investing in our communities. And that's with resources towards community violence intervention strategies and prevention programs, including in schools, more trauma support for victims, more resources, better housing, all of those issues in terms of the inequities that are impacting especially impoverished Black and Brown communities in this country and in this city need to be addressed as a public health crisis, and we need to be investing in prevention.
Thank you. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman, Ms. Tiffany is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. DiGiacomo, would you rather have sympathy or would you rather have respect from elected leaders?
Well, respect and sympathy. It's a very difficult time. In my 40 years now, this is probably the most difficult time in policing that I've ever seen. But yeah, respect is important, of course.
Do soft on crime policies lead to less gun violence?
I believe so, yes.
So you believe going soft on crime is going to cause there to be less gun violence in your city?
No, not less. Soft on crime is going to cause more gun violence.
Okay, I'll state it this way then. Do soft on crime policies lead to more gun violence?
Yes.
Ms. Harrison and Ms. Brame, the ranking member said this city is safer. Is the city safer in your mind, Ms. Harrison?
No, I have a lot of friends through my advocacy that live here that are considering moving their entire families.
Ms. Brame, is this city safer under District Attorney Bragg?
Absolutely not. There's all kinds of criminal elements roaming the street, free to do whatever they want.
Mr. Holden, the district attorney's office conceded they used $5,000 in federal funds, which are authorized by us here, for purposes other than fighting violent crime here in Manhattan. Do you agree with the district attorney's decision to do that?
No, I don't. And I disagree with most of what DA Bragg's is about, especially the soft on crime. But what's happened in New York City, the reason why our crime, and it's not going down, it's going up if you look at the trends. We have the lowest incarceration rate of any major city in the United States. I'll repeat that. The lowest incarceration rate of, let's say, 40 of the biggest cities, New York City has the lowest. And that's because Mayor de Blasio, before Mayor Adams, started releasing everyone from jail. So of course, crime was going to go up, and it skyrocketed in 2020. So that's the reason. We still, I believe, we have to arrest more people. DA Bragg will disagree, and they should go to jail when they commit a crime.
So, Mr. Holden, in regards to so there's this federal funding that comes in and it's not being used to fight violent crime. Is it, as an elected representative, do you view it as inappropriate that those of us that are responsible for those dollars going to fighting crime using federal funds, is it inappropriate for us to review how those dollars are being spent?
Yes, it's certainly, we should review it, yes.
Mr. Holden, have you been asked to be on any of the major networks to deliver your message? Have you been asked, for example, to be on CNN to deliver your message?
I've been asked, not from CNN, but I have been asked on other major networks, yes.
And you've shared those comments. Ms. Brame, Ms. Harrison, have you been asked to be on one of the major networks to tell your story?
Not CNN.
Ms. Harrison?
No, not CNN, not MSNBC. They refuse to even acknowledge that victims are a part of this hearing.
So let's talk about, we hear percentages. Time after time, we're hearing percentages. In 2022, as a result of a 7% increase in rapes, that's 110 more people that got raped here in New York City. Those are almost all women, I'm sure. 110 people. Auto theft, 3,256 more carjackings here in New York as a result of this soft on crime. Transit crimes, people being pushed off from subways, right? 521 more people. 521 more people. 30% more? That's 521 more people. That's what we're seeing, ladies and gentlemen. These are real people that are being harmed. I just want to conclude with this, Mr. Chairman. I'm so glad we're having this first hearing in New York, but I want you to come to my state. I want you to come to Milwaukee, where we had a district attorney. Here's his quote when he started out. Is there going to be an individual I divert or put into a treatment program who's going to go out and kill somebody? You bet. Milwaukee has 10% of the population, and they have 25% of the crime. Mr. Kessler, that's the problem, is the Soros prosecutors are not doing their job. And in Wisconsin, now we've got a Soros Supreme Court justice. The people of Wisconsin better hang on, because violent crime is going to get worse. Come to Milwaukee, Mr. Chairman, for the next hearing.
Gentleman's time's expired. Ms. Scanlon is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Our constituents elect us to make their lives better. They send us to Washington to work on the issues that impact American families, whether it's healthcare, jobs, the cost of prescription drugs, infrastructure, clean air and water, climate rescue, and of course, safe communities and schools. But every day in Congress, we are seeing the right-wing extremists who control the House failing all of us, choosing publicity over progress, choosing politics over people, and choosing protecting the disgraced and now indicted former president rather than protecting our democracy. Today, at the urging of the former president and his lawyers, the chairman has dragged the entire House Judiciary Committee to New York, inserting the federal government into a purely state and local matter with no credible pretense of jurisdiction. And he's making the American taxpayer, and especially the New Yorkers, who he claims to be so concerned about, making those taxpayers pay for this foolishness. This isn't governance. It's not working for the American people. It's grandstanding. It's a stunt. Just look at all the cameras here. And every second of it is preventing us from being able to do the real work that the people who elected us expect us to do in Congress. To our witnesses here today who've shared their pain and trauma in being victims of crime and violence, I am so sorry for the impact that has had on you and your families. Anyone listening to you has to be moved by what you've experienced. And I applaud your courage in trying to take that pain and move to change things going forward. But I fear that you have been re-victimized by this hearing, because this hearing is not going to provide that change. It's not a serious effort to make our communities safer. Our Republican colleagues aren't in New York City to prevent crime. They're here to protect someone who's been charged with committing crimes. And how do we know that? Look at the time, place, and manner of this hearing. We know that the timing isn't a coincidence, because as soon as it became obvious that the Manhattan District Attorney was getting ready to charge Mr. Trump with crimes, Mr. Trump's lawyers sent a letter to the chairman telling him to use the full powers of Congress to go after the Manhattan DA. We know that the place is important because the choice of place for this hearing isn't a coincidence. It's about protecting Mr. Trump because it's being held in the city where Mr. Trump was indicted and arrested just 2 weeks ago. If this hearing were focused on fighting crime, as several people have mentioned, there are other jurisdictions that have much higher rates of crime. And as to the manner of this hearing, we know that it's about protecting Mr. Trump because it's being led by the disgraced former president's closest allies, the ones who benefit the most if he can beat the criminal charges here in New York, or if they can intimidate the Manhattan DA or the other prosecutors across the country who are investigating other alleged crimes. Crime prevention is a serious topic, and it deserves serious discussion, but that's not what this hearing is about. Instead, we're seeing a circus, a performance by partisan politicians who've hitched their wagons to the Trump train. So I and my colleagues refuse to sit idly by while families across this country, from Alabama to Louisville to Nashville to Uvalde to Buffalo to Boulder, while they're mourning the loss of their loved ones to gun violence. We stand ready to pass legislation to address the serious issues facing all Americans if our Republican colleagues will let us. Now, Ms. Fisher, you and several others have mentioned the iron pipeline, the route through which many of the crime guns in states like New York and Pennsylvania are acquired. Just last year, the ATF intercepted 400 illegal guns from southern states that were being sent to my community in Philadelphia. Can you speak to the impact of lax gun laws in states that lack more specific gun laws, the impact that it has on gun violence is in cities like New York and Pennsylvania, Philadelphia?
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative. Because traffickers are able to easily and illegally obtain guns in states with weak gun laws like Florida or Georgia or the Carolinas, they are able to easily purchase lots of guns and traffic them into neighborhoods that have been disproportionately impacted by structural and systemic inequities for decades. And we're talking about vulnerable communities that are already lacking in access to resources. And because of that, those guns are being used in crimes, and also because gun carrying is more likely when people feel afraid and they're feeling more powerful.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlelady,
I would just seek unanimous consent to enter into the record a report entitled Uncovering the Truth About Pennsylvania Crime Guns.
without objection.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Texas,
Mr.
Good.
Chairman, I'm sorry. They keep addressing us, the victims who are here to testify and make change. We're here to effectuate change and
If you
then
could
not
hang on- if you
allowing
could hang
us
on
to
just for a
comment
second,
at
Ms.
all.
Harrison. I'm sure Mr. Gooden will give you a chance to respond, but time belongs now to Mr. Gooden. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Brame, I heard you saying how disrespectful this was. I share your concerns, but we're going to come back to you, but I'd first like to yield to the chairman.
Oh, that's fine. Go, I'll go to Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Brame, I'm disgusted with what I'm seeing. This is a serious event. We've called you all in here to share your experience. We've been called jackbooted thugs by the opposing party for having this hearing. It's been called foolishness. I don't believe your stories are foolish. We've heard from the congressman that represents this district just 6 months ago who said, quote, "You've got people randomly being shot on the subways. You've got people randomly being thrown into car trunks and driven to remote places and shot. There's an insecurity not felt here in 25 years," end quote. If the local congressman is saying that, then I don't believe you all are crazy for saying the same things. And I thank you all for being here. Ms. Brame, you've shared so much, and we thank you. Is there any further comments you'd like to have? We hear all the talk about the former president from the other side, but this is not a political hearing, despite claims from the other side, and I give you the floor.
The only people I hear talking about politics or President Trump is from the other side. I don't hear no one, I don't hear any of these victims, I don't hear anyone else talking about President Trump except from the people from the other side. From the other side of where? The other side of the moon, the other side of the world, the other side, whatever that is. Let me tell you something. Victims can care less about anyone's political ideology or party. Neither do criminals. They don't go up to a person and ask them if they're a Democrat or a Republican before they bust them in the head, okay? Or before they push them in front of a train. Or before they stab them to death. These are real life people that we're dealing with. We pay you guys. Our tax dollars pay you. You work for us. We do not work for you.
Committee will be in order. Committee will be in order. Now, belongs to the gentleman from Texas.
Ms. Brame, I want to thank you again. And while the other side wants you to stop talking, I hope you'll continue well after today. And thank you. I'll yield the balance of my time to the chairman.
Well, I was just going to say, Ms. Harrison, are you grandstanding?
No, and it seems like, as Madeline mentioned, the other side is here on taxpayer dollars. The least that they could do is listen to our side of it, ask us questions. They brought witnesses in to counter our horrific stories for their agenda. All they want to do is talk about gun legislation. Well, you can have all the gun legislation on the books, but if it's not enforced, which is what Alvin Bragg is doing, then it's not going to matter and people are going to die. And that's why we're here. And I appreciate your oversight because we do need help. And if they continue to ignore it, people are going to continue to die.
Is this committee victimizing you, Ms. Brame, as Democrat said?
Absolutely not. This committee has given me a platform, has given me a seat at the table to be able to tell my story and raise awareness for victims all over, not just New York City, but all over this country, especially from Philadelphia.
Ms. Fisher, if the guns are the problem, why didn't the Democrats fix it?
The Democrats have worked hard to pass
Well, they had
comprehensive.
control. They controlled all the House, all the Senate. The guy, they still have the White House. Why didn't they fix it last Congress?
We
If the
need
answer is-
comprehensive gun violence prevention legislation to be passed, and this Congress has the ability and the capacity to do that.
I was in the Congress last session.
So
Mr.
do
Natter
it-
was
we
the
can do
chair.
it
They
now.
tried, they could have passed. They didn't pass
We
it.
need Congress to go back to Washington and pass strong gun violence prevention legislation.
No, I'm going to go to Mr. DiGiacomo. Mr. DiGiacomo, are you grandstanding?
Not at all. Honestly,
You're
I'm
here
here.
representing the detectives of this great town, right?
Absolutely, and very proud of it. I am not here other than to ask for help. Someone just said that we can't do anything here. Well, if the people of the United States Congress can't do anything to help us, we're in a lot of trouble because there are some powerful people around this table that could help and stop the violence and make the streets safer for the people of New York City and the police officers and detectives that serve them.
Thank you.
We're here for help.
Thank
We
you.
need help.
I thank the gentleman from Texas, and the gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank all of the witnesses for being here
Does the
today.
gentlelady yield for a moment?
Yes, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you. I just want to answer Mr. Jordan's question. Last year, when we were in control, the Democrats in the House passed very comprehensive gun control legislation. The Democrats in the Senate voted for very comprehensive gun control legislation, but because of the filibuster, you needed 60 votes, and we got no Republican votes, and that's why it didn't pass. I thank the gentlelady. I yield back.
I echo the statistics that were just offered by the ranking member, Mr. Nadler. Democrats have been working to reduce crime, to reduce gun violence, crime, wherever we can. And let me say, everyone, I believe everyone in this room has sympathy for the horrific stories, the horrific losses of life, the horrific attacks, the anti-Semitic attack on your son. We have great sympathy. We hear you. You are properly raising your voices. Don't let anything that we have to say indicate that we don't think you should be lifting your voices. But there is an underlying sham going on here. I know you don't like to hear it. Your voices are important, but two things can be true at the same time. We are not properly here. It is not our jurisdiction to oversee or to interfere with an independent district attorney's office. We are not properly here. This is not our jurisdiction. I wish.
None of us are
that-
asking you to
excuse me.
interfere.
Gentlelady controls the time.
It is proper that you raise your voices, but it is hypocritical that we are here. If this committee wants to do something about violence in this country, about the horrific losses of life, do something. Work on legislation with us. This weekend, 2 more mass shootings. Is that calling your attention? Are you up in arms to say, what in God's name can we do to reduce the slaughter of our children? Your children, our children? It's the 3rd Monday of April, and so far this year, more than 5,000 people have been killed by gun violence. Another 9,200 caught in the crossfire. Nearly 500 children and teenagers have died because of rampant gun violence. We know that number of families devastated and lives forever altered is even larger. And we're only in the 4th month. None of this is new. Hearing after hearing, one Congress to the next, the numbers keep repeating themselves. More than 200 people a day shot, 40,000 people a year killed by guns. We know all this. Facts are supposed to influence action. Horrifying facts are supposed to elicit a response. Yet my Republican colleagues prefer gesturing about violent crime rather than doing something about it. I'm reminded of the character in Succession, the late Logan Roy said, "You are not serious people. If you are serious about doing something about violence, gun violence, and other violence, please join us." Last Congress, as the ranking member said, the House passed a universal background checks bill. 63% of Republican gun owners support it, yet only 8 of my Republican colleagues supported the bill. 202 of them voted against it, including every Republican member in this room. Again, not serious people. Assault weapons are the firearm of choice in mass shootings. The Democratic House last Congress voted to ban the weapon. Only 2 Republicans out of 211 voted for it. Neither is in this room today. When Senate Republicans were finally motivated to action by the horrific slaughter of babies in Uvalde, did my Republican colleagues here join? No, not a single one of them voted for the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Make no mistake, if the concern about addressing violent crime addressed by my Republican colleagues was genuine, they would have acted. there'd be more for us to be talking with you about here. We're only here today because Chairman Jordan and his colleagues want to make a show of defending a former failed, twice impeached, crooked president. This is not serious. Violent crime is a grave national issue. It demands serious consideration by legislators who want to make a difference and to save lives. That is reserved for us. I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Gooden.
Can I ask you why isn't anybody blaming the shooter? You're always blaming guns. No one blames the shooter. They're crazy people.
Committee
Everybody
will
blames
be
the
in
shooter.
order.
Everybody blames the gun. No one blames the
Mr.
shooter.
Borgen, the committee will be in order. The gentlelady had, I believe, like 18 seconds. And you were yielding to, was it Mr. Goldman?
Yes.
The gentleman's recognized.
I want to be very clear to all of you, as reflected in my statements, that we are all very, very concerned about your stories. We are concerned about every victim. I was a prosecutor for 10 years. Victims' rights are essential. But what we're talking about here is something that the state needs to deal with. The reason why we're saying this is a political theater is that we don't have jurisdiction to do anything about what you're concerned about. So I just want you to understand that.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Benz. Pull that real close, Clip.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for holding this hearing. Thank you, witnesses, for being here and sharing with us your incredibly challenging stories. A quote, "The justice system's not cooperating." This is a quote from one of the retailers here in your town. "The justice system is just not cooperating. It's getting to a point where you either have to padlock every item that has to be stolen or could be stolen, or you have to fight back. And if you fight back, you take the risk of going to jail for protecting your property." That's one of the reasons we're here. Here's several more, because I've heard a lot of suggestions that we're here for reasons having nothing to do with why I'm here. This has 8.5 million people. That's just twice what my state has. It has 58 million people within 250 miles. It is 4 million larger than our next largest city, which would be LA. There's a GDP of $1.56 trillion. This is an asset we should be doing everything to protect, and particularly the people within it. Mr. Holden, drawing your attention to the next to last paragraph in your testimony, it appears that you believe that we in Congress can actually do something. You actually talk about what we might do. And so I would like you just to elaborate just a bit so that people aren't thinking that we're just here for show. We can actually do something. Can you go to that next to last paragraph and share your thoughts?
Yes, when the public is not being protected, when we fear for our safety day in and day out, we lose our freedom. And if Congress can't do something, then I don't think anyone can. You can do this with funding. You can do this with certainly federal attorneys jumping in, prosecutors. There's a lot of things I think Congress can do. I'm here because, and as a Democrat, I don't agree with a lot of my party's stances on things, but and I'm more of an independent person. But I've been on 6 years in the city council, and they've never held a hearing on victims' rights. They hold hearings on criminal rights and how they're not being treated properly. And I get that. That's important to have. But what about victims' rights? 6 years on the city council, on the public safety committee, not one hearing.
Mr. Holden, I'm going to interrupt if I may. I'm going to stick with you, though, because you also say in your letter, and this is in response to Ranking Member Nadler's questions about percentages and crime reduction, but you note in your testimony about cherry picking of statistics. So I want you to talk about that for just a second. You note that it's easy to twist these numbers around. And I'm kind of reminded about something that was said a little earlier, that it's easy to focus on percentages, but we should be focusing on the real numbers, as Mr. Tiffany pointed out, the thousands when we talk about percentages as though it's meaningless. Tell me what you say in your letter.
That's a real thing, because I have businesses, and I have one individual owns 4 gas stations in my district, and he's from Southeast Asia. He's an immigrant. He is living the American dream until recently, until 2019, when the bail reform package went through the state. He says a good day for me and my 4 gas stations when I'm not held up. We consider it a good day. He's losing $2,000 or $3,000 a day in the 4 gas stations with petty theft and being held up. It's a serious issue, and we fought to get crime. We had 17 straight years in New York City of crime reduction up until 2019 when they pushed the bail reform and discovery through the state. And now crime is going up. And again, 13 years, we've had an increase in crime. So anybody cherry picking those numbers, anybody who's a real New Yorker knows that we had low crime and we were proud of that. We were the safest city in the United States, not anymore.
Thank you. We're just a few seconds left. And I just want to say that I'm happy we're here in New York. But for those of you who want to see the consequences of lax prosecution practices, come to Portland, Oregon, and look at what's happened to that beautiful city where I went to law school years ago. And you can wander around in downtown Portland without fear of anything happening. The restaurants were great. The cultural scene was great. In the last 3 years, that has changed so dramatically. It is ridiculous. And if you want to see what happens when you don't prosecute people for throwing bricks through windows, starting fires in downtown, running everybody else out, come to Portland. It's so incredibly sad. But I'm gonna come back to New York for a moment. My last little phrase here is, despite what you folks are enduring here as a result of runaway progressivism, you still have these wonderful people, the police, working for you, and I'm happy for that. But I tell you, as I sit here and listen to Democrat politicians use rampant crime and violence to justify more restrictions on possession of firearms, I must say, please, let's turn our attention to the good things we can do in Congress. And with that, I thank you all and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Thank the gentleman. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief response to that. I mean, yes, we're thinking about gun control and trying to reduce gun violence because of Nashville and Louisville and Alabama yesterday. So it seems to me that it's unsustainable. We need to do something to address it. I believe the Second Amendment is important, but I think protecting second graders from being killed is important as well. Ms. Harrison, Ms. Brame, Mr. Borgen, I want to commend you. I was a prosecutor for 12 years, 4 as a federal prosecutor, 8 as a local prosecutor in Maryland, which is kind of the birthplace of the victims' rights movement. And so I understand that what you're doing and the role that you play, in fact, it really transformed the criminal justice system in the 90s and the 2000s. And I encourage you to continue on. You don't need that. I can tell just by what I've heard from you today, you're going to sustain it and keep fighting on behalf of your loved ones. But I commend you for what you've done. I did want to say this with respect to whether this is serious or not. And, I'm not going to look in people's hearts and try and judge the motives for whether these hearings are, serious or not, or, what's behind them. But I'll say this. We've got Republican colleagues who've introduced legislation to eliminate the ATF, eliminate the FBI. Mr. Trump called for defunding the Department of Justice and the FBI. As a former federal prosecutor, I can tell you that if you get rid of those 3 agencies, there's no federal mechanism or arm to actually prosecute violent crime at the federal level. That means terrorism, that means multi-state issues. The big takedown of the Sinaloa cartel on Friday, I think was the reason we were able to do that was because we had a strong federal government that was able to cross federal lines and international lines and complete those prosecutions. So I certainly oppose to defund the federal law enforcement arms that we've had discussions about. And with respect to the funding in general, I think even at the local level, the federal government can and has been helpful and should be more helpful too from a funding standpoint. I think it's right. We can't really meddle in local prosecutions per se, but funding for victims' rights, for resources, for training, for hiring and retention police officers, because I know police departments are competing now for a shortage of officers. So I think it's important for us to try and step in that way. But I would encourage my colleagues on the other side to speak about the specific types of proposals they would put forward at the federal level to address the local crime issues that you're talking about here today, because I haven't heard any so far. With that, I'll yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Ivey. Mr. Borgen, I understand that your son was the victim of an anti-Semitic attack, and I'm terribly really sorry to hear that this anti-Semitism hits all of us, regardless of party. And now that we have recently learned that George Santos, who not only remains in Congress but is announcing his reelection campaign today, is not actually Jewish, the ranking member and I are the only Jewish members from the entire state of New York. And we are deeply concerned about anti-Semitism in New York, which has increased more than 400% in the past 8 years. Now, today we've already heard two members of the majority reference what one called the Sorosization of criminal justice, the criminal justice system, which is, of course, a reference to George Soros, a Holocaust survivor who lived the American dream. Many more have said the same. My constituents are very concerned that these smears related to Mr. Soros supported prosecutors are anti-Semitic. Do you believe they're anti-Semitic?
Well, here's my answer to that. I know Soros is Jewish. He can't be anti-Semitic. I can't believe that, especially.
No, what people say when they use Soros.
Soros' politics, he's just a liberal lefty politician. I don't think it has nothing to do with what his beliefs are. He wants to create whatever he wants to create. It's his business.
All right.
He's
I appreciate that.
I want to say
think
one
you're,
of-
but
Mark-
I don't have a lot of time, and I'm
No, I
sorry.
think Mark Levine, who just got elected from Lower Manhattan, got a petition signed with 29 signatures protesting this conference. I don't know if
All
you're
right.
aware of it.
Can I just reclaim my time because I only have
Sorry.
20 seconds, and I want to mention that when I was walking in here today, there was a man outside with a sign, and I would just like to hold this sign up. You saw it, right? There's a Star of David with $2 signs and Soros. Would you say that's anti-Semitic?
That's 100% anti-Semitic and it's disgusting.
Right.
It's disgusting.
I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Want to echo the comments from Mr. Holden. Your allegiance is to your constituents. Each one of us is here because of our constituents. Our allegiance is to our constituents as well. My constituents live in the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia. Feels about as far away from New York City sometimes as you can get. The floor that I was on in my hotel last night was taller than any building in my entire home county, Botetourt County. But our hearts are with the people of New York City. Our hearts are with the victims of these crimes that are being committed against the people of New York City. And every crime has a victim, and it's not just about numbers. It's about real people, as Mr. Tiffany was saying. And we are hearing some of those stories. And I want to thank you all for being brave to come here and share your stories with us. We're grateful to you. But my constituents are scared because they're watching what's happening in New York City. And they know that the Shenandoah Valley, if they adopt the wrong policies, if they elect the wrong prosecutors, their lives could turn for the worse, and their cities and counties could be full of crime as well. And the policies that have been adopted in New York City are policies that were just adopted in Virginia when Democrats took over the House and Senate and the governor's mansion between 2019 and 2021. They abolished parole, or they reversed policies that were put in place in 1995 that abolished parole, instituted mandatory minimum sentences, and presumptions against bail. Those are all gone now. And we're worried, quite frankly, in Virginia, because we see the impact of those policies here in New York, along with the falling apart of what I consider to be a three-legged stool when it comes to the fight against crime. You need three legs of a stool. You need police who are going to arrest, you need prosecutors who are going to prosecute, and you need judges who are going to put people in jail. And here in New York, you don't have those three legs. I'll let you decide how many legs you have and how strong those are. But when you get rid of the policies that, like a presumption against bail that we got rid of in Virginia, like the bail policies that you have here, the ending of cash bail here in New York City, it's like termites eating away at that stool. So no matter how strong you have in terms of your mayor, who's a former police chief, or your police chief now, if you lose those legs, or if you have the stool being eaten away, you see the spike in crime that's happened. And we have a spike in crime here in New York City. 1,500 rapes, up 7%, robberies up 26%, felony assaults up 13%, burglaries up 23%, grand larcenies up 26%, auto thefts up 32%, all accounting for a 23% increase in major crimes in just the last year. So we do have you have a problem in New York, one that we're afraid could spread to other places like my area of Virginia. You know, we talked about the use of taxpayer dollars, and Ms. Brame, you talked about the lack of services that you received. And so we inquired about how many taxpayer dollars go to New York City and to Alvin Bragg's office. The DA's office receives $204,730 in federal grant money during the current award period from the Department of Justice's Justice Assistance Grant Program, which is subgranted to the City of New York, goes toward addressing violent and other felony crimes in our jurisdiction. More interestingly, and more to your point, the DA's office received $583,111 in federal grant money yearly this past year from the Victims of Crime Victim and Witness Assistance Grant Program, which is subgranted through the New York State Office of Victim Services. Use of these funds is to be used to provide information to victims and their families related to the prosecution of cases and assisting victims with understanding the criminal justice system. Over $500,000 sitting in Alvin Bragg's office to help people like you. Do you feel like you got help from Alvin Bragg as the case was going forward?
No, I received no help from his office. Me and my family, we were treated like garbage. You know, I can't describe it any more than, you know, what I have already. You know, it was the most horrific experience that I've ever experienced. It was just bad.
Were
We
you
got
alerted
nothing.
when the plea deals were cut for two of those offenders? Were you alerted to those plea deals when they were cut?
No,
Were you allowed to put a victim's statement into
not
the
for
record?
Mary Saunders, not upon her sentencing. For Travis Stewart, I did, and for the other two. But they dismissed those gang assault and those murder indictments behind my back.
That's abhorrent and
Yeah.
did not do justice to you or to the son that you lost. And
Not at
we
all.
apologize.
Not at all.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Before recognizing the gentleman from New York, I see we're joined by one of our other colleagues, the gentlelady from here in New York City, Staten Island, Ms. Malitakas. Thank you for joining us and for your concern about what's happening here. We now recognize, pursuant to the agreement reached with Mr. Nadler's staff, the gentleman from New York for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, and thank you, Mr. Johnson, for giving me some previous time. I want to continue my previous statement. Back in the 80s, late 80s and 90s, this was a tough town. It was tough to live here. Crime was really very violent. And as I said earlier, during that period, I had the opportunity to work for a victim services agency, providing services for crime victims. And I was also the president of the 34th Precinct Community Council. And if that's one thing that I really learned during those 2 decades, was that you cannot really simply talk about crime without talking about guns. You just can't do it because 80% of the homicides are committed by guns. Now, we're not minimizing the other 20%. They're also equally important, but 80% are committed by guns. This past Easter Sunday, a young man gets shot and killed on 137th Street, not too far where Mr. Alba used to work. Why? A gun. Just this weekend in Alabama, just this weekend, this Saturday, 4 people shot and killed with what? A gun. A shooter in a Louisville bank kills 5 people with who? With what? With a gun. The horrific elementary school shooting in Tennessee that left 6 people killed, including 3 children. With what? With a gun. Some of my colleagues, after that shooting, wore their AR-15 pins on their lapels and tie clips. I think mocking the death of those innocent kids. So a gun is the common denominator in 8 out of 10 homicides. How can we take that away? We cannot do that. We must continue to fight for common sense gun law. And you know why? I'll ask you all that are here today. You want to find out why guns are not being talked about? Follow the money. Follow the money. Go into each and every one of our campaign accounts and figure out who's getting money from the NRA. Just follow the money. That's a phrase that's usually used on a common basis here in New York City. Very simple. who is the NRA supporting? And so,
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for holding this hearing today in one of the most iconic cities in the world, New York City. I want to especially thank the witnesses, the victims, for your bravery today. It is not easy to come here to talk about this in the public square, but thank you for doing that. When people think of the United States, they think of this city, as was talked about earlier. If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. But underneath all of those twinkling lights, something is not right in New York City. Shootings in Times Square, robberies in broad daylight, stabbings on the subway. I got into a cab yesterday, and the gentleman who was driving had been doing it for 25 years. And without knowing who I was or why I was here, he proceeded to talk about the city. And he said, "This city has changed." And I asked him what he meant by that. And he immediately started talking about the crime. It's gotten so bad, it's out of control. This, unfortunately, is what we get in Joe Biden's America and Alvin Bragg's New York City. To the good people of New York, we hear you. We are here in New York today because we want to hear from you, and we hope that your local leaders start to listen to you as well. When the hearing was first noticed, the district attorney released a statement that we were coming to the, and I quote, safest big city in America, and that this hearing was a political stunt. You want to know the real political stunt? Politicians in New York and other places continually pushing failed policies despite knowing that they don't work. Let's talk about this for a second. According to the New York Police Department, in Alvin Bragg's first year in public office in 2022, rapes are up 7%, felony assaults rose 13%, robberies spiked 26%, burglaries are up 23%, grand larceny is up 26%, auto theft has risen 32%, 170,000 felonies in New York City in 2022 alone, the most since 2006. Does that sound like the safest big city in America? I think not. The question is why? New York State eliminated cash bail for most crimes, tying the hands of judges and law enforcement. Alvin Bragg's day one memo, which outlined his office's position that he would not prosecute certain types of crimes. In addition, rather than approach each case on the facts of the offense committed, his office is focused on how much money you make, your circumstances, or your immigration status before deciding whether to charge a crime. And of course, as was already talked about, defunding $1 billion out of the New York Police Department's budget. 52% of felony charges are downgraded to misdemeanors in this district attorney's office, the highest number in years. The felonies they actually decide to prosecute, his office was only successful in securing the conviction on 50% of those, the lowest number in years. On misdemeanors, 29% of misdemeanor charges resulted in conviction. If you listen to the district attorney, he sounds and acts more like a public defender than a prosecutor. If you want to defend criminals, be a public defender. If you want to change policy, run for the state assembly. Instead of partnering with the New York Police Department to prosecute these crimes, he seems hostile. It's no wonder that officers in the New York Police Department are resigning at a record rate. According to a recent article by the New York Post, there is a 117% increase in cops resigning in 2022 alone. That's the most since right after 9/11. Regarding New York's bail law, the John Jay College of Criminal Justice found that approximately 72% of violent felony offenders who were released without bail were rearrested. Recidivism is so bad in New York that 327 individuals were arrested for more than 6,000 crimes of retail theft. That's not giving somebody a second chance. That's letting them do the same thing over and over again to about 20 times and still letting them off the hook. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Maybe the 21st time they'll wake up. From an interview in January, District Attorney Bragg said he knows what's going on in the streets. Does he? It doesn't sound like it. Ms. Brame, I want to start with you and to the other victims. Who benefits more in this city, law-abiding citizens or criminals?
Can you repeat that, please?
Who benefits more in this city, law-abiding citizens or criminals?
Oh, absolutely criminals, 100%.
Ms. Harrison?
No.
Mr. Borgen?
Unfortunately, it's the criminals who are getting all the perks.
Ms. Brame, have you spoken to the district attorney about your son's case?
Absolutely not. No response.
If you could speak to him today about it, what would you say?
I would demand that he reopen that gang assault and that murder case against Mary Saunders and Travis Stewart. If no one is above the law, prove it. Prove it by prosecuting them. Bring that case to trial.
Thank you for your time today, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Brame, you said earlier that you are only hearing about Donald Trump from one side and not the other. But I want to tell you that that's very, very intentional, because they know that they are using taxpayer money to defend a private citizen in his own criminal investigation, and that that is an abuse of their power. The day before this investigation began, public reporting revealed that Donald Trump and his legal team directed House Republicans to initiate an investigation into Alvin Bragg. And they're now scrambling to justify this investigation with after-the-fact explanations, including the preposterous explanation that he spent $5,000 of federal money on this years-long investigation. They have spent many multiples of that amount of money on this hearing alone in order to hold it in Manhattan. Now, I've asked the chairman and other members of House leadership to tell the American public what kind of collusion they have been doing with Donald Trump to use the power of this committee and of this Congress to interfere in this prosecution. They have thus far refused. But we will learn about that collusion, because the Manhattan District Attorney has a lawsuit against the chairman, and they will be able to compel disclosure of the communication and coordination as part of that lawsuit. But that's why we are here, and that's what we want to emphasize to you. And we're not insulting you. Your experiences are devastating. But the problem is that this is a charade to cover up for an abuse of power, that they are going around talking incessantly outside of this hearing about Donald Trump. And the purpose of this hearing is to cover up for what they know to be an inappropriate investigation. Now, I look forward, many of you are
Can I
in New
respond
York
to you,
City.
please?
No, not right now, because I only have 20 seconds. I'm sorry. But I do
Don't
want to
insult
talk.
my intelligence. That you're not.
Hang on. The gentleman's time.
I'm not
time
insulting
Okay,
your
you're
intelligence.
trying to insult me like
Time.
I'm not aware of
Ms.
what's going
Ms.
on
Brame,
here.
Thank you.
Okay?
Time
I'm
belongs to the
fully aware of what's going on here.
gentleman. Will suspend. Gentleman gets another 15 seconds.
Thank you.
That's
Time
why I
belongs-
walked away from the plantation of the Democratic Party.
Committee will be in order. Committee
Ms.
will be
Brame,
in
what I
order.
was about to say is that as a representative of this city, I look forward to working with you, with Ms. Harrison, Mr. Holden, Mr. Borgen, all of you who are involved and engaged in our criminal justice system. Because as I said, and my colleagues have referenced,
Gentleman's time
we
has
do
expired.
have a problem, not
Gentleman's
only
time-
in New York City, but around the country.
Gentleman's
So
time has
hopefully
expired.
we can
Gentleman
work
yields
together
back.
to reach real solutions, not charades like
from,
this. And I yield
gentlelady
back.
from New York, Ms. Stefanik, is recognized for 5 minutes.
As a native New Yorker, born and bred, I think it's important to note that many of the Democrats on this committee have smeared brave victims and fellow New Yorkers here today, calling them props, a circus, a performance, MAGA Broadway pops, and an underlying sham. What have Republicans focused on? We've focused on giving victims a voice. We've focused on crimes. We've focused on your story as a father, visiting your son at the hospital, seeing his face beaten in with an anti-Semitic hate crime. We're focused, Ms. Brame, on your story as a mother, grieving the loss, rightfully grieving the loss, and advocating on behalf of your son and his legacy. Ms. Harrison, we heard your story about losing your loved one. And Mr. Alba, we heard your story, just the personal challenges you've faced dealing with the consequences of the vicious crime perpetrated against you. And in addition to House Democrats belittling the victims here today, Democrats have politicized this hearing, mentioning Donald Trump 38 times. That number for Republicans is 0. We are focused on victims and making sure that we support law and order in this country. There is a catastrophic crime crisis across America, specifically in our great cities and great cities like New York. New Yorkers know it, Americans know it. And while Democrats on this committee may claim that New York is not the other, look no further than the last November election, where we flipped 4 congressional seats, delivering the House majority. What was the number one issue? It was crime, because voters are smart. The people are smart. Mr. DiGiacomo, as a longtime member of law enforcement, I wanted to get your testimony today. How long have you served in law enforcement?
Approximately 40 years.
And in those 40 years, would you say the crime crisis today is worse than you've ever seen it?
That's correct.
Crime is up. Is it fair to say that it is a result of failed bail reform policies in Albany and Alvin Bragg's day one memo?
100%.
And here are some important numbers. In 2022, District Attorney Bragg's first year as DA, New York City saw a 23% surge in major crimes. Is that true?
That's correct.
From 2019 to 2022, murders are up 93%.
That's correct.
From 2019 to 2022, robberies are up 43%.
Correct.
Felony assaults are up 32%.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that law enforcement strongly opposed Bragg's day one memo and failed bail reform policies in Albany.
100%.
Mr. DiGiacomo, in fact, you have said, quote, Bragg gives criminals the roadmap to freedom from prosecution and control of our streets. In Bragg's Manhattan, you can arrest, deal drugs, obstruct arrest, and even carry a gun to get away with it. Can you please expound about why law enforcement opposes Alvin Bragg's day one policy and opposes failed bail reform?
Well, because again, every time a detective or a police officer puts himself or herself in harm's way, arresting a felon or anyone for any crime, they're released immediately with no consequences.
Mr. Borgen, as a family member of a victim of a heinous violent crime, your son, as you talked about, was a victim of a violent anti-Semitic hate crime committed at a pro-Israel event. Your son was jumped, beaten, and sprayed with mace. In fact, and I think it's important for the American people and my colleagues across the aisle to hear this, your son describes this as a whole crowd of people proceeded to kick me, punch me, beat me down. I felt a liquid being poured on my face, and at first I thought I was getting urinated on, but it turned out I was getting maced and pepper sprayed. My face was on fire. That pain was worse than the concussion and all this other stuff that followed. And yet the attacker said, if I could do it again, I would do it again. And yet District Attorney Alvin Bragg gave him a sweetheart deal. What is your message to District Attorney Alvin Bragg?
Well, the man is incompetent, obviously, in the big scheme of things. But unfortunately, our hands are tied. He can come to us. He offered him other deals. My son did not accept it. Right now, the court case is pending and different deals are passing on from back and forth. But, between me and you, I lost faith in the justice system with Alvin Bragg. I don't feel anything's going to get done. Like in the other cases also, her son's attackers walking around scot-free like nothing happened. It's a disgrace. And I just want to say to you, Mr. Ivey, I compliment you. You're the only one who sat here on the Democratic side, didn't bring up Donald Trump. And you're a mensch. You talk straight. You didn't look to make partisan politics here. I want to compliment you.
Ms. Harrison, what's your message to Alvin Bragg?
I'm a walking example of not ever being whole 18 years after losing a loved one under horrific circumstances and not seeing justice. My life will never, ever be complete without Kevin, and knowing that the murderers' families are walking free, spending Christmases and Easters with their family is it's beyond comprehension. So I hope that he will pay attention to what's happening here today and realize the effect that he's having on survivors of homicide victims for the rest of their lives.
Thank you to the victims for the bravery sharing your stories. Thank you to our former law enforcement officers for your leadership. Yield back.
Gentlelady yields back just to the witnesses. Now we'll just be on this side. I think the Democrats have all went. It's about 40 more minutes. If you got to step out, just please let us know. But we want every member to get a chance to talk to you. If you need to step out, please just excuse yourself, and Capitol Police make sure you know where you're going out there. With that, I yield to the gentleman from 5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
I thank the chairman. Much has been made about why we are in New York City. In a memorable moment shortly before he was elected, former Mayor Rudolph Giuliani told an editorial board meeting he cared about statistics, but the real measure would be whether people actually feel safer. That, he said, was the ultimate test of policing and political leadership. He said that in 1993 when New York was averaging 2,000 murders a year. By 2013, it was down to 333 due to the strong support of law enforcement and the anti-crime policies adopted by the city. Got down to 288 by 2018, but now it is back up to the mid 400s. I think this is the question, is whether or not you feel safe. And the question I'd ask of Ms. Brame, Ms. Harrison, others, do you feel safe in New York City right now?
No.
Mr. Alba, do you feel safe in New York City? Right. And Mr. Giacomo, your history in law enforcement, you said it's as unsafe as you've ever seen it today in New York.
Yes, that's correct.
And isn't that the ultimate measure? Isn't that the question? And I think one of the things that I think merits focusing on is the question that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been talking about in terms of jurisdiction. What is the jurisdiction here? Mr. Giacomo, are you familiar with 922G and 924C in the federal code?
No, I'm not. I'm sorry.
922G being felons in possession, 924C being the ability to be able to go after somebody and give it a heightened sentencing for their use of firearms and crimes. And my question here, we might suspend.
The committee will suspend. The gentleman is recognized to continue.
All right, so we're back on. 922G and 924C. These are federal crimes, right? And they're federal crimes that we have programs like Project Safe Neighborhoods that work with local law enforcement, where we have the United States Attorney's Office in coordination to try to combat crime and the use of firearms in crimes. Now, I suppose we could go through and look at the laundry list of legislation that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have introduced to repeal said federal laws, that these federal laws should not exist. Now, we want to have a debate about federalism about that. Happy to have it. But we're not doing that, are we? Because that's not what this is about. It's about show. The fact is we do have federal laws on the books to go after criminal misuse of firearms, but they're not being enforced. And they're also not being enforced at the local level. Those are the facts. And the facts are we're letting criminals out of jail. If you look at the data is clear. The average criminal has 11 prior arrests, 5 criminal convictions. 77% have
We
5
need the
plus
crowd to be quiet, please. Thank you.
5 plus prior arrests. 74% have prior violent arrests. 30% have prior arrests for guns and weapon offenses. Even though these individuals have lengthy criminal records, 52% served a year or less. 60% are rearrested within 2 years of release. The fact is, we have a recidivism problem, and we have now gone down the road of decarceration. Hundreds of thousands of criminals have been released. Just since 2020, the incarcerated population is down about 300,000, when it was 2.1 million, which, by the way, was pretty far down from the levels when we had the safest numbers in the safest streets in the city. But this isn't about some libertarian worldview of letting out a few potheads who are allegedly rotting in jail. 88% of prisoners are incarcerated in the state systems for murder, rape, robbery, and assault. It's responsible for most of those sentences. A mere 14% are in custody primarily for narcotics offenses, and the vast majority of these are felony trafficking crimes and misdemeanor possession. My question is for you, Mr. Giacomo, is do you think that we have a problem with the gun issue, or do you think we have a problem with letting criminals out on the streets?
Well, the criminals are being let out at an alarming rate. And I just want to make it clear here that the guns, I'm speaking for New York City, the guns that are being used here in New York City are illegal guns.
Yeah.
They're illegal guns that are brought here into New York City and being used to victimize the people.
And are they being prosecuted heavily by the DA here?
No, they're not.
Right. And isn't that the problem?
That is a major problem.
And are they being prosecuted in coordination with the United States Attorney's Office using 922G and 924C to prosecute them?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Right. And isn't that fundamentally the problem?
Correct.
Question I have, my colleagues on the side of the aisle mentioned former President Trump a number of times. I would just ask, was it former President Trump, Ms. Brame, that killed your son?
No.
Ms. Harrison, was it former President Trump that killed your loved ones?
No.
Was it former President Trump that stabbed Mr. Alba? Was it former President Trump that prosecuted Mr. Alba and prosecuted him for defending himself? No. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the representative from Texas, Mr. Niels.
All right. Check, check.
All right, as a former law enforcement officer for 30 years, sheriff of a large county in the great state of Texas, what I've seen happening in our country is disturbing and should be a concern to all of us. Crime is at an all-time high. The American people can't trust their government. And the left wants to defund the police because law enforcement shootings where police acted inappropriately, those officers were rightly charged and sentenced. What we saw in 2020 with rioting across our country, led to numerous attacks on law enforcement and citizens with hundreds of millions of dollars in damage to buildings. The left will rally their troops. They'll rally them. They'll get them all together in the name of social justice. But little is being made of the hundreds of victims of crime in Chicago and New York and other large cities run by liberals, because the victims and suspects of those crimes are predominantly Black. And in those cases, Black lives don't matter. Right. They don't matter. Shame on them. And the dishonest media. The dishonest media is the greatest threat, folks. You in the back. You are the greatest threats to this country. And we've seen it, and the American people know it. Most people on the left, if not in this room, you've heard of Eric Gardner. I'm sure you've heard of him. You've heard of George Floyd. You've heard of Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown. You've heard of all those names. But what about the hundreds of innocent victims in Chicago, Philadelphia, Baltimore? You'll never hear their names. You'll never hear them named. Shameful. If you've watched the news lately, it's no shocker. Alvin Bragg likes to prosecute. He's even a fan of increasing misdemeanors to felonies for certain individuals he don't like. Some of those individuals, he said, he's the greatest danger to our country. Mr. Bragg, I hope you're watching. I hope you're watching today, sir. You're a disgrace. You're a danger to this country, and I will do everything I can in my power to hold you accountable. Your job, Mr. Bragg, is to protect the residents here in Manhattan, and decreasing felonies to misdemeanors. Decreasing felonies to misdemeanors and is dangerous and places the victim last. Mr. Kessler, I'll start with you. You work for Senator Schumer and other members on crime policy. That's great. So I want to get your perspective on this Day One memo. You're familiar? You familiar with this?
I am not.
You're not familiar with this Day One memo and you come here today? I should provide you a copy. According to the Manhattan DA, the aim of the Day One memo is to reduce Manhattan's over-incarceration issue and to deliver safety and fairness for all. And so I ask you, you're not familiar with the memo. The Day One memo stated the DA's office will not prosecute minor offenses that, quote, have no impact on public safety, end quote. So let's talk about some of the things Alvin Bragg considers minor offenses. Resisting arrest. Can you tell me how not prosecuting this makes New York safer? Resisting arrest.
I'd have to.
We're not going to prosecute it in New York. We're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. Did you ever ask law enforcement? Mr. Giangelo, how do you feel about that? How do your law enforcement officers feel about not prosecuting resisting arrest?
They weren't happy about it. That's
Well, you wonder why 1,400 officers left New York PD in 2022. Why in the hell would you work here? I'd go out into the suburbs where you can go out there and fight crime and be respected. You're not getting that in these large cities such as Manhattan. You want to defund NYPD $1 billion in 2020, and you wonder why we are in the state of emergency we are in. Mr. Bragg laid out 5 sections of law that covers armed robberies and says New York will not prosecute them. In short, according to this memo, if you hold a gun to a clerk's face and ask, empty the cash register, sir, we are going to take that, and that's going to be a misdemeanor, no big deal. That's no big deal. How do you feel about that, Mr. Kessler? What if I come over there and I put my pistola and screw it in your ear, and I don't say anything bad to you, and we're just going to say, Mr. Niles, that's just a misdemeanor here in the great state of New York?
Well, that has happened to me.
Well, sad, isn't it? How'd you feel about that?
I was pretty scared.
Pretty scared.
Yes.
But we're going to consider that a misdemeanor here in New York. It's unacceptable. It's disgraceful. And I wish I had more time.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the congressman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pretrial release decisions. New York state law requires an annual report of pretrial release decisions made by New York City courts. The latest data released in September of 2022 shows that statistics of pretrial release granted to individuals across all categories of offense between 2019 and 2021. Here's a few takeaways from that. Since New York City repealed cash bail for certain nonviolent felonies in 2019, the instances of imposing bail have decreased across all categories of offense, including violent felonies. Release was granted in more than 75% of nonviolent felony cases in 2021. And of those released, 40% went on to commit another crime within 180 days, with 10% of those being violent felonies. In those cases where bail was actually set, which in 2021 was about 12,000 cases, more than 3,700 of those had bail set at $1. I wanted to highlight those statistics for a couple of reasons. The first is to show that weak bail policies in New York City do, in fact, have an effect on violent crime. Thousands of violent felony offenders are being released under their own reconnaissance, or in some cases, like I said, for $1. And then within 6 months, are back in front of the same judge. And then the second is to say that the pretrial release statistics play an important role in helping the public and Congress actually understand whether a state's bail policies are contributing to a spike in violent crime. So I'd ask this, and I'd ask Congress that we should take up a bill that we've worked on in past Congresses, and the Pretrial Release Reporting Act, so we can see how other state bail policies are contributing to really an epidemic that's nationwide right now. So, Ms. Harrison, I was going to ask you, can you just comment kind of in general on pretrial statistics and the issues related to that, not just in New York, but nationwide?
I mean, as you mentioned, we see it across the board all over the news that people are killed or victimized by people that are released under pretrial, least restrictive conditions, bail reform, cashless bail, whatever you want to call it. We have over 305 people that are dead in New York because of bail reform. Christina Lee was murdered here in New York by somebody that was on supervised release, which really is non-existent. So across the board, across the country, it's awful, and it's victimizing people.
Thank you. Mr. DiGiacomo, I just wanted to get your opinion on how these type of pretrial decisions erodes the relationship between law enforcement and the district attorney's office.
Well, I've always remembered the police and the district attorney's office work together to help the victims of crime. I don't see that happening in Manhattan, and it's caused more people to die.
It's got to be disheartening for officers on the street to go out, do their job on a daily basis, make the arrests, do the right thing, put their lives at stake, and then find out on the back end that the DA didn't follow through on either prosecuting or, at the end of the day, kind of a slap in the face when you find out that they were released on a $1 decision.
Well, absolutely. And like I said earlier, every time you engage the criminal element, you're putting your life in harm's way.
Very good. Thank you.
I think. Yep.
I yield to the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you. When I think of victims of crime, being a sheriff, having to deal with it pretty much all my life, and I think about an individual having to protect himself. And when you have some type of a knucklehead, we got one over here on this poster board, Mr. Alba, you have to deal with this. This guy's in your face. You felt scared, didn't you? Did you feel this guy was going to possibly kill you? Maybe cause serious bodily injury, if not death? Then you have a right. You have a right as an American citizen to use deadly force, sir, and eliminate that threat. You have a right to do that. Everybody in this room would agree with that, wouldn't you? I mean, when
Will
is
the gentleman
it okay
yield
in
for
America?
1 minute?
For a second, sir, will you yield over here?
When can we look at, if somebody puts a knife to you or a clerk at a cashier anywhere in this country, and he's threatening to say, I'm going to kill you, you don't give your money, I would encourage the residents in the great state of Texas and my county to defend yourself. Defend yourself. You are given that God-given right. And that means pulling out a weapon and put two at center mass. You'll reduce recidivism, won't you? And you won't have a repeat offender.
Gentlemen, time has expired. The gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Sparks, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm one person that always believed that the greatest of our country is the freedoms and greatness of our people. And someone who came from a communist country, it appalled me what's happened in our country. And I said that unfortunately Congress became a circus and charade. Unfortunately, what's happened in your district is also a circuit and charade. And I appreciate people being here, Mr. Alba, Ms. Harrison, Ms. Brame, and actually sharing your personal story. And I apologize on the behalf of the Congress. I also appreciate Mr. Holden sitting here and actually willing to challenge your own party. I actually do it quite a lot. And a lot of people in your party don't have that strength. And I hope we can see more of that. You know, on the way here, one of my constituents texted me. We had police officer suicide. We had police officer killed in the district last year. We have a serious problem with our criminal justice system. Our government is set up to protect people's rights to life, liberty, and property, and it's not doing it. People playing politics, and it is one of the core functions, and this committee has that function. So I appreciate Mr. Chairman actually having field hearing. I should appreciate my Democrat colleagues showed up this time because I hope we'll do more. Because the city of Indianapolis has higher murder rates than the city of Chicago. And we have a Democrat prosecutor. He is not enforcing the crime, the laws. And what the problem is what we have right now, and I actually agree with Mr. Goldman and Lofgren about jurisdiction. It's a challenge. I want to hear what we can do, what we shouldn't be doing, and I hope we will have more discussion about jurisdiction because we're overreaching significantly on the states' rights. And a former state senator, I have a huge problem with that. I also agree with, at least appreciate Mr. Ivey said, you know what, it's all about gun control. At least he's honest, okay? Not like do all this talking points. Like I was listening to TV this morning. They already say, oh, committee came about talking about all the break. I honestly don't give about him. I actually care what is happening in this country. And I think it's important for us to hear from we the people because people are not heard in D.C. There is no lobby for the people in Washington, D.C. So hopefully you start being more active in that. I also think, what Mr. Aspiad said, follow the money. I actually would like to follow the money. Why we're not dealing with hospital monopolies that Chuck Schumer is supporting so much? Why we're not dealing with a border situation that all those NGOs get money, who knows when the hell they're doing with that? And why we have the crises with all the situation. But I want to try to ask you, if we want to find common ground, I actually, on the criminal justice subcommittee, tried to pass some laws on a bipartisan basis. But is there any in your party except gun control? I know that Ms. Fisher, you mentioned about, the safe storage and everything. I just don't see anything how I am and my kids are going to be safer if I lock up my guns. I just feel actually as a female, I feel not as safe. And I don't know how long overwhelmed police officers will take them now to get to help us. So I think it's really strange for me. We try to take, protection from law-abiding citizens and believe that criminals are not going to get gun. I mean, there is anything else except gun control. Maybe we should reform education and have some wraparound preventive services and have more competition in education that these kids actually taught some values. They don't have a 10% or 8% literacy rate that they have to get into gangs. Is there anything else you can say except gun control?
So comprehensive solutions to reducing violence in New York City have actually been incredibly effective. And that's why if I set the record straight, because we've been talking a lot about statistics, the NYPD's own data has shown that shootings are down in the first quarter, 19%. Homicides are down 9%.
Okay, Mr. Kessler, my question for you. You've been talking a lot about trafficking and, I'm going to be talking about child trafficking, human trafficking, drug trafficking on the border, and cartels actually doing what this gun violence associated with them. Can we find common ground on that?
Let me try to.
I mean, is cartel not a problem? Can you tell me the trafficking of guns done by Mexican cartels that now is subsidized with taxpayers' money? Is it not a problem? Can we find a common ground on that?
Perhaps if I
But
could
let's talk about that. I mean, why cannot we talk about that?
if I could just have 30 seconds to
Okay.
answer.
Well, I don't have 30 seconds, but
Back in the Wayback Machine, I helped with Chuck Schumer, worked on the 1994 crime bill, which I know not everybody loves. But one of the things about that crime, it was huge, it was comprehensive. It was one of the things that brought down crime in this country. But one of the most important things about that crime bill, Schumer gets a lot of credit for it. Henry Hyde, the Republican ranking member, worked on it closely with Schumer too. It was a bipartisan effort, and solutions was taken from both sides. And
but let's talk
wasn't
about it.
perfect,
But
the
we right now
crime-
not do it.
crime rate started
My
going
time
down.
is
It was-
expired, but we need to stop playing politics with people's life. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me say first, I appreciate you having this hearing. And let me set the record straight for the people in New York. This is not the first hearing on crime we've had since Mr. Jordan's been chairman. A few weeks ago, we went to Yuma, Arizona. We saw where people were coming across the border. 106 different nations, 107,000 fentanyl deaths. We talk about mass shootings. We only had 74 people killed by mass shootings last year in America. We're losing more than that today, and just in this hearing alone, to fentanyl poisoning. So we've been out here, and we're going to go to other areas where there's crime, and we're going to have hearings because it's a concern. I mean, Victoria's right. We have to begin to address these issues that are threatening American citizens. And so, Ms. Brame, you actually took one of my talking points a while ago. Crime, the criminal does not differentiate between a Republican and a Democrat. I was stabbed a few years ago, and I was glad the DA actually charged the man for attempted murder and put him behind bars. It made us all feel a little safer. And so thank you for being here. Ms. Harrison, thank you for being here. Mr. Alba, thank you for being here. And Mr. DiGiacomo, I want to talk to you a little bit about just what we're seeing with the rules. The DA came in with this new rules, this set of rules. And are you seeing officers retire now and go into other lines of work as a result of the policies?
Well, I lost 600 detectives retired this year alone. Just to give a clear consensus on what that means, in 2001, in the terrorist attacks, we had 7,500 detectives. Right now, I'm working with 5,400 detectives, and we're doing more investigative steps now than we were done then because of the video canvases, and we're also doing counterterrorism duties as well here in New York City.
What do you think the primary reason the detectives, you're losing that experience level? Why are they leaving?
Well, when you're a detective, you investigate crimes, and sometimes it takes months to investigate those crimes. And there are reports that are this high, and the detective puts many, many hours and days and weeks sometimes investigating those crimes just for the individual to be let go. And they're getting frustrated, and they are frustrated, is the real
And
fact.
I guess they risk these lives as they're investigating these crimes as well.
Always, always.
Health.
Yes, always. New York City detectives do everything from patrol to climb the bridges and everything in between, homicide, special victims, narcotics divisions. So detectives and all police officers here in New York City do very dangerous work 24 hours a day.
Mr. Giacomo, I got a question. I find it interesting that when a law enforcement officer uses a weapon to defend himself or even in pursuit of a criminal, it's always the law enforcement officer's fault. But when it's the criminal using the gun, it's always the gun's fault. How do we address that in society? Why does the left always drive that narrative?
Well, it's very simple. It's the person that is handling the gun. It's the criminal element that's using the gun and victimizing other people here in New York City and across this country.
So in some sense, it must be the person, the individual responsible, not the law enforcement officer himself.
100%.
How do you find a man or a lady that wants to be law enforcement officer if she pulls her weapon in a life-threatening situation and she shoots somebody? She's going to be tried for murder, or he's going to be tried for some sort of crime. But if he doesn't pull his weapon, he ends up dying. How do you recruit people to go into that industry?
It's a dying profession.
That's it's scary for me, for our society in general. If we cannot recruit good law enforcement officers, then they're crucified by the left and the media when they act to save themselves or their partners' lives.
And if I may,
yes, please.
There's no profession, at least here in New York City, that has more oversight than the New York City Police Department. There are about 10 levels of oversight, and no one else has that level of oversight like the New York City Police Department.
And it's typically in society, and this is for all folks in blue cities or any other cities. Often they want to disarm law-abiding citizens, and they say, "Well, call the police. If you have an intruder, call the police." And then at the same time, they're defunding the police. What kind of situation, Ms. Harrison, does that put society in when you can't defend yourself?
A horrible situation, and at the same time, in the name of ending mass incarceration, as they like to gaslight everybody with, they're releasing very violent recidivists with no oversight because they're removing any kind of parole supervision, bail supervision. So we do need to be able to defend ourselves in some way, shape, or form.
Is that weapon? I mean, my daughters have concealed carry permits. It's the equalizer, correct? For a lady who's being attacked by an assailant who's much bigger, much heavier, much stronger, does it not equalize the playing field?
I believe it does.
Thank you. With that, I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Witnesses, we just got a few more, but these are very important members, great people, and we're going to go now with the gentlelady from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone for being here. I represent the state of Wyoming. There are 560,000 people in my state. I grew up outside of a town of 350 people. I currently live in our largest city of 60,000 people. I want you to know, Mr. Alba, Ms. Harrison, Ms. Brame, Mr. Bergen, we pay a lot of attention to what goes on here. We know about you. When I read about your situation, Mr. Alba, and what happened to you the next day after it happened, I prayed for you. I prayed for your family. As I read the testimony that you have provided to us today, it makes my heart break to know that you, as family members, have gone through something so devastating. But to make it even worse, our criminal justice system has treated you so poorly since that you have gone through these things. I will tell you, it has been interesting to listen to you talk about your loved ones, talk about the fear that you faced with this situation, Mr. Alba, the loss that you're still suffering from 18 years later after losing your loved one. How much love you have for your son, how much love you have for your son and your family and your community. And I do want you to know that we're not here for grandstanding. We're not here for anything other than the fact that we're recognizing that across the country, there is a sickness pervading our communities that is destroying who and what we are. And it's not just about guns. I watched you, Ms. Fisher, as you secretly smiled at some of the Congress members on the other side, as people on our side talked about the gun issue. I understand you believe that it is an inanimate object that somehow can create or cause the mass shootings, that it's not the individual. One of the things that has struck me today is that as we talk about these mass shootings, nobody has talked about the drugs that these people were on. Nobody has talked about the psychology of this. We just had a woman shoot and kill 3 young children and 3 teachers, and yet no one has talked about what kind of drugs she may have been taking, what kind of psychosis she was suffering from. Clearly, she was suffering from a psychosis. She claimed that she was a boy when she was a girl. We have to be looking at those kinds of things. It's not the guns. It's what we're teaching in school. It's the rot in our culture. It is the fact that we are losing our society because we're unwilling to recognize that there is evil, and when there's evil, we need to address it. When someone does something to your family members that is illegal, we need to take them off the streets. We don't need to try to figure out what may have happened in their background. If they've done something, if they've stabbed a beautiful young man as they did your son, they need to be taken off the street and they need to be punished. We need to protect our law-abiding citizens, and we need to protect our communities. We also need to protect our police officers. Mr. DeGiacomo, the thing that has struck me as I listened to the testimony is the fear that I have, and you were just speaking with it a moment ago with my colleague, Mr. Moore, about the impact that this is having on our law enforcement officers. And you said something that was extremely jarring, which is it's a dying profession. And what that means is we're heading toward anarchy and lawlessness. When I was driving in last night from the airport, what struck me as I drove down the streets of this city that I love, I've spent a lot of time in New York City. Coming from Wyoming, I love this city. But what I started seeing out the window was almost an escape from New York feel. We don't want our big cities to die. We don't want to lose the culture that we have here. We in Wyoming love New York. We love Portland. We love Austin, Texas. We love these places. They're part of our culture and the fabric of our society. But we have to address the fact that there are people who are willing to kill and stab and hurt other people. And it is the responsibility of our law enforcement and our prosecutors to make sure that they can't hurt anyone else. With that, I want to tell you, there have been many times today that you've been called victims, and I don't see you as victims. I see you as very, very brave people for being willing to come in here today and tell your story and make sure that everybody in this country knows your names and knows the names of your family members. With that, I yield back.
Well said. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hunt is recognized.
I cannot thank you all enough for being here. Thank you for sharing your lives with us. Thank you for sharing your stories. I greatly appreciate it. And being from Texas, it's an honor to be in your presence. In the 90s, mid to late 90s, New York City was considered one of the safest cities in America. When I was at West Point from 2000 through 2004, I took that train down here many a day. Had a pretty good time in this city, and I felt relatively safe when I did just that. But while Alvin Bragg is a Manhattan district attorney, his policies are not isolated to this borough. His pro-criminal policies are just an example of what Soros-funded district attorneys are implementing across our great nation. Their ideology is responsible for the death, rape, and robbery of innocent people across America, and it is disproportionately impacting poor Black and brown people. In Democrat-run cities across America, criminals are given deference and victims are left to fend for themselves, as you have articulated today. Why do these Soros-funded district attorneys put criminals first and victims last? It's what they believe. It's who they are. Our cities are crumbling around us. Criminals are running rampant, and that's because district attorneys in San Francisco, Los Angeles, Chicago, and even my home city of Houston are advocating for pro-criminal policies. And Alvin Bragg fits this profile in my humble opinion. Let's talk about Alvin Bragg. He's a woke, progressive district attorney with no different than any other progressive DA in our country right now. He was elected as a Manhattan DA in 2021. His policies should not be surprising, given that he was heavily supported by Black Lives Matters PAC that was directly funded by George Soros. In fact, George Soros donated $1 million to that PAC less than a week after endorsing Bragg. Under the guise of helping people of color, he causes them more harm with his pro-criminal policies. Since Bragg has taken office, New York City residents are worried about increasing threats of violence. Do you know who doesn't have to worry about violence? Alvin Bragg. Bragg is surrounded by men with guns every single day. But if you're a regular New Yorker coming home late at night on the subway, you may be robbed, stabbed, raped, or even pushed in front of a train. Do you know what the fastest growing demographic of gun ownership is in America? Black women. Black women. Why? Because they know they have to protect themselves in Democrat-run cities where criminals are allowed to roam free. That is a fact. Now, many of my colleagues on the left like to say that our justice system is two-tiered, that it favors the powerful and connected at the expense of poor people of color. But in Bragg's office, there's a two-tier justice system. It's criminals first and victims second, especially victims of color. We have an opportunity to vote out DAs just like this, to make people that look like me and you, ma'am, safer. Let me take it one step further. Not just people that look like you and me. Every single American that lives in this country should feel safe to live in their own streets. End of discussion. I'm sitting here right now and I'm hearing Trump, 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 Trump. And at the end of the day, the people that are sitting here right now, they don't want to hear that. The only thing you want is safety. We are not grandstanding. I am not grandstanding. I can assure you, I would love to be holding my 4-month-old boy right now. But I am here to fight for you and to hear your stories and to allow you to tell your stories. And for that, I am forever grateful. And ma'am, You ain't the only one that's actually left the plantation. It's happening all over the country. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Kiley is recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In recent years, we have seen a movement to fundamentally change America's approach to law and order by defunding police departments and by putting so-called progressive prosecutors in district attorneys' offices. Mr. DiGiacomo, you were the head of the New York Detectives Endowment Association. What connection do you see between these two things, defund the police and progressive prosecutors?
Well, they're following the progressive line and not backing the police, not caring about the victims, and putting the criminal element back out onto the street to victimize the people of this city and state and country.
That's right. Both seek to eliminate or neutralize the capabilities of law enforcement, correct?
Well, it's been compromised already.
That's right. And thereby removing or reducing the consequences of criminal activity, correct?
Correct.
So these policies have gained a major foothold in several cities, including the one that we're in right now. So we can assess what the impact has been. And one way to assess that impact, of course, is looking at the effect on crime rates. Now, Mr. Holden, you're an elected city council member in New York, member of the Democratic Party, and you testified today about failed progressive policies. So just to be clear, when you say these are failed progressive policies, is that because they've caused crime to go up or to go down?
Again, I'm a critic of my party's stance on crime. Everything's gone up. All their policies have led to an increase in crime. And I think we saw it come to a head with the war on police that started after George Floyd, and it went national. And so you saw this kind of crime wave go throughout the entire country.
That's right. And in fact, if you look at yesterday's New York Times, it reported that major crime in New York this year is 45% up from 2 years ago. This is from the New York Times. And to your point, in Los Angeles, violent crime is 86% higher than the national average. In San Francisco, overall crime is 111% higher than the national average. So you can also then look to assess the impact of these policies, about how people are responding to them. Would you say, Council Member Holden, that these failed progressive policies have caused more people to move to New York City or to move away from New York City?
Certainly away from New York City. I've never seen it this bad. Like I said, I grew up in the 80s and 90s in New York, and I saw horrific crime numbers. But now it's much, much worse because it's all over. The lawlessness, mayhem is all over.
And in fact, the state of New York is second in the nation in terms of one-way U-Haul rentals, people who are leaving. First place, of course, is California now, 3 years running. Los Angeles County, where George Gascon is the district attorney, accounts for half the people leaving California. In San Francisco, its population is declining faster than any major city in U.S. history. Now, a final way we can assess the impact of these policies is by the judgment of voters. Councilmember Holden, would you say that Mayor Eric Adams made the issue of crime a major plank in his successful campaign for mayor?
Well, that was and certainly is, but he's not getting much support from his colleagues.
Correct. And in Los Angeles, George Gascon has been subject to a vote of no confidence by 36 different city councils within his jurisdiction. And San Francisco voters went so far as to recall their progressive prosecutor from office overwhelmingly. Now, this is not a red city. The Trump-Pence ticket got 12% in San Francisco, and yet voters overwhelmingly recalled that progressive prosecutor. And so the verdict is very clear, that these policies have led to crime skyrocketing, to people fleeing, and they're being rejected by voters. And yet today, on the other side of the table, we have by and large saw members of Congress standing by those policies. And for folks who are watching, and for that matter, the victims and the families who are here today, it must be disheartening. But I'd say it's actually not as bleak as it sounds, that in fact, the voices that we have heard today on the other side are not representative. And for proof of that, just look what happened in DC after the city council there passed a reckless crime bill. In the House majority, we passed legislation to undo what the DC City Council had done. President Biden sided with us and signed that bill. 2 out of 3 Democrat senators sided with us and voted for that bill. Do you know how many members of this committee in the minority voted for that bill? just one. Every single other member voted to keep the reckless pro-criminal DC crime bill in place. So I would say there's a lot more consensus in this country right now than today's hearing makes out, and that the pendulum is swinging back towards supporting victims, supporting law enforcement, supporting law and order. And I look forward to working with people of good faith on both sides of the aisle to restore sanity to our criminal justice system.
Gentleman's time's expired. Mr. Brands, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a greatness in America that has often been reflected over the history of our nation by the greatness in some of our largest cities, like New York City, like Philadelphia, like a couple cities in my state, Austin and Houston, to name a few. But widespread movements in these cities to focus support for criminals instead of victims, to put progressive liberal politics ahead of the lives of all individuals, regardless of political affiliation, to put sound bites ahead of sound policy, and to focus on social justice rather than actual justice have resulted in these Democrat-run cities like New York City being less safe. Of course, if you're talking about the safety and protection of criminals, that's different. Mr. Giacomo, let me see if I understand a couple of statistics correctly, and I'll ask you a couple questions about this. When it relates to Alvin Bragg's Manhattan District Attorney's Office, not even going back before that, but just looking at what he's done and looking at the process in particular. Let's start with somebody that's committed a criminal offense, a felony offense. Since 2019, if you compare 2019 to 2022 statistics, Alvin Bragg has declined to prosecute 35% less felonies than before. But even with those felonies that were charged, he's downgraded 52% of those felonies down to misdemeanors.
Right.
And even when you get past that, of those felonies that actually make it to trial, Alvin Bragg's office is only successful in about half of those cases. So when you start doing the mathematical calculations, if you're a criminal in this city that commits a felony, by the time he declines to prosecute and then downgrades a portion of that what's left and then actually prosecutes those that are left and is unsuccessful in about half of those cases, probably only 1 in 5 at best, maybe 1 in 6 or 1 in 7 that commit a felony criminal offense in the city of New York City and in the Manhattan district in particular actually get convicted of that felony conviction. Is that true?
That's counterproductive to the victims of crime. Correct.
And once convicted, then based on Alvin Bragg's day one memo, he's encouraged less and less of those criminals to actually receive jail time. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
Now, how does that work with the morale of the NYPD?
Well, we're seeing it now where we're having, so many members of the NYPD leaving for other departments and detectives with years and years of experience and knowledge retiring. It's going to have a major impact on public safety here in New York City.
Yeah, does it actually affect their ability to perform their duties?
Oh, absolutely. If you're not prosecuting the crime, again, you're putting your life on the line every time you encounter a criminal or a criminal element, and just for this individual to be let out again, and all your work was done for no reason.
I'd like to know what you're hearing because you have your ear to the ground. What are you hearing from the men and women, the brave men and women of the NYPD about their desire to continue to serve under these kind of circumstances?
It's policing here in New York City is the most difficult I've seen it in 40 years. It's almost impossible for these young cops and old and detectives to do their job effectively because you don't have a clear understanding and working relationship with the district attorney's office.
And how does it affect their job and their ability to perform their job that about half of those actually charged with felonies are out on without any bail at all, awaiting trial, and only about half are in?
Well, it breaks the morale and it breaks your desire to serve and protect the people of the city.
Do you see oftentimes when these that have committed felonies that are awaiting trial are actually out there committing more felonies while they're in their pretrial state?
Well, that's the sad part about this. They're out again victimizing the people of the city. And excuse me, that's why the morale in the NYPD is so low right now.
One of the things that you mentioned in your testimony, your written testimony, is about juvenile offenders. Talk about juvenile offenders under Alvin Bragg's district attorney's office, whether or not they're committing more crimes, whether or not they are incentivized to be part of gangs more than they were before.
Well, it used to be 2% of the crimes in New York City. It's now double digits. And they're committing more crimes, carrying more firearms because they know there are no consequences.
Yeah, and these are the illegal firearms that we've been talking about so
Correct.
much that Alvin Bragg's office has decided not to prosecute under existing law. Is that true?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you for your time. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Last but certainly not least, my friend and colleague, the gentleman from New Jersey, is recognized.
Hi, you guys got to be tired. I know after a while you almost have your eyes glaze over. I want to tell you, and I really mean this, and there's a lot of people in this room who mean it. We appreciate you. We appreciate your bravery, your strength, your love for the ones that you lost. We appreciate the professionals who are here who are willing to speak up against all odds. This is a big deal. And without folks like you, without good Americans like you, without individuals who have the courage and strength to stand up the way that you do, we're definitely doomed. And I also want to promise you something else, and I think the chairman would stick with me on this, and I think the members here would stick with it. We're going to do something. We absolutely didn't do this for an exercise. We absolutely didn't do this for politics. So I do want to say this to my friends on the other side. They threw out all kinds of stuff today, numbers that weren't real, a whole discussion of guns. We can have a lot of discussions on guns, but that wasn't what today was about. It wasn't a discussion about the guns. It was discussion about Alvin Bragg. They talked about George Santos, anti-Semitism, Donald Trump, money going from the NRA to members, which, by the way, I don't think it does, or else I'm surely the only one not getting it. But I asked a few people. I don't think that's accurate either. That's an old political trick, just so that you all who are sitting here at this table know you put the shiny object up here. The shiny object is Donald Trump. So hopefully you hope that you all and that we all get so focused on his issues and get drawn into that. I don't give a damn about his issues right now. We'll deal with his issues, and they're important issues, at another time. I care about your issues. We care about your issues. They should care about your issues, not all this other crap they threw out there. And I'm sorry, I'm a little rough around the edges sometimes, but I'm just telling you the truth. It's about time we hear the truth. And that's what the truth is. And the truth is this. I did write some things down too, that crime rates in our biggest cities have risen to staggering levels. When you say the crime rate or what's really going on, you can't just talk about somebody who is actually was going to be prosecuted, but was released. That's why these numbers look down, because we're releasing everybody. We're not putting them in jail. Bad people should go in jail. That's where they belong. They shouldn't be out so they can hurt your wives, your children, your mothers, your fathers, your grandfathers. We want to be safe. And it doesn't matter if we're, what color, what race, what origin we are. We want to be safe in our homes. I think of what goes on in Chicago. It's not only New York. My God, how many little black babies get shot every single week in that town? And we can stop it. We can stop it if we had good prosecutors. And who's funding these progressive district attorneys? We should know that. Well, it's George Soros. With this increase in crime, you would think their DA would be actively trying to slow it down. He's not. He's taking money from George Soros. No, I don't know any but money from the NRA, but I'll tell you, there's tons of money, tens of millions. In fact, he spent $170 million. That's a lot of dough. $170 million in 2022 and $40 million, which was for local prosecutor elections. We never had money spent like that on prosecutor elections, and it's wrong. Prosecutors should run because they want to defend the law, help their police, and most of all, help you. God bless you after being a victim and losing people you love, that you're here. I can't believe how strong you are. And you know what begs a question too? Who's worse? Is it a prosecutor who doesn't enforce the law or the criminal? Well, the prosecutor who doesn't enforce the law has a broad effect across the whole city and should know better and is taking his position that position of such importance to be the legal guardian, to be the person that's the caretaker of our America, of our cities, of this great city of New York. And what does he do? For politics, he doesn't care. The fact that he didn't sit down and shed some tears with you, it's unbelievable to me. The fact that he put you and accused you of murder. Troy was right before. A man tries to kill you, you've got to stop him. It's your right. But I guess he would have rather that you got killed. I don't understand it. And it's in New York City, it's in Chicago, it's in San Francisco, and this is the facts. Oh, shoot. I got a few more seconds. A few more. The bottom line is the facts are that all the Soros-backed district attorneys are doing this everywhere. It leads to more crime. And I'm going to say this. I'm going to finish up.
Gentlemen.
And I think the answer is, I think he should resign. I swear to God, he should resign, and he should be disbarred.
Gentlemen, time has expired. I want to, this concludes our hearing today. I want to thank our witnesses. I've been in Congress a while, not quite as long as Mr. Nadler, but I've been there a while. And I don't know if I've ever been a part of a hearing with more powerful witnesses telling your story. So thank you for your courage. Thank you for your patience, for being here. God bless you all. And that without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Now, without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
I thank the witnesses.
We believe it's important to hear from victims and their families and keeping community.
Ask questions of Mr. Alba.
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chair would ask the press to maybe clear out of the middle here so we can see our witnesses and proceed with the hearing. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on victims of violent crime in Manhattan. We are joined today by some of our colleagues who would like to participate in the hearing. Ms. Stefanik, Mr. Goldman, whose district we're in, and Mr. Espaillat. Per an agreement with Mr. Nadler and without objection, these members will be permitted to participate in today's hearing for only the purpose of asking questions of the witnesses. Each side will have an additional 5 minutes for these members to question the witnesses. The chair now recognizes himself for an opening
Mr.
statement.
Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent. I understand Mr. Alba may be utilizing the services of an interpreter today, and so that the interpretation time would occur off the clock so that we might be able to ask questions of Mr. Alba.
Without objection, so ordered. While we're speaking of time, I know we have to be back in the Capitol tonight for some votes, so the chair will probably be pretty darn strict with the 5-minute rule, but we want to make sure all our witnesses get their full 5 minutes and members get their time to question. Today's hearing is about the administration of justice and keeping communities safe, something that has always been a central focus of the House Judiciary Committee. Our witnesses today have felt the effects of crime up close and personal. They've been victimized by a justice system that cares more about political correctness than punishing the criminals who've harmed them and harmed their family. We thank them for being here and sharing their story. Their stories are emblematic of a city that's lost its way when it comes to fighting a crime and upholding the law. As we all know, fairness under the law is a bedrock principle of American democracy. In this country, justice is supposed to be blind, regardless of race, religion, or creed. However, here in Manhattan, the scales of justice are weighed down by politics. For the district attorney, justice isn't blind. It's about looking for opportunities to advance a political agenda, a radical political agenda. Rather than enforcing the law, the DA is using his office to do the bidding of left-wing campaign funders. He's taken a soft-on-crime approach to the real criminals. One of Mr. Bragg's first actions upon taking office in January of 2022 was to put out a memo that directed his assistant district attorneys not to prosecute certain crimes, including trespassing and resisting arrest. The memo also stated that armed robberies should not be prosecuted as felonies. Instead, they were to be considered as misdemeanor larceny unless someone was shot during the course of the robbery. Thank goodness, after a backlash from police groups and the public, Mr. Bragg agreed to prosecute some robberies as felonies, but left the rest of the memo in place. The president of NYPD Detectives Endowment Association said, quote, "Bragg gives criminals the roadmap to freedom from prosecution and control of our streets. In Bragg's Manhattan, you can resist arrest, deal drugs, obstruct arrest, and even carry a gun to get away with it." And guess what happened under this new policy? More crime. In 2022, Mr. Bragg's first year as district attorney, New York City saw a 23% surge in major crimes. Felony assaults rose 13%, robberies spiked 26%, burglaries in New York City went up 23%, grand larcenies were up 26%, and auto theft increased 32%. Transit crime surged nearly 30%. Imagine that. You leave criminals on the street, you get more crime. Patrick Lynch, the president of the Police Benevolent Association, said, "Police officers don't want to be sent out to enforce laws that the district attorneys won't prosecute. There are already too many people who believe that they can commit crimes, resist arrest, interfere with police officers, and face zero consequences." We should take a minute here to thank our brave men and women in law enforcement. We got a number of them right here in this building. Thank you for what you do. In the last few years, police have been villainized and harassed by the left and even defunded. These men and women put their lives on the line every day, every single day, and they deserve our deepest gratitude. But that's not what they're getting from left-wing district attorneys here and around the country. Police do their job. They do the hard work. They go out on the streets. They catch the bad guys. And then the DAs don't do theirs, don't do their job. Instead, they let bad guys roam the street. As we'll hear today, repeat offenders are plaguing New York City. On April 6, 2023, NYPD Commissioner Sewell said, "Recidivism is the undertow pulling against everything we are doing to keep our city safe. It is counterproductive to public safety and, frankly, is a perpetual carousel of police resources." Astonishingly, Sewell said that 327 individuals were arrested more than 6,000 times for retail theft. Think about that. 327 individuals responsible for 6,000 retail thefts, what we used to call stealing, taking someone else's property. Each person arrested on average 20 times. Maybe we wouldn't have had that problem if they'd arrested them and kept them in jail after the first, the second, or maybe even the 19th time. Average of 20 times. Given the record of crime, the record level of crime we are seeing around the country, our plan this Congress has been to include field hearings in some of our greatest cities to analyze and highlight how soft on crime policies hurt families, hurt communities, hurt small business owners. We believe it's important to hear from victims and their families who simply want to share their stories, hoping that it will help create change so other families don't have to suffer like they did. What better place to start than New York City, where videos of violent, senseless attacks appear almost daily, and where the DA of Lower Manhattan earned a reputation for caring more about the perpetrators of crime than the victims. Thanks again to all our brave witnesses for being here. And thanks to the NYPD, the Capitol Police, and the Federal Protective Services for all they do to keep people safe. And now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Nadler, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me be very clear. We are here today in Lower Manhattan for one reason and one reason only. The chairman is doing the bidding of Donald Trump. Committee Republicans designed this hearing to intimidate and deter the duly elected district attorney of Manhattan from doing the work his constituents elected him to do. They have demanded access to the inner workings of an ongoing criminal case, information to which they know they are not entitled. They have subpoenaed a witness who used to work for the district attorney, whom they know cannot answer their questions. And they have earned a lawsuit that risks future congressional oversight as a result. They have perpetuated the anti-Semitic and racist tropes that Mr. Trump has directed at both the prosecutor and the judge in this case. They are using their public offices and the resources of this committee to protect their political patron, Donald Trump. It is an outrageous abuse of power. It is, to use the chairman's favorite term, a weaponization of the House Judiciary Committee. I do not know if Mr. Trump will be found guilty. I do not know.
Gentlemen, suspend. The gallery should refrain from commenting and let the gentleman from New York finish his statement. Gentleman is recognized.
I do not know if Mr. Trump will be found guilty by a jury of his peers here in New York, or for that matter in Georgia or in Washington, D.C. on charges that may follow, but I do know that he will have his day in court. Using this committee to undermine that process as it unfolds is cynical, unethical, and given the violence unleashed on the Capitol by the former president, just plain dangerous. Now, we all grieve for the victims of violent crime here in Manhattan and everywhere, but it is shameful that the Republicans of this committee would use the pretext of violent crime as an excuse to play tourist in New York and bully the district attorney. And it is particularly disgraceful that they would use this pretext after doing nothing to stop the gun violence that terrorizes our nation. According to the Gun Violence Archive, there have been at least 146 mass shootings this year alone. That means there have been more mass shootings than days so far this year. 3 people were shot dead and 5 others injured at Michigan State University. 3 children and 3 teachers were shot and killed at a private school in Nashville, Tennessee. 5 people are dead and 8 others, including 2 police officers, are injured after a mass shooting at a bank in Louisville, Kentucky. These tragedies have taken place in nearly every corner of our nation, although I note in the study by Everytown that in states where elected officials have taken action to pass gun safety laws, dramatically fewer people die by gun violence. And although there has not, thank God, been a recent mass shooting here in Manhattan, we must do more to stem the iron pipeline, the illicit flow of illegal firearms from states that do less to protect their citizens to New York and elsewhere. Unlike our Republican colleagues, Democrats have consistently advanced policies that make all of our communities, including New York, safer places to live, to work, to worship, and to go to school. Last Congress, over the objection of every Republican here today, we passed the first gun violence prevention package in decades. We can and must do more. We must pass universal background checks. We must implement red flag laws to keep guns away from those who are a danger to themselves and others. And we must reinstate the assault weapons ban. Each of these proposals are overwhelmingly popular with the American public, and each is opposed by House Republicans. We also advanced the Victim Act to provide funding to law enforcement to improve murder clearance rates. If my Republican colleagues were serious about violent crime and sincere in their efforts for law enforcement, they would have joined us in that effort. But 178 Republicans opposed that measure last Congress on the House floor. We supported legislation to improve policing through additional funding, better training, and accountability to strengthen public trust, because we know that public safety requires law enforcement agencies and their community partners working together. Again, every Republican on the committee stood opposed. Here in New York, one of the largest and most complex cities in the world, Local leaders have pursued violence intervention, diversion programs, targeted law enforcement, and youth engagement programs that have pushed crime and incarceration to the lowest levels in decades. Over the past year, under the leadership of Mayor Adams and District Attorney Bragg, crime in Manhattan has dropped in nearly every major category, including murders down 14%, shootings down 17%, burglaries down 21%, and robberies down 8%, all in 1 year. And compare that to Mr. Jordan's Ohio, where the homicide rate is 73% higher than in Manhattan. And on the specific topic of gun violence, the district attorney is to be commended for securing indictments against gun traffickers, ghost gun manufacturers, and other violent criminals, leading to a full 20% reduction in shootings last year. The chairman says this hearing is about violent crime in Manhattan, but New York remains one of the safest big cities in America. I'm sure my colleagues have talking points and anecdotes to the contrary, but the evidence is firmly on our side. And the evidence shows, unfortunately, that the chairman could have held this hearing back in Washington or in Ohio or in any other jurisdiction where the numbers are trending in the wrong direction. But instead, he rushed to hold a hearing here in Manhattan in defense of Donald Trump. I understand that in the days leading up to this hearing, Republican members were instructed not to speak about Mr. Trump during these proceedings. Don't take the bait, they were warned, as if we cannot draw a straight line from the chairman's attacks on the district attorney in the wake of the indictment to his attacks on the district attorney here today. We know better. We all know better. The New Yorkers gathered outside of this building certainly know better. You can pretend that you aren't here on Donald Trump's behalf, but you cannot stop the New York criminal justice system from running its course, and you will not intimidate New Yorkers with your brief visit to this city. I thank the chairman, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his statement. And now, without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witnesses. Mr. Jose Alba. Mr. Alba was forced to defend himself by working at a bodega. He was attacked by a repeat criminal who was on parole for assaulting a police officer. During the attack, Mr. Alba was stabbed and defended himself with a knife. Despite surveillance video showing that he acted in self-defense, Alba was arrested and charged with murder. These charges were later dropped after public outrage, including from Mayor Adams and former NYPD Commissioner Bill Bratton. Thank you, Mr. Alba, for being here. Ms. Jennifer Harrison. Ms. Harrison is the founder of Victims' Rights New York, an organization that advocates on behalf of victims and survivors of homicide victims. Ms. Harrison's boyfriend was killed in 2005. We've heard you talk about this, Ms. Harrison. We appreciate you being here. Two of the assailants were allowed to walk free, while the third spent only a few years in jail. Mr. Jim Kessler. Mr. Kessler is the Executive Vice President for Policy and co-founder of the Third Way. He previously served as Legislative and Policy Director to Senator Schumer. Ms. Madeline Brame. Ms. Brame is the New York State Chairwoman of the Victims' Rights Reform Council. The Victims' Rights Reform Council was formed to provide a voice and advocate for victims of crime. Ms. Brame's son, Sergeant Hanson Correa, was murdered in 2018 by 4 assailants. Sergeant Correa's father was also stabbed during the attack. Ms. Brame, we're sorry for your loss. Thank you as well for being here. The Honorable Robert F. Holden. Councilman Holden represents District 30 on the New York City Council. He co-leads the Common Sense Caucus with Councilman Joe Borelli. He previously was a member of the Community Board 5 Queens for 30 years, served as first chair for 7 years, and served as chairman of the board's Public Safety Committee for 13 years. Mr. Holden, thank you for being here and for your public service. Ms. Rebecca Fisher. Ms. Fisher is the executive director of New Yorkers Against Gun Violence. Her organization seeks to inform the public, particularly youth, about the dangers of gun violence and ways to prevent and reduce gun violence. Mr. Paul DiGiacomo is the president of New York Police Detectives Endowment Association. The association represents 20,000 active and retired New York City detectives. Mr. DiGiacomo served with the NYPD for 40 years. Thank you. And Mr. Barry Borgen. Mr. Borgen's son was a victim of a violent crime who was targeted because of his faith, his Jewish faith. While walking near a pro-Israel rally, Mr. Borgen's son was attacked and beaten by at least 4 men. They said all kinds of terrible things, sprayed mace in his face. Mr. Borgen, we're sorry for that. What happened to your son? Thank you for being here today. We welcome our witnesses. Thank them for appearing today. You each be given 5 minutes. The clock there, when it gets to the yellow, that means it's kind of close. And like I said before, we'll try to be pretty strict on the time. But again, thank you all for being here. Mr. Alba, you're up first. Oh, we got to swear you in. I forgot about that. We got to do that. Would you all please stand and raise your right hand? Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record reflect the witnesses have all answered in the affirmative. Thank you. Please be seated. Please know that your written testimony will enter into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize, as I said before, your testimony in 5 minutes. Mr. Alba, you may begin. Thank you. Can you pull that mic real close there, sir? Pull that. There we go. It's on, I think. Just pull it down right in front. Okay.
Is there a green light? Now it is. Yeah.
Good.
So again, Imran H. Ansari on behalf of my client, Mr. Alba, I deliver his opening statement. First, I want to make this clear. My testimony is not motivated by a political agenda. I am not here to support or side with any particular political party. I am not here because I'm supporting Republicans. I am not here because I want to criticize the Democrats. I just want to tell the public about the horrible experience I had to go through because of crime in this city. An experience that has changed my life and that I will never forget. On July 1st, 2022, I went to work at the bodega, just like any other day. I took pride in the hard work I put in every day at the store to earn my own money and support myself and my family. That is when I encountered a true and real threat to my life. After I simply told a woman that she could not have potato chips because her payment was declined. I was face to face with her boyfriend, who seemed ready to kill me. He attacked me violently, threw me around the store. The woman stabbed me herself. I truly believed they were there to kill me. So faced with this, I did what I knew I had to do to save my life. What the law allows me to do to save my life. I stabbed that man in self-defense. But when the police came, even though I was injured myself, I was placed under arrest. I was taken to jail. When I came before the judge, the prosecutor said I was being charged with murder in the second degree. They asked for bail, even though so many people are being let go these days, and I couldn't afford it. So I went to Rikers Island. I was forced into a crowded and unsafe intake cell. Even though I was injured, in jail, I didn't get the medical treatment I should have received. I spent almost a week in Rikers Island before bail was lowered and I could be released. I was forced to endure the harsh conditions on Rikers Island as an innocent man. I still don't know why I was charged with murder. I believe that law enforcement and the DA's office didn't investigate the case fully. They rushed to judgment and I suffered because of it. Even though the charges were ultimately dropped, they should not have been brought against me to begin with. I am now traumatized from the incident. I am not working because I am terrified for my life that someone in a gang will come after me for revenge. I was injured physically and mentally because of the incident and my unlawful arrest and incarceration. My story is one that should not happen again. Crime does not discriminate on the basis of a political party. It needs to be addressed by law enforcement on the street and by prosecutors in the court. But it has to be aimed at the people committing crime, not an innocent man like me. And the next time an innocent man does nothing but protect their own life in self-defense from a violent attack, they should not be made the villain, but instead treated with care and compassion as the victim.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alba. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ms. Harrison, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jennifer Harrison. I'm the founder of Victims' Rights New York. Sadly, I was thrown into this world and forced to become an expert on the issues we are here to discuss when on January 15th of 2005, both my boyfriend and his best friend were murdered. 3 brothers were arrested and charged, but justice was not served, as 2 of these brothers, both who had records, were freed in a sweetheart deal. Ultimately, only one person served just 9.5 years for killing 2 people. Through that horrible experience, I connected with support groups on both the national and local level. I became an advocate against some of the atrocities I witnessed and tried to help other survivors of homicide victims connect with the resources they need to navigate through this endless nightmare. I have been doing so for over 18 years. I became more politically involved and got louder in 2017 when I learned of bail reform and other dangerous and deadly so-called social justice reforms. Nobody wanted to listen to us, though, the victims that have to live with the consequences of these decisions for the rest of our lives, when we warned of the harm that this would cause. Victims have no voice in politics or government, so I want to thank this committee from the very bottom of my heart for giving victims that voice today. There is a depraved indifference towards human life sweeping across our country, even amongst elected officials. Normally, the criminals exude this depravity, yet here we have the one that is supposed to prosecute them as the one showing it. I would also like to say that if Alvin Bragg was doing his job, none of us would be here today to talk. We are not politicizing our issues or our loss. From day one, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg announced he would not prosecute even very violent crimes in his now infamous memo. We saw an immediate result. 2 police officers were shot and killed, a 19-year-old girl was murdered while working at Burger King, and multiple police officers were shot in separate incidents. Things have not gotten better, only progressively worse. Bragg's office has downgraded 52% of felonies, and even when his office does decide to prosecute a case, they only have about a 50% conviction rate. No one is safer, as he promised, as a result of his delusion or diversions. During Bragg's first year in office in 2002, the crime index went up 25.57% borough-wide, violent crime up 11.73%, and in Manhattan South, one precinct alone, murders were up 40%. You will hear many horrible stories today. We read about them almost daily, like Madeline Brame and Jose Alba, whose testimonies will speak for themselves. I am here today on behalf of the many other victims that reach out to me and are afraid to speak out, who are completely distraught with the way they have been or are being treated by the career public defenders in Bragg's office. They are being told the office does not have the resources to prosecute their case. We have heard nothing about murdered victims Crystal Baranievs, Michelle Go, Christina Lee, or how their cases are being handled. Christina Lee was brutally murdered by a mentally ill homeless man who was supposed to be under supervised release in a shelter run by a nonprofit. Who was supervising this emotionally disturbed man?
And that's how it's been in the past. Yes.
Are you confident you'll have the votes to confirm Susie Wu to be Labor Secretary?
Well, I'm talking to our caucus, and she's a great nominee, and I'm very hopeful that she will pass. Yes. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Senator.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it. Person. And that's how it's been in the past. Yes.
Are you confident you'll have the votes to confirm Susie Wu to be Labor Secretary?
Well, I'm talking to our caucus.
Done. Does Bragg's office not have the resources for this either? I have heard from victims of domestic violence and hate crimes that have not been charged, who are also unable to get the support services they are not only entitled to, but that the Manhattan DA's office receives federal and state funding to provide. Why are they not providing these services efficiently? Over 65 assistant district attorneys left the office in the first half of 2022. Most were experienced veteran prosecutors that cannot be replaced. Only a select few are left in that office to fight for victims. What resources is Alvin Bragg using to replace those that left instead of using their exit as a scapegoat for not prosecuting cases? It is a very scary time to be here. God forbid you or your family are victimized. Who do you have to fight for you? No one. Alvin Bragg has given excuse after excuse to not prosecute violent crimes, forsaking not only the distraught and forever changed victims, but the entire justice system. And we have no recourse when our rights are violated. We cannot file.
I'm back. Who's happy to be here? Raise your hands. Okay. No, not that dumb. Okay. First, welcome back. Thank you for being here. Or should I read it? Hi, everyone. Welcome back. And thanks so much for being here. Okay. All right. Look, one thing is clear from this morning's theater at the New York Stock Exchange. Democrats want to avoid defaulting on our country's debts. Meanwhile, Speaker McCarthy continues to bumble our country towards a catastrophic default, which would cause the economy to crash, cause monumental job loss, and drastically raise costs for the American people. He went all the way to Wall Street and gave us no more details, no more facts, no new information at all. I'll be blunt. If Speaker McCarthy continues in this direction, we are headed to default. The main way we've avoided default in the past is to avoid and reject brinksmanship and hostage taking, and instead work together in a bipartisan way. Speaker McCarthy, in his speech, invoked President Reagan. Ronald Reagan was never as reckless as Speaker McCarthy is being. Ronald Reagan said, "Debt ceiling brinksmanship threatens the holders of government bonds and those who rely on Social Security and veterans benefits. The United States has a special responsibility to itself and the world to meet its obligations." Speaker McCarthy, you said you wanted to go to the stock exchange because Reagan did. Well, listen to what he said. Listen to what he said. And despite the Speaker's stated concerns about costs, nothing would do more to raise costs for American families than an unnecessary Republican default crisis. Speaker McCarthy should know that when you insist on attaching things to the debt ceiling, something President Trump never did, and which Republicans under Trump never did, you risk a catastrophic default. Speaker McCarthy insists on cuts. Well, there's a time to discuss what kind of cuts folks are looking for or taxes they want to raise. It's called a budget. It shouldn't be part of this conversation. That kind of discussion, the cuts, belongs in a discussion about the budget, not as a precondition for avoiding default. To date, after countless requests, Speaker McCarthy has yet to produce any concrete plan as to the cuts he would make. One that details the specific cuts he wants and that has the support of 218 Republicans in the House. Democrats have called on Speaker McCarthy over and over and over. Show us your plan. I think you've heard me say that before. Well, what we got today was not a plan. It was a recycled pile of the same things he's been saying for months, none of which has moved the ball forward an inch. He has not shown us a real plan. And when I say us, I don't mean me or Senate Democrats or even his own caucus. I mean the American people. Americans deserve to know what he wants to cut, when, and by how much. In specifics, talk about cuts. You have an obligation to say what they are to the American people. And I'm not alone in thinking this. This weekend, a member of the House leadership even said he believed, quote, at this point, there's no choice for Republicans and the Speaker to bring forward some type of proposal. He's right. I wholeheartedly agree. We sure didn't hear that at Wall Street this morning. Amazingly enough, this one really knocks my socks off. Amazingly, one of the few specifics Senator McCarthy has presented is his terrible idea to kick the can down the road for just 1 year and undergo the same crisis again. Why would anyone want to undergo this crisis again and again and again? President Biden and I are happy to meet with the Speaker when he has something to talk about, a plan. I'm sure most Democratic leaders are willing to meet with him, but we first need to see his plan so we can start there and work to avoid catastrophic default. As I said, if he comes there without a plan, what are we going to talk about? The furniture? The solution here is straightforward. Republicans should work with Democrats in good faith to avoid default together, just as we did under President Trump. Just as what President Reagan talked about. No blackmail, no brinksmanship, no default. Meanwhile, House Republicans are steering us directly into a default and catastrophic collapse of the global economy, including skyrocketing unemployment and huge cost increases up and down the line for the American consumer. So, today, I heard the Speaker quoting a great Yankee, New York Yankee. Babe Ruth, he said, you can't just beat the person who never gives up. First, Speaker McCarthy, don't quote a Yankee to me in New York City. Second, he's right. He's never given up. That's because he's never even started. No plan, no progress, no persistence. So when it comes to the recycled rhetoric of his non-plan, I think there's another Yankee who said it best. It's deja vu all over again. Yogi Berra applied to Speaker McCarthy. Deja vu all over again. Show us your plan. Work to deliver for the American people, Speaker McCarthy. It's time for the Speaker to stop the partisan games and political grandstanding and show the American people his plan and how he's going to get the votes to get there. So in sum, to sum it all up, Speaker McCarthy plays a risky and dangerous game when insisting on imposing severe cuts, which would hurt the American people, raise our prices, and threaten our economy before we avoid default. In addition, he can't even reveal what those cuts are. If Speaker McCarthy doesn't change his course, he could well take this country to default. Ready for your questions? We'll take them first on this subject. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I mean, at this point, it seems like neither side is blinking. So what is your plan B for a clean debt limit increase?
Plain and simple, as it's been done in the past 3 times under President Trump, under President Biden. Democrats and Republicans came together, bipartisan, and avoided default with no preconditions, no brinksmanship. That's what's going to happen. That's what should happen. That's the best thing to happen. Yes. Yes. No.
Do you expect to wait for Speaker McCarthy to see what he's going to do in the House on this, or do you expect to move a bill in the Senate on a parallel track? Given the
Well, you know, we still, the bottom line is we're waiting to see McCarthy's plan. That's the next step. He's the one who's holding up us avoiding default because he says he wants cuts. Show us your plan. I think it's a mistake to do that to begin with. As I said, so did Donald Trump. So did Ronald Reagan. But if he wants to do it, he has an obligation to show his plan. That's the next step. Chad.
Thank you. If he puts through his plan, puts forth his plan, gets a vote on this as he promises to do in the next 2 or 3 weeks, that is their plan. Will you then receive that, even though there's a lot of things?
Well,
in
let's
that
see.
you won't
Let's
agree
let's
with?
first see the plan, and second, see if he can get his 218 votes. Got to see what it is.
On another topic.
Nope, not yet. You'll come. I'll come back to you. I promise. Yes. Bolton's on topic, so you can be on topic.
Have you done any
further guidance from Treasury Secretary Yellen as to when the X date might be?
No further guidance than what she said publicly. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, have you had any conversations at all with the universe of Republicans who might be willing to support a clean debt ceiling hike once it gets to the point where
I'm not, any private conversations I've had with Republicans, I have to keep to myself. Yes.
Hi, Leader Schumer. Some moderate Democrats have expressed interest in working with their counterparts on an alternative, a plan B. Would you be comfortable if they went ahead with that approach on their own?
Look, I think we have to see a plan from Speaker McCarthy. He's the one holding this up, not the others. We got to see a plan from him. Yes.
I'm wondering if you think that Leader McConnell has a role to play here if McCarthy can't get 218 votes on a budget.
Well, you'll have to ask Leader McConnell that. Okay, off topics.
I knew they'd have good questions on debt.
And they did, and they did.
On Senator Feinstein, do you have any more clarification about when she might return? And if not, walk us through what the process would look like to put a temporary replacement on judiciary. Republicans have indicated they don't want to make that easy.
Okay, well, look, I spoke to Senator Feinstein just a few days ago. She believes she will return soon. She's very hopeful of that, and so am I.
What about this idea of
She's
temporary
hopeful of
replacement on
return.
judiciary?
She's hopeful on returning soon. We think the Republicans should allow a temporary replacement till she returns. Yes, 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 yes.
Is there any
you're
indication of who that might be? Is there a senator?
I'll have to talk to my caucus.
Does that mean you will not move forward with trying to replace her until you've given her more time to?
Well, as I
and
look,
are you confident that you can get 9 Republicans to support that?
well, let me just say, as I said, I spoke to her. She's hopeful she's going to return soon. I am hopeful she's going to return soon. We should have a temporary replacement until she does, and we'll try to. We hope Republicans will join us in that. Yes.
On the work requirements, are there any type of welfare reforms Democrats would support?
Well, let's wait and see his plan first. Yes.
So to appoint a temporary replacement to this committee, you can either do it by unanimous consent or there could be 4 votes. Would you only do it if it's by unanimous consent, or would you use floor time to appoint a temporary
Look,
replacement?
as I said, I hope the Republicans will join us in making sure this happens. It's the only right and fair thing to do. That's the correct thing to do, and we hope they will do it. Yes.
Have you had any conversations with McConnell over this potential vote on?
Well, he's just back today, and so I would like to talk to him about it.
But you
Yes.
haven't discussed
I
it
haven't
with him yet?
discussed it with him yet. I was respectful of his time away.
And do you still?
Yes,
have-
next.
The debt question, actually.
Oh,
You moved on before I got to ask.
you were the
my
first
question.
one up.
So.
Yeah, Garrett. Garrett.
You said that you will meet with you and President Biden will meet with McCarthy after he has a plan. Does he have to pass his plan through the House, or does he just have
Well,
to
let's
present a plan?
let's see what the plan is. The first step is for him to come up with a plan. Let's see what it is. Let's see if it has a realistic chance of getting 218 votes. Let's see. Yes.
Just to clarify, is it still your plan, though, this week to put forth a resolution to replace Feinstein temporarily with someone?
I'd like
else,
to
or you
do
think
it sometime this week. Yes. Now, it's only fair. It's the right thing to do. Yes.
Senator,
You.
How concerned are you about the backup in judicial nominees that this is causing and the slowdown that it's?
Well, I am concerned, and it's obvious, the real fault lies with Republicans. If you look at past Senates when Republicans were in charge, there has never been this kind of stonewalling of nominees who are qualified, who have good credentials, et cetera. So yeah, I'm very upset with Republicans in terms of that. It shouldn't be a situation where it depends on one person, and that's how it's been in the past. Yes.
Are you confident you'll have the votes to confirm Susie Wu to be Labor Secretary?
Well, I'm talking to our caucus, and she's a great nominee, and I'm very hopeful that she will pass. Yes. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Senator.
Conduct. Only the criminals can, even when they violate our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Alvin Bragg's dereliction of duty and malfeasance has caused tremendous harm. In our newfound progressive society, all of the compassion and empathy is placed with those intentionally inflicting harm on others and not with the innocent casualty, the victim. So again, I thank you for giving victims a voice today and for allowing us to shed some light on what is happening here in hopes that it will change everywhere.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Ms. Brame, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Madeline Brame. I am the chairwoman of Victims' Rights Reform Council. I'm also the mother of a homicide victim. My son, Sergeant Hassan Korea, Afghanistan War retired veteran, was killed in Harlem in 2018. Hassan was kicked, punched, stomped, and stabbed 9 times by 4 individuals he did not know, nor had he done them any harm. All 4 of these individuals were apprehended and all 4 charged with first-degree gang assault and second-degree murder. This case just resolved this year. So this case drug on through the Manhattan criminal court system for 4.5 years. When Alvin Bragg came into office, he was handed a strong trial-ready murder case and gang assault case against all 4 of these individuals, where this brutal, savage homicide was captured on video. He was handed a strong trial-ready case, ready to go to trial. As soon as he took office, the case immediately began to unravel. He completely dismissed gang assault and murder indictments against 2 of the defendants, clearly on video, participating in the brutal, savage slaughter of my son. Mary Saunders, the sister involved in the homicide. He dismissed her indictment and recharged her with assault with a shoe and sentenced her to 1 year time served. Travis Stewart dismissed his gang assault and murder indictment and sentenced him to attempted gang assault. And he pled guilty and sentenced him to 7 years. Travis will be out in the next 18 months. Mary Saunders, this savage, is currently walking the streets of Harlem like she didn't just participate in the brutal slaughter of another human being. Home with her family, home with her children. If that's not a threat to public safety, I don't know what is. She's capable at any moment of snapping and attacking someone and holding them while someone else plunges a butcher knife into their body 9 times, and another person 12 times, and then run away and leave their body in the street to bleed to death. This is the type of criminal element that we have walking the streets of New York City on a daily basis. All types of criminal elements, free to do what they want, when they want, however they want, to whomever they want, with no consequences, no deterrence. We have these anti-gang violence, these credible messenger. Millions and billions of our hard-earned tax dollars are going to fund these organizations that are doing absolutely nothing to deter this crime. They're doing absolutely nothing. And I propose not another dime of our federal tax dollars be pumped into these organizations until they can produce some measurable outcomes of effectiveness of what they're doing with our tax dollars to protect the public.
Audience, there is no audience participation. Ms. Brame, you keep going.
And as far as the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, if he's receiving 1 penny of federal dollars, you need to pull that funding until he starts doing his damn job and prosecuting crime. I was totally disrespected. Me, my family, my grandchildren, we were treated like garbage. Like garbage. I've sat for 4.5 years and saw mothers walk in and out. We have a mother sitting here right now whose 2 sons, one died and the other one is on a colonoscopy bag. This is out of Darcel Clark's jurisdiction. So I'm not the only one. There are hundreds and thousands of us. We don't give a damn about your politics. We don't care. It could be the man from the moon who's running for president. Okay? As long as whoever's in there, it stands for law and order. and is going to return some civility and sanity to our city. Thank you.
Thank you. I've said it a couple times. The audience should refrain from
Cursing.
applause.
I'm sorry.
Ms.
Oh,
Brame, though, thank you for that powerful testimony. Mr. Holden, you are now recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Jordan, and thank you, Madeline, for
Pull
your
that close.
courage.
Pull that close, Councilman. Pull that real close.
I am Robert Holden, a Democratic City Council member representing the 30th District in the Borough of Queens and a member of the Council's Public Safety Committee. I'm here to address the lawlessness that has taken over the city in recent years as a result of the failed progressive policies implemented by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. On his first day in office, Bragg issued a memo that would decriminalize a broad range of offenses and reduce charges for violent crimes. This was a signal for every criminal that it was open season on law-abiding citizens in New York County. These failed progressive policies reverse 30 years of law and order delivered to the city by the hardworking men and women of the NYPD and professional prosecutors that put victims' rights ahead of criminals. Under Bragg, minor crimes such as resisting arrest, trespassing, fare evasion, prostitution are no longer prosecuted, which has led to a marked increase in criminal activity on the streets of Manhattan. Serious offenses such as knife point robbery, commercial and residential burglaries, weapons possession, and low-level drug dealing are being charged with lesser offenses or being plea bargained down, resulting in shorter sentences or no jail time at all. Bragg's first year in office was marked by a dramatic shift in the way his office approached criminal prosecutions. And we're feeling Bragg's soft on crime approach in the streets of New York. We have repeat offenders receiving lenient sentences and committing multiple crimes shortly after being released. This is happening every day. From the day he took office, it seems Alvin Bragg's top priority was to keep criminals out of jail and free to roam the streets. District Attorney Bragg would be better off as a defense attorney than a prosecutor. He downgraded over half of the felony cases to misdemeanors and declined to prosecute 35% fewer felony cases compared to 2019. And his office requested bail in 20% fewer felony cases in 2022. Sadly, Bragg's approach has resulted in lower conviction rates for serious felony charges, with his office winning a conviction rate of just 51%. It's miserable. And such cases brought in 2022, down from 68% in 2019. Even his misdemeanor convictions fell dramatically from 68% in 2019 in his office to 29% under his jurisdiction in 2022. It is important to highlight that we must compare numbers to pre-pandemic levels about crime to get an accurate picture of crime in Manhattan and throughout the city. Moreover, while stats show that crime is still much higher than before the pandemic, they do not tell the entire story. Mentally ill, homeless people verbally and physically attack people randomly on the streets and in the subway. Pharmacies lock up their products. The police officers also feel pressured to undercharge perps they arrest. This is a daily reality in New York. To address these challenges, we need our state legislators and district attorneys to prioritize public safety and work together to strengthen our criminal justice system rather than weaken it. The state legislature has failed us by passing laws that have weakened our criminal justice system and enabled criminals to evade justice. Federal prosecutors could help put more career criminals behind bars by charging the worst offenders with federal crimes instead of letting progressives like DA Bragg bring prosecutions under weakened state laws. We are losing people by the tens of thousands to safer cities and states that offer a better quality of life. We must take swift action to ensure the safety and well-being of our communities. I applaud the House Judiciary Committee for examining the failed progressive
$100 fine or both. For a third or subsequent offense, it would be a 5-year felony with a $5,000 fine or both. The bill would reduce the penalty for selling or delivering a firearm to someone under 18 to basically the same penalties as unlawful possession of a firearm listed above. The current penalty is 5 years. The bill would provide for enhanced penalties for subsequent convictions for unlawful sale or delivery of a firearm to a prohibited person. The bill would change the prohibition against the possession of a person convicted of a crime of violence to a person convicted of a felony or a related offense. The bill would change the definition of fugitive from justice from someone fleeing to avoid prosecution for a crime of violence to a violent crime. The bill would add that to the list of prohibited persons, someone who is the subject to a court order that restrains the person from harassing, stalking, or threatening a household member or the child of a household member, except that this should only apply to a court order that was issued after a hearing in which the person receives actual notice, at which the person had an opportunity to participate, including the finding that the person represents a credible threat to the physical safety of a household member or child. The bill further amends the provision which allows a judge to find a person unfit to carry or possess a firearm to remove the ability of the court to make such a finding sua sponte, and to clarify the requirements that the hearing must allow for reasonable notice and an opportunity to be heard, and that the order must include a finding that the person represents a credible threat to the physical safety of another. The bill would add a penalty for any person listed above would be prohibited from the possession of the handgun, and it would be first offense would be 3 years, second offense would be 5 years, and a third or subsequent offense would be a 1 to 10 year felony. The bill would provide that the owner of a firearm that is lost or stolen must report the loss or theft to law enforcement within 72 hours. And the bill would provide that firearms confiscated because of a violation, law enforcement shall release the firearm to an innocent owner. And the bill would provide that it's unlawful to steal a firearm, which would be a 5-year penalty. No suspended sentence on that one. The bill would eliminate the offenses of unlawful possession of a firearm by a person convicted of a violent offense, unlawful possession of a firearm by a person adjudicated as mentally defective, basically because those are covered in the other offenses stated above.
All right, thank you, Mr. Maldonado. Before we proceed to testimony, do any members of the committee wish to offer some introductory comments? All right, and then I believe Mr. Bruder with the Sheriff's Association signed up to testify. And Mr. Bruder, as you're approaching the microphone, I'll offer this guidance to you and to all who are here to testify today. As you can all tell, we have a lengthy list of folks who wish to offer their opinions on the matters before us. And so in order to ensure that everyone has at least some opportunity to be heard, we're going to ask that you please constrain your remarks to a maximum of 3 minutes. And there may, of course, be extenuating circumstances. For example, if you get into a back and forth in Q&A with members of the committee, your testimony may need to go longer. But generally, we're going to try to limit folks to 3 minutes so that everyone who's come here, driven from across the state to testify, will have at least some opportunity to be heard. And so with that, Mr. Bruder.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My name is Jared Bruder. I'm the Executive Director of the South Carolina Sheriff's Association. I actually signed up to speak on both 109 and 127. And I guess I'll just use this opportunity to kind of broadly approach both of them and say that the sheriffs in South Carolina continue to see violent offenses across the state, gun crimes committed across the state, and we continue to see felons in possession. So we are absolutely interested in advancing legislation that addresses that has a more meaningful approach to a felon in possession. The current law that we have on the books often gets pleaded down or pleaded out altogether because it's associated with some other crime, and quite frankly, it's not nearly as strong as our federal law. Now, of course, South Carolina law enforcement officers don't have the authority to enforce federal law, so we're dependent upon our federal partners to come in and enforce that, and they very rarely take up those cases. They have to hit certain benchmarks for them to come in and take up those cases. And so we are absolutely looking for some ability to better address those who are unlawfully in possession of firearms already. our primary issue is that issue of felons in possession or unlawful carry. We certainly appreciate the tiered approach that's been implemented in this and other pieces of legislation, and would urge the General Assembly to come along and do something in that regard as well. You know, in our experience, the sheriffs have found that lawful gun owners are not our problem. They're not the ones committing violent crimes or crimes against people. They're the ones that do have violent tendencies and continue to get in possession of firearms. So again, I'll just broadly leave it at that. Whether it is 127 or an amendment to add some felon in possession language to a constitutional carry bill, we would be interested in seeing that if we could.
Thank you, Ms. Bruder. Any members of the committee have a question? Okay. Yep, Senator.
Mr. Bruder, thank you for coming and thank you for testifying. Am I reading you right that you want mandatory minimum?
Mandatory minimum, are you talking about 127 or 109?
Well, as I understood what you just shared, you don't really care which vehicle is used, but your position is, and I just want to make sure I understand it, not that I necessarily agree or disagree with it, but your position with regard to the association is that you believe that felon in possession charges should carry a mandatory minimum. Is that what you're telling us?
At a tiered approach. So, I mean, obviously maybe not the first charge of that, but certainly as it continues to happen in more of a habitual offense, then yes, I think that a mandatory minimum would be appropriate.
Just wanted to make sure I understood you. Thank you.
I'll ask one question. So you alluded to this in your remarks, and for the benefit of those who are watching us, we're going to consider another piece of legislation in a few minutes that includes some portions of this, or at least as a matter of concept, of the bill that we're discussing here. And just to put a fine point on it, you're comfortable moving one vehicle that includes these provisions, not insisting or recommending that two vehicles move, as long as the substance is addressed in one or the other. The Sheriff's Association is comfortable. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct. I mean, we have been advocating for enhancements to our felon in possession unlawful carry bill for 10 years or better. And again, that just continues to be a situation that we encounter day after day. The same people have guns every time, and there's no deterrent whatsoever. And so whether it's on, I mean, quite frankly, y'all may disagree with this, whether it's on a House bill or a Senate bill or two Senate bills or two House bills is inconsequential to us. We just need to be able to more proactively address felons in possession and unlawful carry.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Bruder.
Thank you.
And also signed up to testify on this is Mr. Spiker with the NRA. There you go.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. DJ Spiker, State Director for the National Rifle Association here in South Carolina. We do have a number of concerns about Senate Bill 127, kind of taking them in order of the bill, just very briefly. And again, I won't belabor the point. Certainly in Section 3, anytime we expand firearm disabilities, inherently that expands firearm liabilities. And redefining the code section, Section 3, including to any definition of a felony. And I would also point out that is also retrospective. It is not just moving forward. So individuals who previously may have been convicted of a felony and had their rights restored are not included in this legislation. That to us runs the risk of expanding the number of folks who would lose their gun rights lawfully here in South Carolina. Certainly something that we're never going to support. Additionally, in Section 4, which I would note is in the handgun section, a portion of the code, we have redefined handgun and made it a firearm. Over and over again, lines 11, line 12, line 14, 16, 17, 19, 20, et cetera. Certainly expanding the definition of a handgun to be all firearms is not something we're likely to oppose, as well as we certainly oppose the mandatory reporting of lost and stolen firearms, the 72-hour window. We know our folks and our law-abiding gun owners are already doing this. Adding a civil penalty and potentially criminal penalties to individuals who are victims themselves of theft is not a road we should go down. I would press you to find any reference in South Carolina code that makes the victim of a crime risking making them a victim again. So With that said, not to belabor it, but we have concerns about 127, urge you to vote no.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know. Bob, do we have any others? Just those two. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So, Senators, that concludes testimony from those who signed up to testify on this bill. Um, any discussion as to a motion or what we'd seek to do with this?
Mr. Chairman, in light of the fact that the testimony we just heard, I would say let's carry this over at least temporarily and see if we can blend it in to a later bill in here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Yield. Senator, when you say carry it over, would it be your intent that we come back to it after we've heard on the other bills? Or are you talking about carrying it over to another subcommittee meeting?
Preferably probably to another subcommittee meeting, but at least to the end of this meeting, then we can make another decision on it at that time.
That's agreeable. I don't know that. Well, okay. All right. Good enough.
As the back and forth that Mr. Bruder and I had, we will address substantively major pieces of this legislation in consideration of S-109 in a few minutes. And so, I'll second the Senator from Pickens' motion that we carry it over with knowledge of the fact that the subject matter is not moving away today. We're going to come back to it in just a few minutes. Any further discussion before we proceed to a vote? All right, all those in favor of carrying over, please signify by raising your right hand. And for the record, we'll note that Senator Adams has the proxy of Senator Harpootlian. A unanimous vote to carry it over. Next up on our agenda is S-638, offered by the other senator from Ori, Senator Rankin, and the chairman of this committee. Mr. Maldonado, would you please offer a description of this bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. S-638, the bill would establish a voluntary do not sell firearms list under the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division that would provide that a person could voluntarily waive their right to purchase a firearm by submitting their name to any publicly accessible law enforcement agency along with a photo ID. The law enforcement agency must forward the application to SLED within 24 hours, and SLED must add the person to all appropriate firearms databases as a prohibited person. A person can subsequently ask to be removed from the list. However, the removal may not occur less than 14 days after the request. The list would be a non-public record, and it would be a crime to sell a person who is on the list. The penalty would be up to 5 years, and it would be unlawful to give false information in an application. Same penalty. In other states, this is known as Donna's Law.
All right, before we proceed to testimony, any members of the committee wish to offer remarks? Okay. And I believe we only had one person signed up to testify on this, and that is Mr. Dimsdale. Is he here? Oh, and Mr. Spiker. Yeah. I think Mr. Spiker will speak on his behalf.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. My handwriting's pretty bad, so it may not look like a 638, but I also signed
You
up.
did
Yeah.
okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, sorry.
So real quick, this is an issue that we've seen pop up in other states very recently. And while I'm sure Senator Rankin's intention is good, unfortunately, we're seeing these measures being weaponized and used as a form of gun control in other areas, specifically in Washington state. So Washington state passed this in 2018, so roughly about 5 years ago. As of today, they have 47 people on their list. It is not a well executed list. It's not a well used list. However, Washington state continues to add provisions to this list, including this year passing a law that says if you are on this list and you happen to touch a firearm, you are guilty of a felony. It is being used as a form of gun control. Again, while intention, there's a number of problems here. Number one, if you sign up, SLED has 24 hours to put you on the list. However, SLED has 14 days to take you on a list. As I'm sure many of you know, putting yourselves onto a government list is not something that many law-abiding folks are eager to do, but certainly at a minimum, it should be the same time to put yourself on as this to take yourself off. Another provision does not specify if this is in person or just mailing it in, faxing, emailing, and there's no verification of the individual. So I could say, I want to put an individual on via email, send them a copy of a driver's license. There's no verification process. SLED is required to put them on. And now the burden is on the individual who's been falsely put on this list to get themselves off, and takes at least 2 weeks to do so, not including other provisions. So we have a number of concerns about the way this bill is written. We've seen in other areas weaponized, and unfortunately, we urge you to vote no on this bill as well. And Mr. Timsdale also just walked in.
Would you take a question?
Yes, sir.
Do any
Apologize.
members of the committee wish to ask? Okay, I have a question. All right, so you mentioned that this legislation has been adopted in a number of other states. Are you aware of a state that has done so in a way that would absolve you of some of the concerns you just articulated about the Washington statute?
So unfortunately, sir, by a number, I believe right now it's three.
Three,
So
okay.
Washington State, Maryland, and Virginia, which is my home state, has adopted as well. I've not heard any sort of those issues in Virginia. The Virginia statute is considerably different than this in terms of amount of time. It requires an in-person visit. However, our law enforcement structure in Virginia is different than South Carolina, where Virginia State Police administer background checks. So the information goes to them, whereas certainly here in South Carolina, SLED is involved in a number of ways dealing with law enforcement. So there are 3 states that have done it. Washington has had it the longest and has continually Christmas treed to the bill, adding new provisions, more aggressive provisions to what may be well-meaning, but unfortunately is being weaponized.
So as it relates to the Virginia statute, can you describe provisions in that, or maybe I misheard you, which correct me if I'm mistaken, but can you describe some of the provisions in that we might consider here that would constitute improvement on some of those concerns?
I would say I'm speaking objectively, not necessarily on our organization's behalf when I share some of these thoughts, because like with this, generally speaking, there is not a version that we have seen that we are going to support after the way Washington has done. That said, I'm happy to objectively share some of the things that Virginia has done. So for example, requiring an in-person visit as opposed to this just says must be submitted, requiring in-person submission to law enforcement, et cetera, sharper penalties for falsely putting somebody onto the list, including a criminal element, requiring these, again, the same amount of time to be put on as it is to take off. So if law enforcement's required within 48 hours to do so, they have 48 hours to take you off if you wish to be taken off. Another thing worth pointing out, this bill indicates it's required to submit to the federal government that this list exists, et cetera. That is not contributable to the NICS system that FFL dealers do. So SLED may submit it to NICS, but NICS is not required to put it into their system. So for states that are first point of contact states, such as Virginia, I believe Washington may be, this would work. The way South Carolina's current system is, it would be a little bit difficult to enforce the submit to state agencies in order for a verification purpose.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, if this legislation were to be signed into law, the nature of the mechanics of the way South Carolina submits its information to the NICS system would render the bill essentially obsolete.
Or not functioning yet. There would be additional steps that South Carolina would need to take in terms of how FFLs conduct background checks, possibly pursuing a point of contact state or a NICS exemption, et cetera. Some of those things would have to take place in order to make this functional.
And are those subsequent actions that we've been necessary? Are those Can those be accomplished by administrative or executive agencies, or would those require further amendment of statute?
I believe further legislation would be required to do so.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Dimsdale.
There we go. So most of what I've got for you is mirroring what Mr. Spiker said. First of all, my name's Tommy Dimsdale. I am the Executive Director for Palmetto Gun Rights. We're the fastest growing gun rights organization in South Carolina. And on behalf of my 60,000 members, I'm here to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 638. Senate Bill 638, it seems pretty innocuous on the face by throwing in the voluntary measure there, but it could be a very dangerous bill for gun owners. Actually, this is really a proposal as red flag light. Senate Bill 638 sets up a statewide database for its citizens, and it does get directly reported to the federal government. That's the Do Not Sell Registry. If you even voluntarily add yourself to the Do Not Sell Registry, which I don't think a lot of people are going to do that, but if they did, you can get your name removed from the state level, but the federal level is somewhat permanent. I don't know of any method or mechanism that you could do in order to get your name removed back off of that. It's additionally unclear that if someone can falsify or add another person to this federal list, that they'll ever have any hope of being taken back off these rolls. I do understand that there are legal ramifications for falsely adding someone to that. There is a criminal element there, but criminals are criminals and they're going to break the law. We've even seen some states where, where red flag was active, which is kind of similar to this, where, police officers would be targeted and tried to be red flagged. That being said, I don't think a police officer can be near as good at his job without his firearm. So we definitely don't want to be disarming them. So it doesn't take a whole lot of looking around to see that Senate Bill 638 will protect law-abiding gun owners from being permanently added to the federal Do Not Sell database. I strongly recommend on behalf of my members that we table this bill and it go no further than the subcommittee hearing today. Thank you.
Mr. Dimsdale, the senator from Pickens would like.
The previous testimony, it talked about the federal background check system versus a state background check system.
Yes, sir.
If we implemented this would be statewide.
Yes, sir.
It may or may not go to the federal level because it doesn't really say that. I don't think it may.
In the bill, I believe it does. It says that it does get directly reported to the federal NICS Do Not Sell Registry, as I understand it.
But it may not actually get on the list, is what I heard. But so it may require, would it require a dealer to do 2 background checks instead of 1?
Not to my knowledge, I don't think. They would probably just go with the federal only and save the time, I imagine. But once you're on the federal list, you can't get taken off of it.
But to make this bill effective?
I don't really understand what the effect here is, what we're going for. I'm pretty sure that if somebody wanted to call up the federal government and say, hey, I want to be added to this list, they would be more than happy to do so, to add us to to add anyone to a Do Not Sell registry. So no, I don't think that this bill can be effective in any manner or any shape or form.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any further questions? No. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Is there any discussion? All right. So what do y'all want to do?
Mr. Chairman, if there's no discussion, I'd make a motion for favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My only concern with this is if we move a favorable report, how do we verify who is sending in letters? how do we know that that is the person that is actually saying to put my name on that list? How do we verify that? And I think that could, open up and create some issues. And then if it is being able to put on the NICS system, how do we then remove it off the system? So that's my concerns personally, and I think that we'd have to address.
Chairman, I think with regard to, well, obviously, anybody who falsifies another's signature on a document could be prosecuted for forgery. I don't think there's any if, and, or buts about that. I think with regard to the concern as to verification, clearly an in-person system is better. But I think the next best thing to in-person would probably be some sort of notarized verification. So I think we could simply add a notary requirement that I think would further provide reliable evidence that the individual who is making the request is in fact the individual making the request. And so I get Senator from Berkeley's point on that particular issue, and I think that'd be one way to cure it, at least one of his concerns. I'm not sure I have a full understanding of how NICS works. And so I'm not sure that I'm in a position to speak to that with regard to administratively, how does one who is on have his or her name removed? I'm not sure about that.
All right. Well, so we have a motion. We do not yet have a second. I'll offer a second, and then we proceed to a vote. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Okay. And all those opposed? All right, so the motion fails. Is there a subsequent motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to carry this over to the next subcommittee meeting.
Motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All right. And, okay. All right, so we've carried it over. All right, so now we will turn our attention to S109. Yeah, the senator from Spartanburg who is here with us today. And we'd recognize you at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'd also like to thank the people behind me for coming. I know how to draw a crowd. So anyway, but I do want to thank the crowd. Anytime it's an issue that I'm passionate about, but the crowd behind me has always been respectful to me, and I'll always try to be respectful to them. So I just wanted to thank y'all for that. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, this has been an issue that's been one of my lead issues since becoming to the Senate. I take the view of constitutional carry as that's our rights. I look at it as everybody has that right, and I want everybody to exercise that right. And I also want people who want to go to the government to get a permit and have reciprocity with other states and go through those things. My bill has never been intended to mess up our concealed weapons permit. I look at things, liberty is my favorite word, and it has two parts. One is freedom and one is responsibility. So to have liberty, you need to have the freedom to do what you need to do, but you also have to have the responsibility for your actions. So if you're out there and don't know what you're doing and want to carry a gun, then you need to have that responsibility to do what you need to do to know to do it right. Since then, I want to give a little bit of S109 while we got here. Bob Maldonado is up there today. He actually drafted this bill from years ago. But things have changed. The Senate has passed things to make it easier to carry in restaurants. The Senate has passed open carry with training. And a lot of those things are different now than when this bill was drafted. But I want to let the subcommittee know the reason why that I keep filing the same bill. It's because I can say that it was drafted by Senate Judiciary staff, and it has passed a Senate Judiciary subcommittee in the past. I believe it was chaired by my teacher, Senator Malloy. But anyway, it made it through. So I try to stick to that same language. Since then, the House has passed a Constitutional Carry Act. There's probably some things in there that I'm not exactly comfortable with, but I think everybody that's watched me in this Senate knows that I don't have any pride in authorship. I have pride in the issue itself. So I would love for this committee to be taking up the House bill that's already passed, but we're on my bill, and I thank the chairman and I thank the subcommittee for taking up my bill. But at this point, I think there's some things that I would need to amend in my bill just to catch up with what this Senate and General Assembly has done over the past few years. I really feel the best course of action and the best thing to draw amendments on is to take the most current bill that's been researched and vetted by groups, gun groups, anti-gun groups, super pro-gun groups, everybody involved. Mr. Chairman, I would just recommend this subcommittee would take the bill, and I don't know the exact number that passed the House. It's 30 something. Thank you. 3594, the bill that's passed the House, constitutional carry. I would love for this committee to take that bill and insert it into S109 and then take things up from there. I think that'll add to a lot of confusion and a lot of things that where my bill filed for the intentions that I mentioned may be a little bit behind. So that's really all I have, unless anybody wants to ask questions. I think that would be a good starting point for the committee if that would be your choices.
Well, Senator, first of all, thank you for your leadership on this issue and for coming here today to help enlighten us as to its history and how we got here. Just a quick question as relates to the motion that you recommended. You and I have had some prior conversations about this issue, frankly, dating back several years, but to be more specific with regards to, and this will sound familiar to you, Section 16 in the House bill, where I believe you and I and others still have some concern. Would it be your preference that perhaps rather than adopting the House bill as a working document in total, we exclude that one section and then have some additional conversation around refining that section going forward?
Yeah, I don't think, I'd love to just say that and be good, but I think there's probably some things in there that we're not going to have law enforcement on board with. We're not going to probably have some of our other members on board with, and frankly, some of the public on board with, because I think getting at these repeat offenders who carry firearms in the wrong way and use them to commit crimes, I understand giving law enforcement a tool there. But I think when Section 16 first started out, we heard the doom and gloom, the way it was written. You read it and then you're like freak out, and then you start reading all the exceptions. I think the way it's worded just causes a lot of people some pause. I think the substance of the reason it's there is the motives are probably good. But, I think the only way to start is you have to start somewhere. So you start by taking that bill and putting it in my bill as the vehicle, and then you use an amendment and take Section 16 out if that's what you choose to do.
Yeah.
But I don't see this bill being able to really move without some sort of that section in there. I'm not saying I'm the one jumping up and down advocating for it, but I've been here long enough to read the tea leaves, and I think that's going to be a pinch point.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Any further questions for the Senator from Spartanburg? Senator from Pickens? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Sure. Senator from Pickens.
Yeah, I realize we've got a lot more testimony on this bill. For the purpose of receiving testimony, would it be at this time a motion be in order to strike and insert and leaving out Section 16?
Yes.
To adopt that at this point and then have testimony based on the fact that we're using that as a working document moving forward, and we intend to replace some language in 16.
I believe that would be in order. Is there any discussion?
I'll make that as a motion.
Okay, that's a motion, sir. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we proceed to a vote? All right, all those in favor of Senator from Pickens' motion to strike and insert S109 with the language from the House bill, but excluding Section 16, please signify by raising your right hand. Okay, and all those opposed? All right, and so that would be recorded as 3 in favor, 2 opposed. And the second opposed would be the Senator from Richland, Senator Harpootlian, by way of proxy. Okay. All right, and so we have a working document now, and have a significant number of folks signed up to testify. I want to begin with Chief Long from Conway, if he is here.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I just want to make sure I'm talking about the right thing. Is this the felon in possession or is this the
This is constitutional carry.
constitutional carry? Very good.
Yes, sir.
We have several other chiefs who will be here as well, and maybe some documents that we get hand up. I've been in law enforcement since 1986, and certainly there has been an evolution in the realm of law enforcement over all those decades. The thing that I pride myself as a South Carolinian is that we have been very deliberate, we're prudent, we're reasonable, and I think we do all of our due diligence before we do react and move on certain things. And it is my belief that in our communities, we all operate under a guideline of social contracts. Driving, we expect that everybody's going to drive and operate safely. Something as simple as hunter safety that is required now to get your hunting license, so that you go to the dove field or you go to a duck blind and you believe the people around you are going to operate under the same guidelines that you do. And I believe that those should also apply to this constitutional carry, that we need to leave in some language for the training aspect. A lot of people just will not understand the guidelines and principles of where you can, where you're allowed, where you're prohibited, just to allow them to carry it without that little bit of training, as well as some of the legal principles that we stand on, things like jeopardy, other places where you are allowed to stand your ground and not allowed, where you have to retreat, where you have a duty to either stand or to leave. Without that training in place, I believe that people would just take for granted that if I'm allowed, I can do kind of what I want to. So we would love to see that training requirement left in there, so that we can at least have that social contract of everybody who carries is operating under a very same set of standards.
Thank you, Chief. Do any members of the committee have questions for? All right. Senator from Williamsburg.
Chief, thank you for being here. I don't know that I've heard the issue framed in a manner in which you have, the idea of a social contract, which quite frankly, I've got a deep appreciation for the idea of folks kind of being educated on rules and on safety and all of those kinds of things. Do you agree with me, Chief, that we not only protect the public, but we protect that individual from him or herself, because they know the rules, they know what safety is, and to the extent that they implement those, then it serves two significant purposes on protecting that individual as well as protecting the general public. Do you agree with me on that statement?
I do agree.
Thank you, Chief.
Any further questions? All right. Chief, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and next up is Chief Prock from Myrtle Beach. Thank you, Chief.
Good afternoon. I certainly don't want to belabor this, and I'm going to probably repeat a few things that Chief Long said, but I certainly do want to just take a minute to share. My name is Amy Prock, and I am the Chief of Police of the Myrtle Beach Police Department. And I do want to thank you for just taking the opportunity to hear from me today. I come here today to represent not only our police department, but also our city and our community. I'm a strong believer that public safety is a shared responsibility. I believe we have a state where our communities, our law enforcement community, and our legislative community work hard to keep our communities safe. What I don't believe is that how it is written, that Bill 109 is how we do it. I do believe that it needs some work. I believe that with the freedom and liberties that have already been discussed today, that we have a great nation and it comes with great responsibility. It is my opinion, this proposed legislation does not reaffirm the value of shared responsibility. As law enforcement, we feel there is common sense that comes into play. As law enforcement officers, we train, and we train some more, and we still make mistakes. With this legislation, we are asking the public no longer to be required to train and expect the same result. Every one of us in this room can envision someone they know that should not carry a gun. And what my concern is that this legislation, how does this legislation address it? With the training section included, it will give an individual the opportunity to understand what it feels like to hold a gun, what it feels like to fire a gun, what it is to learn gun safety, looking past a target so that innocent people won't be endangered, and making sure that they have that time with instructors, making sure they have that time to learn about gun safety, just like we just heard. We support the rights and freedoms of everyone, but the safety of our communities need to be at our forefront, and I believe that's what we're discussing here today. And so does responsibility. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here today, and thank you so much for discussing this important issue.
Thank you. Yep. Senator from Pickens. Oh, did you have?
Chief, I do have a question. When you talk about training, a lot of our constituents, and I mean everybody, they don't trust the government. They don't trust the government having a list. The concealed weapons permit is available to anybody that's legally able to hold a gun if they take the training and so forth and so on, go through the background check. But how would you, if you were to set up a training program without keeping a list that the government had, how would you deal with that? What would you recommend there?
I think that this is one thing where we need to really involve our community and our businesses. We have an opportunity here to really invest in our businesses and work with our businesses, especially those that are selling weapons, and work with our business community and ask those very questions. These are the individuals who are working with those individuals who are purchasing. So I think it's an opportunity here for us to work with them.
Would you be satisfied if somebody went through a training program, and I mean, you could establish it any way you want to. You've got the CWP training instructors that are already licensed to do that. You've got law enforcement officers that are trained all over the state. If somebody had a certificate in their pocket that says, I've been trained by somebody that's qualified to train me, but didn't have to file that with anybody, with SLED or anybody else, would you be satisfied with that?
Again, I believe that training is extremely important, but I also will go back to the fact that legislation is extremely important to mandate who can and can't carry a weapon.
Any further questions? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
All right. I think next up is Mr. Bruder from the Sheriff's Association. See him. He's walking in.
Back for round two. As you said, or as I said earlier, Jared Bruder, South Carolina Sheriff's Association. I guess let me give a little bit of history on some of the things that we've been dealing with here at the General Assembly with a number of gun issues. So um, the way that we're looking at this, again, our primary issue is with felons in possession and those who are unlawfully carrying. The sheriffs do not believe that lawful gun owners are our primary problem when it comes to violence. So with that in mind, we have kept an open mind as it relates to constitutional carry. That is a change from in the past. I will tell you just kind of maybe by way of education to just kind of give you a frame reference of what is going to change with constitutional carry in South Carolina. So there's a Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals case, the Black case, that essentially tells us that anytime the General Assembly removes a permit requirement and an individual is in possession of a firearm, then we have to treat all individuals as if they are in possession of a firearm legally. That means that if this were to pass, this were to become law, that means that it will fundamentally change the way that law enforcement interacts with individuals who are in possession of firearms. That means that when we get a call with a man with a gun call, we really will not be able to do much in that call unless we have reasonable, articulable suspicion that a crime has occurred or is occurring at the time. Yeah, there's other case law that would prohibit us from even doing a Terry frisk or anything else like that. So our primary objective again has been that if this is going to be the case, we want to know that the people who are in possession of firearms are lawful gun owners. Again, we will have no way of knowing that they are lawful or unlawful. In fact, we'll have to assume that they are lawful, even though they may not be. They may be. We'll have to assume that they're lawful, even though they may be have been adjudicated as mentally defective. That is why we're asking for and hoping to get Section 16 or something like it that will address the felon in possession language that we have there. Another thing that is stripped in 3594 and 109, but we're now looking at the 3594 language, is the duty to notify a law enforcement officer. So currently, if you have a CWP and an officer approaches you, you have a duty to notify the law enforcement officer that you're in possession of a firearm. That is not there anymore. That again is stripped. Again, that is another issue for law enforcement when we are called to a scene with multiple people in possession of firearms. They could be in possession of the firearms concealed, and we will never know it, creating an officer safety and a public safety concern. Again, some of those concerns are relieved once we know that the people we're encountering are in fact lawful gun owners, and we will be able to do that with a stronger felon in possession or unlawful carry statute. So, and I guess I would kind of also want to reference the fact that 18 USC A 1922G, this is federal law, already prohibits the following individuals from being in possession. It already prohibits possessing, shipping, or transporting firearms or ammunition to individuals who have been convicted of a crime punishable by imprisonment for a term exceeding 1 year, is a fugitive from justice, is unlawful user or addicted to any controlled substance, has been adjudicated as mentally defective or has been committed to a mental institution, are aliens and are illegally or unlawfully in the United States, has been discharged from the armed forces with a dishonorable discharge, has renounced their U.S. citizenship, is subject to a qualifying protection order or restraining order, and has been convicted in any court of a qualifying misdemeanor crime of domestic violence. Again, those are all already federal prohibitors that are in federal law. But once again, South Carolina law enforcement officers have no way to enforce federal law. What we're asking for is something that would more mimic the federal law that would give us the ability to meaningfully remove the firearms from the individuals that should not be in possession of them in the first place, ones that have already shown us that they are capable capable of committing crimes. So I guess with that said, the sheriffs have maintained that position that we feel like there could be a careful balance struck with constitutional carry if we were able to get more meaningful felon in possession and unlawful carry laws. Without that, we have very strong concerns about the underlying constitutional carry bill. With that, I'll take any questions.
Senator from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scooter, one of the things that I appreciate is when Mr. Spiker came representing the NRA, and though I do not agree with his position with regard to the legislation, but he was clear about where he stood on the legislation. He simply said, legislation's not good. I'd urge you all to oppose it. Mr. Dimsdale, representing the Guns Rights Organization, I think he said is 60,000 members, came before us and made it clear that he opposes the legislation and indicated why. I'm not hearing a position from our sheriffs and our association. And for me, they're where the rubber meets the road as far as public safety is concerned. I have serious concerns about constitutional carry. And every Tom, Dick, and Harry that wants a gun can get one and carry one. It's a problem for me. And it's important for me to know where our sheriff associations stand. I was reading an article not long ago where in Connecticut, in response to the Sandy Hook tragedy, Connecticut took action and they passed what they believed were common sense gun control measures. And if one believes the statistics, since its passage, they have 40% fewer crimes involving guns. And I know that you all keep up with stuff like that. And so it's important for me to hear you say, one way or another, does the Sheriff Association support constitutional carry? And look, I've heard all you've said about the importance of the Sheriff's Department having a tool to deal with felons in possession. I do not, and this is my personal opinion, look at both of these issues in the same light. I don't believe one addresses the ills of the other. And I'm rambling, and I think I'm rambling out of concern, but I really need to know, what is the position of the Sheriff's Association with regard to constitutional carry, period?
If it's straight constitutional carry, I believe the sheriffs of South Carolina have very serious concerns about straight constitutional carry. If there is some mechanism that has felon in possession language in there, we could come to a neutral position. And I want to explain why that's our position.
Yeah, please do.
Because, quite frankly, we've had a lot of discussions in here. I've been between the Law Enforcement Association and the sheriffs. We've been debating this. We've been going through these hearings for 15 years now. We came down here and we raised our concerns about expanding it to being able to carry a firearm into a place that serves alcohol. We raised our concerns about open carry with training. And quite frankly, we have not seen the calamity that we thought we would see when those two bills passed. The sheriffs, when we get together and talk, they ask themselves, they ask each other, have you seen anybody carrying open carry since it passed in 21? And to a person, maybe one or two people have been seen carrying. It's almost more symbolic, the fact that it passed, than anything else, because we're not seeing it. So we're hoping that maybe that would be the case with constitutional carry, that it may be more symbolic and that people may not do that as we've seen. We also know that, the Pareto principle, that we got 80% of the people, or 20% of our people are causing 80% of our problems. That's where we're coming from on the felon in possession language, that we know, we've seen, we've experienced. That piece of legislation is not going to get through the General Assembly without something like this. It hasn't passed in 10 years, in the last 10 years, and it likely won't move without some other accompanying piece of legislation that'll push it through. I understand your concern and I agree with it, but honestly, we're trying to find that careful balance between what is going to offend someone's constitutional rights and what is going to protect public safety. And we believe that we can maybe do both by expanding that for lawful gun owners and cracking down on unlawful gun owners.
But it just appears to me, Mr. Scooter, that we're waiting that we're creating a scenario where we wait until something bad happens. And to me, that is not the course for us to take. And frankly, I believe in balance. I think that's sort of the sweet spot for how we deal with a lot of complicated issues in our society. And I think it's important to look to balance, but I don't see the logic where the idea of the felon in possession issue lends itself to this. And look, I understand politics, and I understand the world of the possible and all of those things, but frankly, I'm disappointed that we would ease back on our position. And I've been in the General Assembly now since 2010, and I've voted against this legislation every single time, and will likely vote against it again. But the way we've been able to, in my mind, keep South Carolina safe has been those of us, and I prosecuted cases for 20 years in the law enforcement community that earnestly believe that this is not good legislation for our state. We've stuck to it. And I believe we're on the right side of history when we do that. But if the Sheriff's Association caves, and pardon me for my bluntness as it relates to this issue, but I think we'll see open carry in South Carolina. But at the end of the day, somebody, I heard one of our chiefs talk earlier, and she talked about public safety being a shared responsibility. And I think she's absolutely right. But the leadership on public safety must continue to come from law enforcement and those of us who believe in you all and what you do and what you stand for. But anyway, I hear you in terms of what you shared, but I'd be less than candid if I didn't say I was disappointed with the position.
I understand, and I guess I would respond by saying that I've continually said felon in possession, but it is broader. It is that unlawful person in possession and being able to get their hands on firearms that shouldn't. Of that list that I just read out of people that are prohibited, Dylan Roof was one of those individuals that should have been prohibited under the federal law, but he was not. Those are the types of hands that we're trying to keep guns out of. And with a stronger South Carolina law to that regard, we could provide greater public safety. So respectfully, I think we're trying to do the same thing, but maybe just do it in a different approach.
No, sir. Let me respectfully disagree, because see, I agree with you on the import of laws dealing with felon in possessions. And I was very clear when I asked you earlier about whether or not you were advocating for mandatory minimums. And what you said to me was yes and no. I'm in favor of it, but it needs to be a tiered system. And see, so I agree with you and I support the measure wholeheartedly, but I don't think that we link these two together. I think they both go on different tracks, and I think they both promote the idea of public safety. I think what you're sharing and what you all are advocating for, I believe that promotes public safety.
And I agree with you. If we could get that one passed, we would absolutely be on the same page on both bills.
Well,
but the other one isn't passing without the other.
I hear you. Thank you, sir.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bruder, a couple questions. One thing, so want to make sure I heard you right. So the open carry bill, when it came out in 21, everything we heard, you're going to see guns everywhere. Crime's going to increase. We're going to have issues all over the place. And from my understanding, that was not the occurrence. And I told a lot of people there might be a short honeymoon phase of 2 weeks or a month out there. And people are going to realize, the law-abiding citizens are going to realize, I don't want you to see my gun anyways. Right. And so they're going to hide it anyways. So, and you're just kind of confirming that's one of the things that y'all talked about as well?
That's correct. We have not seen the influx in open carry that we anticipated.
Currently, as of right now, could anybody that's not prohibited federally or state go out and buy a gun and put it in their car as long as it's in a glove box, console, lock box, trunk, and put it in their car and it could be loaded?
Yes, sir.
Can it buy a rifle, 308, AK, 223, put it in their back seat, drive around with it?
Yes, sir.
Can they technically right now strap it on and walk down the street with a long gun?
If they were going hunting or fishing, yes, they could.
Okay. So those issues that are coming up are, a lot of people already have those abilities. So, and I think what you're talking about is adding, certain crimes and stuff. I think that's going to be worked on, and we're going to address that in the future, who can or cannot regarding this bill. I believe that's going to come up, and I think we'll have to watch that in the future or by the next committee. But this here doesn't affect anybody that is already prohibited or not allowed to carry a gun. They're still able, they're going to go out and do what they want to do. Is that correct?
Are
Or
you?
have the ability to do it?
I guess without Section 16, this would not further affect anyone else that would already be able to carry under current law.
But if they're prohibited, what I'm getting at, what I'm getting at is, so those who don't follow the law anyways, those who are going out there and violating crimes, whether they're drug dealers or
Correct,
robbers
yes.
or whatever, they don't look at this, and they carry whenever they're ready to carry and want to carry.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Sir. And I guess to circle back, I do want to kind of clarify that without this felon in possession language, I believe the sheriffs would be opposed to straight constitutional carry bill.
Senator from Pickens.
Mr. Bruder, one quick question. I think we talked about notice or
Yes, sir.
you said that it's been removed from, and it is, I'm looking at both bills, it is removed from both bills.
Yes, sir.
Tell me from a standpoint of notice, what do you feel like needs to be done? And do you know why the notice was taken out, and what would you see putting in if we did that?
I don't know from the author's intent. I don't know why notice was taken out. From my interpretation, I can understand that there may be a conflict of I'm carrying pursuant to constitutional carry versus I'm carrying pursuant to my CWP. And one requires you to notify if it stayed and one would not. So you would arguably not have to notify on either one of those. The current duty to notify is really more of a safety precaution for law enforcement officers. We know that when we ask that question, the individual is going to produce their CWP. That's going to be proof to us that they've cleared the background checks, they've met proficiency, they've gone through the training, they've done all the things they need to do. They're a lawful gun owner at that point. If we insert a duty to notify that's just telling us that they've got a gun, that doesn't do anything more to tell us that they're lawful or not lawful unless we have that CWP process. So again, it certainly gives officers that are going into danger a level of comfort to know that we've got law-abiding citizens that are in possession of guns that are not doing anything, but we're not going to know whether you're that law-abiding citizen or not once this constitutional carry bill passes.
So an individual could still notify.
They could still notify, but we wouldn't have the ability to do an NCI or a NICS check or anything like that to be able to do that unless we had some other reason to detain you to do, again, reasonable articulable suspicion that a crime is being committed.
Do you know what other states do?
I don't know that other states have been able to successfully put in a duty to intervene. A duty to notify standard in there once they've gone to constitutional carry. I'll have to double check on that, but I don't know that they've been able to do that because again, you would start to violate other rights by detaining them, asking for ID, doing a background check, an instant background check with nothing more than the presence of a gun. And again, that's where we come back to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals case that basically tells us we have to assume they are lawfully in possession unless we have personal knowledge or reasonable articulable suspicion that they're not.
Okay, thank you.
Senator from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow up on some of the points that my colleague from Senator from Berkeley made with regard to, persons who have guns and the manner in which some of those guns are carried. And so what I'm curious about is I understand from the law that we passed with regard to bars and restaurants and all of those kinds of things. One of the things I believe that we inserted in the law was that if the bar restaurant did not want folks to be able to carry guns, they could just simply post a notice.
Sir.
Did you all by chance keep track of what percentage of bar owners actually posted notices that they don't want people carrying concealed weapons inside their place?
The sheriffs did not. SLED may have gotten some of that language through their regulatory side, but I'm not aware of anybody that collected that information.
All right. With regard to just the general thing, and, candidly, I reflect on my early years to give me some indication as to, where we are now. And so one question I'm curious about is, and if you don't have this information, perhaps you can get it back to me. I know we don't carry all information with us, but has crimes involving guns increased over the course of the past 5 years?
Violent crimes, murder has increased in South Carolina over the last 5 years. Yes.
Yes, sir. And we don't really know, do we, exactly why that is?
No, sir.
Don't you agree with me that the more guns we have in volatile situations, the greater the likelihood for the guns to be used?
I agree that more guns in the wrong hands is a dangerous situation.
I mean, I remember fights in the old days where somebody walked away with a bloody nose,
Doesn't
black
happen
eye.
anymore.
Now they're not walking away at all because the person has a gun.
And they're getting younger and younger.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I think when we send a signal to 18-year-olds that it's okay to get it and carry it wherever you want and you don't have to be trained and all of that, my point is that it's a formula for disaster. And I just worry about the policy of our state and the message that we're sending when on the one hand, we want violent crimes to go down. On the other hand, we're just making it easier for everybody to get a weapon and without training and all of those kinds of things. And I guess I'm beginning to perhaps to repeat myself on some of the issues, but anyway, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator. All right, now I got a few more questions if you'll stay there for a second. All right,
Thought I
so
was done.
I think I've heard you say at least twice, maybe three times, that your primary interest in this matter is in regard to felons in possession and those who are in possession illegally.
Yes.
Right. So the language that was adopted in the House dealing with that issue, this subcommittee just excluded it from adoption as our working document with the intention of coming back to that matter and perhaps refining what the House language included. And so I want to ask you some questions as it relates to the Sheriff's Association's position on kind of where those red lines might be. I'll say at the outset, I have some concerns about the language in the House passed bill in that it was overly broad because it included prohibitions on anyone who had been convicted of a misdemeanor for which the penalty was 1 year or more. And I know there was some, there's a reference, if you go further down to section F, well, 1 year or more, we really mean 5 years. And it was kind of confusing. So help me understand, does the Sheriff's Association view someone who was convicted of for example, a financial crime for which there was a misdemeanor, penalty of 18 months? Is that who y'all are going after with this provision?
I don't know that we're I don't know that we're necessarily going after anyone in that position. I mean, the reality of the situation.
Is that the habitual problem that you know,
No.
20% of the people cause 80% of the problems?
That's not the 80% of the problems we're dealing with. No, I mean, the reality of the situation is that um, this charge will only be made when we're finding someone unlawfully in possession. And if they're not committing other crimes, we're generally not going out and doing regular checks to see if you're in possession lawfully, those types of things. So, generally, we're going to catch you committing this crime when you're committing other crimes. So, with that said, federal law, again, I read off the list earlier of things that the federal law already exempts or already disqualifies you from being in possession of or being able to purchase. We would agree with that. Again, federal law enforcement officers can come in and enforce that. We can't. But with that being said, there was some amendment or some compromise language that was agreed to in the House that struck out some of those financial type crimes.
What about the case of someone who's and this is a horribly regrettable set of facts, but I want to ask the question. There's someone who's had multiple DUIs and for which the penalty can exceed 1 year. I mean, is that the kind of person who's in that 20% of the people causing 80% of the problems?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I certainly think that shows a lack of good judgment.
Sure.
Maybe that's probably not the person we want to be in possession of firearms.
Yeah.
But
I'm trying to ascertain sort of where you might draw that line. I'm trying to understand the definition of the 20% of the people causing 80% of the problems. And so rather than me asking you a bunch of hypotheticals,
Right.
could you perhaps elaborate on what some of the common characteristics of that 20% cohort is?
We've had conversations before about we wish that it was easy to put slap a brand or a label on it to say that violent crime was enough, that we should just limit people with violent crimes. Well, there are a lot of crimes that are violent in nature that are not included in 16160, which is the definition of our violent crimes. For instance, shooting into a dwelling, that is not a violent crime. That is something that I believe should be a prohibitor, and the sheriff's believes should be a prohibitor of someone being able to be in possession. That doesn't necessarily happen in the state now. So, again, I don't know that I could come up with an exhaustive list of everything that we're dealing with, but to Senator Sabb's point, we're continuing to see more and more people result to gun violence instead of anything else. And it's happening time and time again. We're continuing to see the same people with firearms in their hands day after day. So that's what I was meaning when I was referring to the 80% of our problems.
So I know, having put you on the spot, you couldn't come up with an exhaustive list of every, example of criminal conduct that would fall into that category. But I want to ask you this as a matter of process, and as this committee contemplates how it moves forward with this bill, do you think we could come up with that list sometime between today and, say, for example, the next time the full Judiciary Committee meets?
We can try.
Try.
I don't know that we'll be very successful. I think it would be very confusing for an officer on the street to be able to enforce and distinguish who's lawfully in possession and who's not based on an exhaustive list in the code section somewhere. We can try, but I don't know that it would be very successful in doing so.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions? No? All right. Mr. Bruder, thank you. Grateful for your time. I'm trying to begin with those who represent themselves as representing organizations, and then work through that, and then come to folks who are here representing themselves. And I'm looking through. I believe there was and I'm kind of see. Is there a Mr. Price who's here on behalf of CWP instructors? Mr. Price, would you care to offer some remarks? Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee. I offer my concerns because as a concealed weapons instructor, as a retired law enforcement officer in the state of South Carolina, and being a born and raised South Carolinian, that we went to school in the 70s and 80s, 70s, and you could drive your truck to school with your hunting rifle in the back windshield and nothing, nobody had a school shooting. So I take that back to people valuing life and respecting property. And I say that on behalf that when a person comes to get the training with a concealed weapons instructor, there's a castle doctrine is explained in detail. The prohibited carry locations, there's a checklist, and at the bottom of that checklist that's provided by the State Law Enforcement Division, it tells them if you falsify this, you're committing perjury. No two ways about it. I'd ask that the person still be required to sit down and take a safety lesson with a certified state instructor and keep their and understand the requirements in the state of South Carolina. I mean, it's very simple. But to remove, I looked at LLR's website. You know, you have to have a license to cut a dog's hair. I mean, I'm confused here. Y'all help me out. I ain't the smartest fella.
Yeah, we have some of us also serve on the Labor, Commerce, and Industry Committee. We're trying real hard to get rid of those nonsense requirements.
To cut somebody's toenails, you got to have a license. So with that in mind, you guys do a great job at, operating the state in a diligent manner. And I appreciate what you do every day. But I would ask that on behalf of the concealed weapons instructors that we still keep in the safety lesson, please. The 8 items that's on the student instructor checklist that has to be given to Identigo when they go in for their fingerprinting, and they're loaded in the National Crime Information Center. When they scan the information in, it automatically goes to NCIC. And they're registered. Because you're just basically saying that I've taken the lesson, I've met the requirements, I know where I can and can't carry, I know that I must be trained, because there's no such thing as an accidental shooting. That's because the person did not follow the safety rules. And they're very clear. And with that in mind, we must know that uneducated people make uneducated decisions. Thank you.
Are there any questions of Mr. Price? No. Thank you. Thank you, sir. We were grateful for your testimony.
Thank you all for your time.
All right. I want to see here. There are several folks listed under Moms Demand Action, and I see several folks wearing Moms Demand Action shirts. Is there? Yes. Okay.
I'll do that. I'm not sure we got all the information out that most people should probably sign up as speaking for themselves, but because a lot of us are wearing the shirt today. Thank you, members of the committee, for having us and allowing us to testify in this. My name is Patty Tuttle, and I am representing Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. We are against this bill, whether it's House 3594 or Senate 109. I spent just under 21 years in the United States Air Force. Depending on the type of unit I was assigned to, I was required to requalify on both the 9mm and M16, either annually or every 3 years. I also qualified as expert on both of those and on the 38, which actually dates me because they haven't fired that in a long time. But even with annual qualification and even with that little expert, next to my name, that did not allow me to carry a handgun on a daily basis on my duty station. That was reserved for jobs like security forces who had much more intense training requirements. This bill would take away any requirement for firearm training. That's crazy. It would completely dismantle the state's current system of responsible gun ownership. Every gun owner, especially those carrying in public places, should be trained on how to safely use their weapons. In addition, the current minimum age to get a CWP is 21. Now, when they were presenting this bill in the House, I heard a couple of representatives say that it would not change who is allowed to carry openly or in public. And that's just not true, because in 2008, South Carolina changed the law so that in South Carolina, 18 to 20-year-olds would be allowed to purchase, own, and possess handguns, which means that they would also be allowed under this bill to carry these loaded handguns in public. Now, research shows that 18 to 20-year-olds commit gun homicides at a rate nearly 3 times higher than adults aged 21 and older. This is not an age group that we want to have openly carrying or even concealed carrying handguns in public. Additionally, to obtain a CWP, an individual must have a background check. This ensures that anyone who is legally carrying a firearm in public is actually authorized to own that weapon. Now, this bill would make it an honor system for carrying that handgun in public, and would make it nearly impossible, as discussed before, for law enforcement to verify whether someone they see carrying a handgun was actually doing so lawfully. They would have to be in conjunction with another crime being committed. Permitless carry or constitutional carry would make it easier for people with dangerous histories to carry loaded handguns in public places. Just last year, in 2022, SLED denied 3,148 permit applications and actually revoked 1,489 existing permits. That's almost 5,000 people in 1 year who wanted to carry handguns in public but were denied. And under this bill, they would now be allowed to do so. This bill is flat out dangerous. With rights come responsibilities. The bare minimum that should be required for somebody to carry a firearm in public is that they know how to safely use that weapon and that they've had a criminal background check to ensure that they're legally allowed to own it. Please do not pass this bill into law. I understand that you don't want to make it more difficult for people to get weapons. Your constituencies may not want that. The NRA doesn't want that. I get that. But if you care at all about the citizens of this state, your constituents, your neighbors, if you care about your friends and your families, then do not make it easier for people to carry weapons in public, especially those that may not be smart enough to do it responsibly. Maintaining the CWP requirement will not infringe on anyone's constitutional rights, but it will keep all South Carolinians safer.
Thank you, Ms. Tuttle. Are there any questions from the committee?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Ms. Tuttle for her service and for her testimony here today. And I have such an appreciation for citizens that organize and come and share their view with us and why. And I've got an appreciation for the ones who philosophically I agree with and the ones who philosophically I disagree with. I just think it's a beautiful thing. And so want to thank all of you for coming in.
And I would like to say that we have at least 3 more veterans in our group that I know of. And we've got people here today from all over the state. So I want to thank all of them for making the drive to Columbia to do this.
We do as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and then I think, thank you. Any further questions of Ms. Tuttle? No. All right, so then just some quick housekeeping to sort of help folks prepare. Next, we'll go to Mr. Spiker with the NRA. Then we'll go to Chief. Sorry? Then we'll go to Chief Stewart. And then we'll go to Dr. Edwards thereafter. And then I'll sort of refresh this as we keep moving through testimony. But at this time, I'd like to call on Mr. Spiker if he would return to the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, DJ Spiker, National Rifle Association, State Director for South Carolina. Certainly appreciate being here today. Appreciate the testimony's time and talk about this. I want to talk just really broadly about what constitutional carry does, what's the state of the land, where we're at today, both in South Carolina and nationwide. So right now, as of Monday of this week, constitutional carry is now the law of the land in 26 of the 50 states. Florida signed it on Monday, becoming law down there. Georgia, neighboring states, certainly last year took it into law. That increase has grown from 16 just 5 years ago to 26, and more than half the country now has constitutional carry, including neighboring states. This is important to note. Constitutional carry does not change who can carry. It does not change where you can carry. It's not a new prohibited place. And it's not new individuals who can or cannot carry. Mr. Chairman, with respect, Senator Saab, you brought up earlier about every Tom, Dick, and Harry can carry. We would disagree with that assessment that if you're a prohibited person today, you're a prohibited person tomorrow. If you're not a prohibited person today, you're not a prohibited person tomorrow if this law were to go into effect. Certainly, we think training is absolutely important. We think it's absolutely something that should be pursued. In the House version of the bill that y'all have adopted, in Section 20 specifically says the General Assembly encourages every individual to get training. We absolutely do not want to do away with the right and the CWP process. Right now in South Carolina, we're approaching 500,000 CWP holders. 2 years ago, this body brought the CWP fee down to free. It is $0. It is nothing but your time in order to get training. It's an incredibly important step, taking that fee down to zero, because it does encourage the populace to get that training, to go through the curriculum, the areas where you can carry, stand your ground laws, and those things that currently exist in South Carolina. Taking the fee down to zero is a critically important step to establishing constitutional carry here in South Carolina. This body, in doing so, has promoted get your CWP. CWP allows reciprocity. Should you choose to go across the border to Georgia, should you choose to go north to North Carolina, if you're on 85, if you're on 95, your CWP is your ticket to being able to lawfully carry in those states because they recognize CWP folks. Another point just to make in regards to, Senator Saab, I understand 100% that we're going to disagree, but some of the comments earlier, we feel that this, with the potential of a Section 16 language, we do think the two things go hand in hand, that we are empowering law-abiding gun owners while giving the tools to law enforcement to go after those repeat criminals, the folks who are doing, to Jared's point earlier, the 20% of the 80, et cetera. We are empowering law enforcement to go after those individuals while also empowering law-abiding owners. We heard 2 years ago, to Senator Adams' point, about we would hear, 2 years ago it was, this is going to be the Wild West. We'd see all kinds of carry happening. We heard a lot of rhetoric to that degree, as the folks behind me would certainly agree too. And to Adams' point, and to Senator Adams' point and to the Sheriff's Association point earlier, we certainly have not seen a shift in the number of people carrying, and have not seen a shift in other states of number of people carrying or an impact on violent crime. In fact, again, with Georgia adopting it last year, you would be hard pressed to find individuals in the Georgia suburbs who have seen individuals lawfully carrying, whether or not folks realized it. So that said, I'm here certainly to answer questions. I appreciate this committee adopting the 3594 of the House bill. I know we've got a ways to go, but I'm happy to answer any questions the panel might have.
Senator from Williamsburg.
Sir.
Sure. I think Mr. Spiker anticipated that he
Yes,
and I
sir.
would have a dialogue. Let me say that we agree on the need for enacting legislation that helps law enforcement as it relates to convicted felons in carrying and the like. And so we agree with that. Where we disagree is that that needs to necessarily travel with this. I think that's more political than it is practical, okay? But you talked about the states that have passed constitutional carry. Have you followed at all what happened in Connecticut with the common sense gun legislation that they passed, and the fact that crimes involving weapons have gone down 40%? Have you followed that at all?
Yes, sir.
As I understand it, the position that the NRA took, even in Connecticut, was that the law was not a good idea.
Sure.
But you would agree with me that when violent crime goes down, the measures that lend itself to that is a good idea, because I know you, like most people in the world, want all of us to enjoy life, live in the pursuit of happiness. I mean, I think that's what we all want for each other. Where we differ is in how we do that, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
So please know I was not one of the ones that believed that we would have the Wild Wild West. I've never believed that. I think even if we pass constitutional carry, I don't believe we become the Wild Wild West. But I do think that the arguments that Ms. Tuttle made are meritorious, and deserve serious consideration. You made one other point, and I was trying to remember it as I was talking about something that you and I disagreed on. Help me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I apologize for interrupting.
No, no, we're good. Help
yeah.
me on the other point, because I wanted to address it.
Yeah. No, I saw you lean forward when I said it. So yes, sir. You made a comment to Mr. Bruder that allowing every Tom, Dick,
Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Maybe not every Tom, Dick, and Harry, but most.
Sure.
Tom, Dicks, and Harry.
Sure.
But I was also moved by the comment that Ms. Tuttle made, and you might want to weigh in on it, about the number of applications that SLED turned down, and the number of licenses that or permits, shall I say, that were revoked. I mean, 5,000 is a substantial number. Do you agree with me on that?
Yes, sir.
And so I believe in the Second Amendment. I just think that we've got an obligation to try to enact laws that serve as a guideline, and in addition to that, encourages good and discourages evil. Were you moved at all by the testimony that you heard from the gentleman who was the instructor, in terms of the need to make sure that persons are trained? And I heard you, and there was a reason why we zeroed out the fee. We want to encourage those persons who are carrying to learn, and don't want finance to be an impediment. But now you agree with me, do you not, that there's a difference between requiring and saying, we'd like for you to.
Yes, sir. I would agree with that.
Yeah. And the legislation that the House passed was we would like for you to, right?
I would agree with that assessment as well. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, sir.
Any further questions?
Chairman,
Oh, Chairman Rankin.
might I ask, Spiker Luke Rankin, we've met, and I do not want to interrupt this other than having heard everything thus far. I do want to ask, similar to Senator's question about where you moved, I cannot imagine in your profession as a lobbyist for the NRA that you've ever come and testified in lockstep with the law enforcement folks who say effectively danger, beware. Would that be fair?
I don't know. I mean, certainly I've testified in other states on both opposed by law enforcement and in favor of law enforcement, North Carolina specifically, Virginia, and certainly law enforcement has varying opinions, both as an association or as individuals.
And we've somewhat heard a little of that today, the long testimony of the Sheriff's Association lobbyist representative. But I'm more compelled, and I ask for you to comment on two police chiefs who have specifically raised to this General Assembly their concerns as the folks on the ground and their task not to appear in Columbia to testify about the dangers and the slippery slopes and the kind of the buzzword things that in your profession that I don't demean, but all the catchphrases when we hear from local law enforcement officers, how do we square their boots on the ground view versus a lobbyist?
So, again, certainly, sir, I'm here representing my members, our instructors, et cetera. They have a constituency just as you have a constituency.
And I'm not bemoaning you as a lobbyist.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. And no way did I
Yeah.
take it to that. We all have constituencies to serve and represent. And I appreciate that. Law enforcement certainly is not in lockstep on this issue. There are a number of sheriffs, police chiefs who do support this issue. We did hear from two of the folks who oppose it. Again, in other states, we've seen an increase from 16 to 26. We have not seen some of the rhetoric that we've heard from some points of this, on this issue coming to fruition. We believe you should not need a government permission slip to exercise your constitutional rights. And that's an organizational shift that we have taken and we've pursued. And now with 10 states and growing, both Nebraska, South Carolina, and Louisiana are in measures of debate on this in this legislative cycle. My folks feel strongly they should not have permission from the government. Our folks feel very strongly that they do not need the government's permission or involvement to exercise their constitutional right. It is my role as their representative here in Columbia to represent those issues and share that opinion with y'all folks in shaping legislation, et cetera. I absolutely understand and appreciate law enforcement's concern where it relates to this. We think you should treat every citizen equally under the law, approach them the same way to the duty to inform, question otherwise. We think every citizen being approached by law enforcement the exact same way is an absolute fair standard to do so. Understanding, 2 years ago, we heard a lot about tourism, that passing the Open Carry with Training Act would devastate tourism and specific to your area, down Myrtle Beach and Horry and those areas. And again, those types of rhetoric haven't come true. We don't think we're going to see a large shift should you choose to enact constitutional carry moving forward. We understand law enforcement's concern, but when we look at other states that have done this, it's law enforcement all the time. The General Assembly makes laws that law enforcement is forced to adapt to. And constitutional carry is another one of those steps that take into consideration their concerns, take into consideration their support, and the legislature at the end of the day is going to pass the laws they choose to do so. And it's law enforcement's role to adapt and enable the new policies.
And I appreciate all that. And again, no one in this country can be a Second Amendment opponent. We have amendments adopted by our forefathers. We may not like some of them, some of us more than others. Take your pick your poison, perhaps.
Yes, sir.
But respectfully, in time of crisis, they don't call Senator Rankin, they don't call the NRA, they call the police. And so I'm just trying to, again, wrestle with effectively the political will versus the practicality, whether or not the slippery slope that you heard, the rhetoric you described before, is anything different than the rhetoric that you have already testified to against Donna's Law, against any and every issue that has been put forth today. So which do we tend to listen to? Who should we listen to, and who we're going to call ultimately to help us in that time of crisis?
And Senator, I absolutely appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. And again, you have constituents to represent just as I do. And for you, whether balancing the political and the policy, reaching out to your stakeholders and your constituents certainly is a way to go about that. It's my role to impart what our folks believe. And ultimately, I can ask you what to do, but I can't tell you what to do.
Any further questions of Mr. Spiker? Yes, Senator from Pickens.
Mr. Spiker, you said, I believe, 26 states have constitutional carry. Do you know what is from a training standpoint? Do you know in those 26 states what is required? Do you have an idea of the balance?
Sure. If there is a training requirement, it is not considered a constitutional carry state. A requirement is a government requirement or a mandate does not equal constitutional carry. There is no version of a required training in order to enact constitutional carry. They are mutually exclusive. So there are states such as South Carolina today that have open carry allowed with training, and there are states in that posture. But in terms of the 26, those states have said a CWP is voluntary. We encourage folks to do so, but you are not required to do so in order to conceal carry a firearm, handgun, excuse
So
me.
you're saying on the 26 states, none of them have a training?
Correct.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right. And then next up is Chief Stewart. Thank you, Chief.
City of Anderson today and upstate on this topic, and also our South Carolina Police Chiefs Association. I serve as president this year. I know we've already heard from Chief Long and Chief Prock, so I'm not going to go back into topics. It's already been discussed, but I would like to remind the committee regarding training, and I would like to share my point of view on that with law enforcement. We are very fortunate in this state to have a centralized academy. I think we're one of 3 in the country that still has that, in which our officers are all trained the same. We can leave the academy, and we're not required by the academy to certify each year, but each of our agencies, police, state, sheriffs, we do this multiple times per year with our weapons, and we require our officers to shoot with 75% accuracy. We not only train with our handgun, our backup gun, our rifles, and shotgun, but we also train day and night to maintain that proficiency. I believe there is a need for some type of training for safety reasons whatsoever. We've seen law enforcement officers over the years that are in this position, and they're put in that position and they freeze up. I would hate to see someone with no training whatsoever, period, enter a situation where their own weapon could be used against them. And that has happened in law enforcement as well. There needs to be some type of training before we just turn somebody loose. I would also just like to recommend to the committee technology. Our agency, I know as well as Chief Holbrooks with the City of Columbia, and are using new technology. Like within our city, in a high crime area, we are instituting what's called a shots fired program. We have that in place already through flock cameras that record stolen tags, stolen vehicles, missing persons, wanted persons. We have that technology. The new technology is we have set this up in a high crime area where it immediately notifies us of shots fired. Not only that, the cameras start going into effect and it can even pin to the moment. The reasoning for that is we can respond to a call for service before a 911 call comes in. So where we are having violent crime, it enables us to get to a suspect faster. That saying, most of our guns that we see on the street are coming from our own community. I would say 75% of the guns that we see are basically from us. The residents of our neighborhoods, cities, counties, rural areas, leave their cars unlocked at night. So, my question to that is, I see that a lot with our young people in our jurisdictions that have weapons or in possession of weapons. If this was to pass and we have someone open carry, and there's not a mechanism in place for us to approach that suspect unless we had probable cause for other reasons a crime had been committed, it really hampers law enforcement. And I think at some point it could even endanger law enforcement. And I know that's a serious question to consider for upgrading the felon in possession, but we deal with this every day out on the street. I would also remind the committee that Chief Holbrooks is here representing the South Carolina Law Enforcement Officers Association. I'd like to hear from him.
Any questions for Chief Stewart? Senator, yeah.
Chief, thank you for coming. Appreciate what y'all do every day. I respect law enforcement highly and think the world of anybody that's willing to throw their life on the line for a complete stranger. You spoke a little bit about ShotSpotter, and I think you called it something different. I can't remember what you just called it, but I know what you're talking about. It's where somebody discharges a gun, you triangulate it, and it takes you to a location. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
So in regards to that, so you get this alert, and it tells you what location the gun went off in. Officers respond to that area, and then you look for individuals that might be running from the area or in the area, and then you approach them and talk to them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So this bill would not interfere with that. Is that correct?
I think the importance of that is we get to the scene of a crime as soon as possible. Most of the time we will not have a description of a suspect at that time. No, sir.
Correct. So, but that's what I'm saying. So this bill wouldn't affect that, where you're going to get dispatched there. And I keep hearing that this bill would stop officers from engaging in not being able to speak to individuals or engage them in an investigation. But this would not stop your officers from engaging, responding to a ShotSpotter call, and engaging with people that might be in the area or they're fleeing from the area of some sort or look suspicious, where you just got dispatched to.
Yes, sir. I believe officers would respond to that area, and they're going to look for someone. Basically, they can develop reasonable suspicion that a crime has been committed, maybe even less than probable cause. I just fear that with this continuing, it would make our officers hesitant to approach based on some type of civil liability.
All right, thank you.
Chief Stewart, thank you for being here and for what you do. I was thinking about and I learned something new every day. This triangulating stuff that you all talked about, I find as fascinating as I did what we could learn from cell phones when I was watching the Murdaugh trial. There's just so much out there as far as technology is concerned until it's just mind blowing. But when you and the Senator from Berkeley start talking about reasonable suspicion, now you correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't know that I necessarily understand everything that's contained in these bills, but if you and remind me, you're the chief in which area?
Anderson.
Anderson. So in the city of Anderson, if this bill passes, and there's a party going on the streets in front of a bar, and you're policing the area to enforce the law, and assume hypothetically there are 50 young people out there, and all of them have a gun on their side, you can't stop or talk to any of them because the fact that they've got a gun on their side, this law prohibits that from being considered reasonable suspicion. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Under your same hypothetical that you and the senator from Berkeley was talking about, where you go to this area because the technology triangulated it to the area and you're passing by and there are 40 people at various locations, all with guns, you can't necessarily approach either one of them, can you, under the guise of reasonable suspicion if this law passes?
Only if I believe, when I say reasonable suspicion, meaning a reasonable person believe a crime has been committed. Only if we could articulate the facts. Basically, I could tell you that this person has committed a crime based on this. With that system, it does not produce video, so we would not know a clothing description or nothing like that.
Last question on this point, Chief, because what worries me, and you got to understand, I'm a Black man in America. And so, I mean, I face some of the realities that I witnessed across the United States. And I understand it, quite frankly, from both perspectives in a number of instances. Some are indefensible, but others a wee bit different. But I'm likening the situation where law enforcement comes to an area and there are a bunch of people with guns on their side. There's no way that you all can approach that situation with the same calmness as you would approach a situation if there were at least no guns that you were aware of, right? I mean, you got to be conscious of the fact that, wait a minute, I just walked past this person and he or she has a gun. And here you are investigating a crime.
Yes, sir. And I would say 9 times out of 10, we do not get any cooperation from the public as eyewitnesses. It's usually later on with Crime Stoppers or calling it in through a tip line.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And but Chief, thank you for just sharing the concerns that I know are real, especially in your line of work. Thank you.
And I don't, so Chief, there's nothing out there that stops law enforcement from walking up to anybody and engaging in a conversation with them, correct? I mean, if I go and I get out my patrol car and I see a couple of young people standing at the corner and they're standing there, nothing's stopping me. They're not committing a crime. They're standing and chit chat with one another, as neighbors do a lot of times. There's nothing stopping me from pulling my car over, getting out and engaging them in conversation.
You're correct. Unless they're being detained, then
I'm not detained. I'm just engaging
yes.
in conversation. There's nothing stopping me from.
No.
Now they can tell me, "Forget you." I'm
right,
and then
yes,
walk
sir.
off, but nothing stopping law enforcement from engaging anybody in conversation.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
I won't ask another question. I won't.
But I guess what worries me, and perhaps it's happening out there all the time. I mean, your boots on the ground, as the chairman indicated earlier, when you're engaging in conversations with persons who are unarmed, and when you're engaging in conversation with persons where they're armed, I mean, do you approach those situations the same way? No greater fear in one scenario versus the other? Help me with that.
So just to share with you, since this law was passed last year, we've only had probably a handful of instances. It bothers me the fact that more so the high crime areas where somebody's not fitting in or basically in that kind of circumstance. If you're at Walmart and you've got the weapon, it's not going to concern me as much as in an area where we've already had homicides or a large amount of drug sales, or even an area maybe that's been inundated with thefts. Those, I think you would have extra factors in there that would cause me concern if you were walking up to somebody with a weapon.
But Chief, you know, one of the other things that concerns me is I think this legislation actually emboldens drug dealers and others. You can't tell them, you can't tell one from the other. And if we just open it up to open carry, as I understand this legislation and how certain things don't constitute reasonable suspicion and all of that, well, never mind.
I understand your point, sir.
The senator from Berkeley is not allowed to ask a rejoinder. All right. Good.
I got the last one.
All right. Thank you, Chief. We're grateful for your testimony. And I'm going to vary a little bit the order I just called a moment ago to invite up now at this time Chief Holbrook, and then we'll go to Dr. Edwards, and then Paul Palmer, then Tommy Dimsdale, then Jim Headley, and then Patricia Kemper. So at this time, Chief Holbrook.
Good afternoon. Skip Holbrook, Columbia Police Department. Thank you all for this opportunity to address this committee, this important issue. You know, I respect I respect all the opinions. I don't agree with all the opinions, but I certainly respect everybody taking time to discuss this important issue. As I sit and listen, you know, I really want to bring some context and kind of bring it back to center a little bit. You know, when I think of legislation, statutes, city ordinances, for me, from an application standpoint, it comes down to laws and ordinances that are measured, common sense, fair, balanced, reasonable, respectful, and certainly constitutional. And that can be a challenge. What is not disputable is 4 out of 5 of homicides in this state occur with a gun. Murders increased 51% in the last 5 years, and we have the 5th highest firearm homicide rate in the United States of America. In Columbia, we seized 733 guns last year. And to piggyback on you know, we are leveraging technology, and it's a force multiplier for us as we leverage technology, surveillance cameras and open spaces, license plate readers that help us not only detect but be able to respond to and solve crime in a timely manner to make our communities safer. The concerns that have been expressed thus far, I share with this particular legislation, particularly the no training requirement. We haven't heard anything discussed really about equipment, some type of minimum standards with equipment. We have seen some tragedies with how people have carried firearms, both legally and illegally, with accidental discharges. I think without having any standard there, you invite further accidents. It does not adequately address mental health. That is an increasing real emerging issue for us. Post-COVID, we have seen, you know, so many folks affected by stress and mental health related matters that, you know, have not existed before. And then I think what is very real is unintended consequences. And I mean that very respectfully, unintended consequences. I think everybody has the best of intentions. Anytime legislation is proposed, there's good intentions. I think the unintended consequences are some of the things that we're or very just recently talked about is how we deal with that call for service with someone that's carrying a gun. You know, we have taken, as I've mentioned in some of my other testimony, very courageous steps as a General Assembly in addressing police reform. I think we have been forward leaning. I think we are a standard for other states to follow. And I think this could impact that and not impact it in a way we want it to. This puts our law enforcement officers in a position to fail in how we interact with the public. Everybody is not a bad actor. And as we've heard statistically, most aren't. But unfortunately, we are the tip of the spear for preventing and responding to crime and responding to situations where someone has felt like a crime has occurred or something suspicious is occurring. And we have to have the ability to put our officers in the best tactical situations to make fair and balanced and constitutionally correct decisions when they're dealing with folks. And, you know, some of the examples I know that have been thrown out have been extreme, but it would not be unusual, I think, with this, that firearms would fall into the hands of the wrong people at the wrong time in the wrong places. It's just I think it's going to put us in a jackpot. And I would end by saying, is this the right time and with the space that we're in right now as a state and as a nation, that we want to insert something like this into you know, our communities and our state? For law enforcement is the default. We know that we are the ones that are going to have to show up and navigate what is going to be uncharted and kind of unclear territory. And I just, it gives me personal, you know, concern. As a citizen, it gives me concern from a police chief's perspective and with our young officers, and the strides that we have made with how we address crime and disorder and how we constitutionally police. I think it's going to put us in a position that I think will have some negative outcomes.
Any questions for Chief Holbrook?
Briefly, Chief, again, Luke Rankin, I don't know that you and I have met. I appreciate your being here today. And as Senator Sapp said at the outset, so many, and all of you for being here. You wear the hat, as I heard, as the head of the state police chiefs organization, or did I hear that incorrectly?
South Carolina Law Enforcement Officers Association. I'm the president this year. Yes, sir.
Okay. And in that role, you have, I assume, hundreds or 100+ city police chiefs and similarly positioned folks across the state.
Yes, sir.
How many, if you had to? 150?
Well over 100.
Okay. Again, not to replow the field or earlier ask of Mr. Spiker, but can you tell this group of any police chief, any member in your organization who is in support of this bill?
I can say that I don't have any knowledge of anyone that is in support of this bill as it's written. I am not naive enough to think that there is not someone that may agree in principle or agree with, you know, some aspects of it, but I'm certainly, I have no personal knowledge of an individual chief that says we're good to go on this.
And to piggyback from a question asked from my seatmate here, and the statement without any argument, you have to agree, there's a great distrust of people in our state and in the land of government. And the aversion, I think, if I do this justice, the sense that they've got to register as having completed that CWP is offensive, perhaps with their sense of constitutional allowance or entitlement. And so my question to you is not to debate that yay or nay, but how do you speak to that if that is fact, or at least perceived to be the fact, and effectively where that puts you as the distrusted face and arm of the law?
Pardon the pun, that's a pretty loaded question.
I promise you I'm firing blanks.
Okay.
So take it as a friendly.
Pretty lengthy too. So are you asking, do I think that if the fact that this would be perceived as government overreach would create further distrust with law enforcement?
No. Effectively, that this bill, or that the current law is government overreach. That's what the proponents are saying, that effectively, if I'm not to be putting words in others' mouths, but that this is an overreach and that we are constitutionally allowed to do it without training. Though we might recommend it, if this bill advances, we are no longer, as a state, in Chief Proc's terms, socially, contractually bound, like hunting, like boater safety, soon to be, perhaps
sir.
driving, example after example.
I do not think it's overreach, and quite the contrary. I think it is the absolute responsibility of a body such as this to be that conscience and create that safety and responsibility that is expected amongst our citizens to have some minimum. If we're going to create a bill like this, there has got to be some minimum standards required to have that privilege or that constitutional right to carry that gun. We've got to keep each other safe.
Any further questions? Chief, thank you.
Thank you also.
All right. And now, Dr. Edwards, who I'll point out to members of the committee is a great pediatrician in Rock Hill and happens to be my children's pediatrician. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Excuse me. I'm Dr. Martha Edwards, and I've practiced pediatrics in Rock Hill, South Carolina for the past 25 years. And I currently serve as the Vice President of the South Carolina chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I'm here to tell you that your children's doctors are really concerned and oppose Senate Bill 109. Gun violence is the leading cause of death in children in the state of South Carolina and in this country. More than car accidents, way more than childhood cancers or infectious diseases. We're talking about infants, toddlers, school-aged children, teens with their entire lives ahead of them that are dying from accidental shootings and in some cases intentional shootings. These are my own patients, families I've cared for and helped connect to resources, sat with through difficult times, gone in an instant. Last fall, a 5-year-old patient of mine grabbed a loaded gun off the coffee table in his living room and shot his 2-year-old sister. She died immediately. The neighbor came running where the mother started screaming, and there was nothing they could do. A month later, a middle school patient I'd been following for depression grabbed his grandfather's loaded gun from his study where the child was playing a game He died immediately. Another provider in our office has a patient she follows who grabbed a loaded gun from atop a dresser when she was 4 years old. She did not die, but she's at home on a ventilator with a G-tube, and she'll remain that way for the rest of her days. I could go on. My colleagues all have similar or worse stories. The more accessible guns are to children, the more they will die from both accidental and non-accidental firearm injuries. This is not conjecture. This is science, and we're seeing this every single day in our state, in our offices, in our intensive care units. You may be aware that there's a severe mental health crisis in our country, and South Carolina is not immune from this. Pediatricians across the state are doing our very best to support families and children with depression and anxiety. When you make laws that make guns more accessible to everyone, you're thwarting all of our efforts to keep your children and your neighbors' children alive. Suicide attempts are at an all-time high in South Carolina. Thankfully, many attempts are unsuccessful, and we have a chance to work with those kids and make some changes and get them counseling and put them on medications. But success in suicide is much more common if a gun is used in that attempt, much closer to 100%, about 5% with no gun. Your support of this bill will increase the risk of death to children in this state. If you truly care about the lives of children in South Carolina, you'll focus your energy on safe storage laws, on promoting gun locks, and on storing ammunition responsibly so that children cannot easily get a hold of them. Pediatricians believe that we can keep children safe and support the Second Amendment. We are for doing everything we can to allow the children we care for to reach adulthood, preferably not in a wheelchair or on a ventilator due to a gunshot wound. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. Any questions? I see a hand go up. Oh, thank you. We're grateful for your time. All right, next up is Paul Palmer.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Paul Palmer. I live at 3805 Lynbrook Drive in Columbia, South Carolina. I'm a retired probation parole officer with the South Carolina Department of Probation, Parole, and Pardon Services. I speak to you today in opposition to S-109, representing the Episcopal Peace Fellowship and the Faith Coalition on Gun Violence. I'm an active member, but do not officially represent my church, St. Martin's in the Fields, nor Moms Demand Action Against Gun Violence. I believe that all citizens without a violent criminal record to legally carry firearms in public without training to be a serious moral mistake for South Carolina. It sends a message that carrying firearms are a necessary part of civil life and sends an unnecessary and possibly hostile message of warning to others. We already have problems with a violent culture in South Carolina and in our nation. And some of our previous speakers spoke to the statistics to identify that. And I believe that publicly carrying firearms with no hunting or law enforcement purpose promotes guns as a means for solving problems. For me, and for many others, the carrying of firearms among citizens stands against our core shared religious values for hospitality, living in community. For me and many others, the Christian gospel is a message of love, charity, and peace among all the followers of Jesus and towards all that are not followers. For many of my Jewish friends, hospitality is a core value to be lived out among the community and towards the stranger. For my Muslim friends, they say that their standard, and I see this and witness this, their standard greeting to everyone is peace be among you. And they also say that often in Arabic, and I'm not going to try to speak Arabic because I don't, but I understand what they're saying. Carrying firearms for personal protection in public presents a special challenges to project hospitality and peace. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions? Thank you. All right. Next up, Mr. Dimsdale. Mr. Dimsdale, there you go. Okay.
Once again, my name's Tommy Dimsdale, Palmetto Gun Rights. I'm executive director there. We have 60,000 plus members, and very glad to be here today. Finally got around to a bill I like. This is awesome. We appreciate it. Appreciate you moving forward on constitutional carry. For those who may be apprehensive about this, it's just a very simple, straightforward bill. Basically says that if you can lawfully possess a firearm, you can lawfully carry that firearm to protect yourself and others when it comes to defending, your family or against anyone who might wish you harm. I think it's very important we keep that in mind. This pretty much does nothing but make the current permitting system optional in South Carolina. That's about it. This is, if we pass this, we'll be joining 25 other states and one permitless carry state, that's Florida, that just passed a permitless carry bill. So half the nation are enjoying their Second Amendment rights as the founders intended. This being said, there's a lot of disinformation about constitutional carry. And I've even heard from some senators that, criminals are going to be able to carry guns just about wherever they want to, which is totally false. It doesn't do anything based on where people can carry, and just the fact if you cannot currently possess a firearm right now, you cannot magically be able to carry a firearm in public once constitutional carry is passed. Like I said, half the country are enjoying these freedoms the way founders intended, and it hasn't turned in the Wild West over there. It's not going to turn the Wild West here. We can even show plenty of statistics that I'm be willing to email each of you that violent crimes continue to decrease once constitutional carry is put through.
Hey, Mr. Dimsdale, please suspend. Ladies and gentlemen, please do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Let's all treat each other with dignity and respect while someone else has the microphone. Mr. Dimsdale, please continue.
Yes, sir. And also we do have data to suggest and show that the permit applications continue to rise. People still keep getting training after constitutional carry is passed, because at the end of the day, the only people that this really impacts are law-abiding gun owners. Because I've never heard a criminal, on his way to go rob a bank or commit a theft or anything say, "Oh, I forgot to get that CWP. I forgot to schedule that class. I got to turn around today." That's not how it works. That being said, law-abiding gun owners are the only ones who are prohibited from carrying under this, because criminals do not care. S-109, as written and amended today, I appreciate the amendment, does nothing more to restore law-abiding gun owners' ability to carry a lawfully possessed gun on their person while in public without being fingerprinted like a common criminal, obtaining government-mandated training, and carrying around a permission slip to do so. I think it was mentioned some practicality. I think Mr. Rankin was asking about practicality. And I think it's really important that we talk about practicality, because a lot of people on the left, would probably see this as a bunch of guys saying, "My rights, my rights, my rights." Well, there's a reason that we fight for those rights. And there is a practical reason. Because right now, God forbid that if anybody in my family or anybody's family here ever come under the threat of physical violence, they don't have, if they don't already have that CWP, they have very few options to be able to defend themselves if necessary. That being said, if they, regardless of the fact, if they can defend themselves, if they're competent in defending themselves, if they're competent with gun safety, maybe regardless of the fact that they grew up with guns all their lives, our state, our current draconian permitting system is telling them, no, you have to wait. You have to wait 3 or 4 weeks to schedule a CWP class. And then additionally, after that, another 90 days during a 4 or 5 month process or longer, we are telling these people, you don't have a right to defend yourself in public with lethal force if necessary. That, in my opinion, and the opinion of my 60,000 plus members, leaves this permitting system to be not only unconstitutional, but immoral. And I'm very much looking forward to Senate Bill 109 or the House bill, either one passing. Thank you.
So I believe the senator from Williamsburg may have a question. Take it.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I do. Mr. Dimsdale, you mentioned something that, quite frankly, surprised me, and so I'm curious, and I want to drill down on it. You indicated that the level of gun violence is going down in states that have
violent crimes, if we're going to be specific. And I do have the data from the National Foundation for Gun Rights. I can forward that to each of you here.
So let's just make sure we're clear, because we are making a record.
Yes, sir.
You're going on record saying, well, let me carve out, because your response to my question alluded to violent crime, and I'm not as interested in that stat as I am the violent crimes that specifically involve gun violence. And so are you telling this committee that your statistics are showing that the states that have enacted constitutional carry, that the level of violent crimes involving guns is going down in those states? Is that your testimony?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we do have certain states, and usually it's the older states because we have more data to pull from. There have been a lot of states here recently that have just passed this, so there's less of a data pool to look at and really draw a reasonable conclusion from. But I do have data to suggest that once constitutional carry is passed, that the communities can expect a safer environment. And I would wonder, why are we not concerned about violent crimes in general? I mean,
well, please don't judge the fact that we're talking about gun violence in this particular subcommittee as being the absence of conversation relating to violence, period, in the state. We just happen to be specifically focused on the legislation that's in front of us. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So your response just now differed a wee bit, and if you misspoke, it's fine with me.
Yes, sir. I apologize if that was a misspeak, if I was misspeaking, but we have evidence to show that constitutional carry has a capacity to lead to a safer environment in several of the states that it's passed in.
So when you say a safer environment, that's a term of art that we'd have to get a definition for to know what it means. And so I want to ask the question that I know once you give me the answer to, I've got an understanding based on how I'm asking the question. And so I want to be very specific regarding my question. My question is, are you telling the committee that in states where constitutional carry has passed, that there is statistical data to support that crimes committed with guns are going down? Is that your testimony? Yes or no, please?
No, sir. We're not talking about gun violence here. Now, I do need to look up the records on gun violence. It could be in the exact, same trend, but I can end up sending that to you after the hearing.
Well, and so let's put a pin in it and make sure that we're clear as far as this record is concerned. So as I understand your testimony, and don't let me put words in your mouth, right now, there is no evidence that you're aware of that supports the idea that once constitutional carry is passed in a state, that crimes associated with guns have gone down. There is no evidence associated with that that you've got to present to this committee. Is that correct?
I don't have it to present this committee right now. I'm not saying it does not exist.
Well, look, I welcome any information that you want to share with me or members of the committee at some future point in time. I just want to make sure that we're clear on the record as it relates to your testimony
sir.
here today.
And we all, and Mr. Saab, you want exactly what I want, and that is a safer community, a safer place for your kids, for my family. That's what we want. Like you said before, we just differ on how to get there.
Sure.
You know, when looking into putting obstacles in the way of law-abiding gun owners for options to defend themselves, I don't believe that putting obstacles in their way is exactly the way that we need to go to.
So Mr. Dimsdale,
to ensure a safer community.
But what you refer to as an obstacle, many of us look at as an educational opportunity. And through the educating of those persons, that we are in fact promoting safety. And so what you call an obstacle, we don't view it that way. We had the debate in the Senate about requiring persons to, if they want to carry a gun, get a permit. And so some of our colleagues, I was not the one with the idea, said, well, gee, finance might be an obstacle, so let's remove it. So removing that, I mean, I look at finance oftentimes as being an obstacle. But the idea of somebody being educated with something that literally has the power of life and death, to me is a small inconvenience, if you will, to empowering that individual. And I'm going to leave you with this point. I watched a movie years ago called Juice. And there is this scene in the movie where the guy is holding a gun in his hand and he says, I'm God. I control whether you live or whether you die. And I think that there are those in our society still that believe that they are empowered in such a way when they get a gun that they're elevated in their own mind because of the power that that item has. And so when I look at the idea of persons being trained in order to carry, to me, that's
an
important part of that person. And not only knowing how to carry safely, but being familiar with the laws and all of those other things in order that an otherwise law-abiding citizen doesn't violate the law out of ignorance based on how he or she carries their gun. So
now I can understand, and I would still argue that it's still an obstacle to be forced to take a government mandated training class. But however, we're also not looking at the fact of how long it takes. In my scenario that I gave, that is probably from our society at large, you know, if someone gets a crazy ex or a stalker or a disgruntled coworker that is threatening them with physical violence, they're going to have to wait quite a time until in the 4 or 5 or possibly longer than that months that they have to wait for government permission from the state to exercise a right that is not given by government, that is given by God, and it is not in the government's purview to dish out those rights. We're telling them, no, you're going to have to wait. And if you don't, if you still feel like you're in danger and you do not adhere to us, we're going to throw you in jail for up to a year and charge you up to $1,000. I don't see anything about this particular permitting system being constitution or moral in that regard.
Well, it doesn't take that long to buy a rifle, does it?
I'm going to carry a rifle around?
No, sir. You're talking about, well.
And you can.
Thank you, Mr. Dempsey.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and next is Jim Headley. Mr. Headley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Jim Headley with the South Carolina Recreation Parks Association, and here to kind of dive into the weeds of the now defunct, I guess, Section 16. But as 16 is maybe possibly rebuilt.
It will be refined and
I would love to add in there just two simple sentences. Underneath where we had school or college athletic and not related to firearms as one of the areas, the word youth needs to be added in there because we are not, the public park and recreation departments are not schools and we're not collegiate. So the word youth needs to be in there in order for, if I'm trying to follow the author's intent to not have guns around athletic events, we do need to put the word youth in there. And then also right up underneath there where it has daycare facility and or preschool facility, we would love to entertain the verbiage of public park and recreation centers operated by a city, county, or special purpose district, simply because of following what I'm perceiving is the logic that kids around the author's intent of specifically Section 16 daycare facilities. A lot of our public park and recreation centers are also daycare facilities, and then they go out into parks because we don't have.
Just a moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Maldonado.
I apologize. Can you back up a little bit and point me to where the first one? That'd be great.
I can give this to you, Mr. Maldonado.
For the benefit of those who are trying to catch up to you
Yes.
in the text of the statute, are you referring to a section in S-109 or in the House bill?
The House bill in Section 16, where you have that's unlawful for a person to carry a handgun. Is that correct?
Is that 15? Yeah, but I'm
talking about schools and hospitals and.
I'm trying to. Bear with us a moment. We're going to try to get there. It's not Section 16, but we're going to try to locate it.
There you go.
11.2.
I believe so.
Section 109. I don't even have a Section 16. Section 3 of the House bill.
Going back to Section 3, where it lists all the different places where you cannot carry. And then at least under 109.
Well, let's just deal with the House.
Sure. That would be subsection 5, where it says school or college athletic event.
Okay.
He wants to add youth, school youth or college athletic event.
School, youth, or college athletic
Correct.
event.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we're with you.
Okay.
Please carry on.
All right. And then the
sorry.
line right below that. Oh, go ahead. Yes, sir.
Go. I'm slow.
Okay.
Explain to me why you're wanting to add the word youth. What you said?
Because the facilities that we operate, the cities and counties operate, are not a school, and it's not a collegiate athletic event. And so when we're having the youth baseball games, the presumption I felt was that you were wanting not guns at athletic events. and
Little
say,
League, basically Little League baseball.
correct, exactly. And
School,
by,
comma, youth.
and the reason why we kind of have to bring that up is because one of our members down in the Charleston area, actually, we followed the current concealed weapons guidelines, had the 4x8 signs up there, the no concealed weapons, and now they're before the state Supreme Court. And Senator Kempson will be glad to probably inform you on that. They followed all the guidelines, and so we just want to make sure that if we're going to continue forward with the bill, and if we're going to have those exemptions, that we make sure we spell out exactly that we what we're intending, or what I presumed was the intention of the authors, to have youth included in that section.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's take the following hypothetical, for
Sure.
example. There's a church that hosts a youth sports league, say soccer and t-ball, right? And this church has among its members volunteers who serve as sort of volunteer security around any church related activity. And so they carry a firearm in pursuit of that goal. Does that bother you in this? You think they should not be allowed to do that?
I can only go back to what appears to be the intent of athletic facilities. And we say clearly, we say high school, and we clearly say collegiate. But what we left out was, in our opinion, is youth. So again, just offering, what we're looking at, and what we were trying to follow the logic of the current law. That's kind of what my membership had asked is are we going to allow guns on youth baseball fields?
Senator Pickens.
Yeah, so your intent would be that nobody could carry a concealed weapon to the YMCA.
We're asking for public park and recreation facilities. YMCA is private.
Well, if you add the word youth, I may be wrong. I think you include every particular event.
If we would like to perfect it and add in their public parks and or public facilities, that would be fine.
I think you're gonna have to narrow it down, or you've all of a sudden just, whether we pass the bill or not,
Sure.
I think if you got that language in there, you've created a multitude of safe zones.
Sure.
And I say that, and
Ladies and gentlemen, please, we're just not able to indulge that type of behavior. Please cease.
Yes, sir. And we'll be glad to work with, if we want to put in the word, public facilities, that's fine, because that's who, we represent, or I represent, and that's just, again,
so
I was just asked to, because Scholastic is in there, because Collegiate is in there, we just felt that the intent of the General Assembly was at youth athletic events.
I'm willing to take a crack at
Sure.
Working with you on that.
Absolutely.
But,
Yes, sir.
but in between the subcommittee and full committee, we can have a conversation around some of the specifics
Sure.
that.
Absolutely.
And I want to include the Senator from Pickens and anybody else on the subcommittee who has an interest in that language.
well, and Mr. Chairman, and I know we're getting off a little bit, but one of the things that we've run into, and I know you don't represent the state parks,
No,
but
sir.
you're
Correct.
the cities and the county parks and all that. We've had situations where the state parks have where somebody with concealed weapons can't carry their drive in there and spend the night with a concealed weapon in their vehicle, and we had to address that. And I don't know how broad you're getting with this, but we got to be very careful that
Yeah, I agree.
on how we deal with that. So, okay.
We're absolutely willing to work with getting the specific language into, again, what we were perceiving.
Understood. Thank you.
Mhm.
Anything further? Was that
And then right up underneath where it had it talked about private daycare centers. Many of our public park and recreation departments are run after school and summer day camp programs. We don't feel that the language is specific enough that specifically addresses public facilities for after-school programs and summer day camps. And those were the only two things.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
And we'll take a look at that, and I believe we have your contact information on the sign-in sheet. Yeah, thank you. We're good. Thank you. All right, now, Ms. Kemper, Patricia Kemper. Oh, okay, got it. All right, so we've gotten through, Ms. Kemper, I saw you representing every town. And anyway, so that we've gotten through the list of folks who indicated on the sign-in sheet that they were here to testify on behalf of some other group or organization, and are now with those who are here to testify on their own behalfs. And I would ask, let's see, as a matter of time, we have a lot more people signed up to testify than the subcommittee will have time to hear in this meeting. And so those who feel strongly inclined to speak will make every effort to hear that. And then those whose remarks maybe have been raised or their issues have been raised by others, we've been up here diligently taking notes, and we'll take that into account. Have also gotten probably hundreds of emails on this subject over the course of the last 72 hours. And so I'm just going to start I'm going to, in the order in which people signed up to speak, start calling. If you feel compelled to speak, to offer something new, or just feel very passionate about speaking, please don't hesitate to come up. If you feel like you can reserve your remarks for another form of communication, or if someone else has communicated the general ideas on your behalf already, please feel free to refrain, as Ms. Kemper just did. So, all right, we'll begin with, yes, sir.
Chairman, if you don't mind, before you go through that, staff was kind enough to pull an article that I want the record to reflect. You may recall that Mr. Dimsdale and I had a conversation about what is the impact of the open carry laws as it relates to violent crime. And so an article was pulled. Article is entitled to Right to Carry Laws and Violent Crime, a comprehensive assessment using panel data and a state level synthetic control analysis by John Donahue, Abhay, Abhay, Aneja, Aneja, and Kyle Weber. And it's a study that was funded by the Stanford Law School. But the essence of it is they took a look at states that had passed laws through 2014 and went back over a 10-year period. And there was a 13 to 15% higher aggregate violent crime rate over that 10-year period. And so I just wanted the record to reflect that. The article was published May 15th of 2019. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Mr.
Senator.
Chairman, could I ask a question?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Senator Yield, for one question.
Yes.
Does that, you said that's a 2014 article,
No, Senator.
or the stats for 2014?
That's correct. So it's an article that was published in 2019, but it had statistical information from 2014 back 10 years.
Can you tell me how many states they evaluated on that?
So I cheated. I read the abstract and not the full text of the article. So it may very well be contained in the full text.
Okay.
But honestly, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay,
Senator.
thank you.
All right. Anything further? All right.
Thank you.
Eva Higdon.
Hello, my name is Eva Higdon, and I'm a 9th grade student from Charleston County. I'm here to speak about the disturbing disregard for the safety of the public and the lack of regulation over the distribution of guns in our state as seen in Bill S-109. In the past year, South Carolina has had the 5th most shootings of any state, despite being only the 23rd largest state by population. If you're planning on fixing this, concealed carry, let alone without a permit, is most definitely not going to help. Each and every one of you who sits there twiddling your thumbs while innocent lives are lost due to your dismantling of reasonable gun regulation will die with those victims' blood on your hands. Sooner or later, you'll have to face reality and deal with the problems that you have created. You cannot put a Band-Aid over a bullet hole and expect it to get better. How many more lives have to be lost before you fix this? How much longer will I have to live in fear that someone will storm into my school and kill the people that I care about? How much longer until my peers and I end up as the very statistics that you use in debates and arguments over victims of gun violence? I should be focusing on my academics, not whether or not I'm going to be able to make it home for dinner. You're too focused on banning everything but the problem. Drag shows and books should be the least of your concerns. You're more afraid of kids learning than you are of them dying, and I'm one of those kids. Since I was in kindergarten, we had lockdown drills where we had to turn off all the lights in our classroom and huddle in silence until an administrator came around and unlocked our doors to tell us that we could continue our class. How do you explain to a kindergartner the reason as to why we have to have these drills every month? How do you explain to them that someone with a gun might come into their school with ill intent and try to harm them? To put it simply, that you shouldn't have to explain this to them in the first place because it shouldn't be a problem. The parents get it, but you don't. The teachers get it, but you don't. The kids get it, but you don't. This is our reality because you people would rather allow the reckless distribution of guns than a minor inconvenience of a permit and training. Lock slides out of sight has been engraved into my head since kindergarten because you would rather sit back and let this happen than change it. It is not fair to me, it is not fair to the teachers or parents, it is most definitely not fair to the children who have to deal with these fears every single day. Call me crazy and delusional all you would like, but the facts are there. Inconvenience is not the same as infringement. And your fear of some dystopian, authoritarian future is making it impossible for the rest of us to live life better in our dystopian present. You have the power that you are given in our government in order to speak for us, the people. So please, do what you were elected into office to do, and do not look the other way when another gun falls into the hands of the wrong person and another funeral has to be planned. No matter how much you try to dismiss the problems in our state and country, we will not be silenced and we will not stop until you do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Higdon. Any members of the committee have a wish to ask a question? Senator from Williamsburg.
Not a question, young lady, but thank you for coming. Thank you for being a part of the process. And I would just say that you're not crazy, nor are you delusional. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Higdon. Next is Amanda Dowd.
My name is Amanda Dowd, and I'm the mother of the beautiful, intelligent teenager who just spoke. Every day I drop her off at school. I watch in my rearview mirror as she enters the building, choking down the possibility of someone going in there with a gun. I also have an older daughter who's worked in restaurants and retail. She's dealt with toxic, drunk, unruly customers, and I've had that same worry and concern for her. In the last 9 years, South Carolina has had 106 mass shootings. We have the 5th highest rate of gun homicides and gun assaults in this country, with the 19th highest rate of gun suicides and attempts. 81% of all homicides here involve guns. That's the same percentage of women in this state who were killed by an intimate partner in 2019. My mother was a victim of gun violence at the hand of my own father. Fortunately, she lived to tell her story. Last year, SLED denied 3,148 applications and revoked 1,489 permits, likely for good cause, because we have laws in place for a reason, to protect us. States with permitless carry laws see dramatic increases in violent crime, homicides, gun thefts, disputes that escalate without the concern of others around them, and officer-involved shootings. More guns in public spaces make us less safe, not more, and all of the data and research on it, this is the research, is abundantly clear. The bill is going to allow individuals to threaten and intimidate the public, and we will have deadly consequences. For those of you who sit on this committee and refer to yourselves as pro-life, where is the responsibility, safety, and accountability? You want to ban abortion, claiming that you're saving lives, yet you want to pass a bill that can literally allow them to be taken in seconds. You continue to prove over and over again that you don't care what happens to a fetus once it passes through the birth canal. As lawmakers, instead of trying to force laws preventing teachers from schooling our kids about factual history, stripping our bodily autonomy, preventing our children from receiving necessary medical care, gerrymandering our state to dilute our voices, telling us what we can say or read and who we can love, you should be expanding Medicaid, ensuring every citizen has proper voter ID and is registered to vote, closing the background check loophole, promoting gun education, creating red law flags, and making our state safer and healthier to live in. This bill is nonsensical. And what it says to the public, if you pass it, is sorry, y'all, but some more of y'all are just gonna have to die.
Thank you, Ms. Dowd. Members of the committee have any questions? Thank you. Next up is Marianne Sacasa de Strasburg. I hope I'm faithfully pronouncing that, but may not be. Okay. And then William Key. William Key. That's next. Barbara Stowe. Welcome, Ms. Stowe.
I need my glasses because I can't read my writing. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Barbara Stowe, and I'm from Greer, South Carolina. I am a gun owner and survivor of gun violence. I am here to oppose S 109. Studies show that weakening public carry laws is associated with 13 to 15% increase in violent crimes rates, as well as 11% increase rates of homicides committed with handguns. And one study found that states who weakened their concealed carry laws experienced a 22% increase in gun assaults and a 35% increase in gun violence. Kansas is a good example. Between July 1st, 2021 and June 30th, concealed carry permitless carry would strip these important provisions. The state of South Carolina requires 1,500 hours of training to obtain a license to cut hair, 500 hours of training to obtain massage therapy license, and 240 hours to become a licensed manicurist. If South Carolina passes permitless carry, the state will require 0 hours of training. As a gun owner, that's insane to me. That is absolutely insane. 75% of gun owners approve of gun safety. Lowering the age is irresponsible. 18-year-olds are teenagers with the mentality of such. My sister, Patricia May Springer, was shot and killed by a felon with easy access to guns. The police will not be able to tell the difference between a law-abiding citizen and a felon like the one who shot my sister several times. I implore upon you to please not pass this dangerous bill. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Stowe. Members of the committee, any questions for Ms. Stowe? Thank you for your testimony. Next is Elaine Cooper. Not here. Okay. Wade Fulmer.
Wade Fulmer,
citizen and Vietnam infantry veteran. Another thought and prayer for all those markers in the cemeteries. Isaiah 1:18. Come now, let us reason together. Implied for common sense gun laws. We are between Palm Sunday and Good Friday, right on time to challenge and oppose permitless carry, more reckless guns, oppose more guns, violence, escalation. Regardless of betrayers' religion or guns running worship rhetoric, it is time for gun safety, less gun violence, not more violence guns. Stop enabling loose bullets, maiming, traumatizing, murdering. We must not arm unintended consequences, impulse, carry violence. We must not weaponize, impulse, carry violence, wrong, incompetence, evil intent, prejudice, hatred, ill. Do not again turn away, nor deny your complicity in deadly collateral damage, violence politics. No more your bloody hands gun stealing. No more any common sense gun laws arrogance by the Weedham caucus of betrayed Republican Party. No God of truth shall justify the enablers of carry convenience, sacrifice of victims' children, families, women, spouses, law enforcement, collateral community. Yet S109, permitless carry, would enable impulse additional handguns violence on one or just another fired mass shooting. Not required. No permit, no background check, no training, and carry age lowered to 18. Really? Maybe the military will start no guns training and no supervision. I've been there. That ain't going to happen. Meanwhile, reckless thoughts, prayers, carry, and more kill. People are fed up. Reckless guns enabling, with reckless guns enabling. Permitless carry means more guns violence, more victims. Our children, families, workers, students, we must not continue being blown away, being wasted by your reckless guns, more violence, deals, incompetence. I knew no cowards in Vietnam while serving in the 82nd and 101st Infantry. The party are and complicit. And whatever that them caucus is, are Judases, guns violence dealers, carriers of guns violence, fear, profits, politics. We will continue to confront and will vote. I ask you to oppose permitless carry. Do the duty. Stop loosing reckless guns, more violence. We know the enablers, the disgrace of the State House, complicit providers of violence guns. They are derelict cowards. I ask you to do the duty for the people. Thank you.
Mr. Fulmer, thank you for your service and for your testimony here today. Any questions for Mr. Fulmer? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next would be Annie Moffett. Annie Moffett.
Good afternoon. My name is Annie Moffett.
I live in Columbia. I am a retired teacher and elementary counselor. I grew up around guns. I have no qualms about guns, or I don't think they're evil or any of that. My father educated me about the proper handling and use of firearms. I enjoyed target practice and shooting our guns. In current research, Duke University has shown that brain maturation is complete at about 24 years of age. Some research says up to 30 years of age. The bill currently being discussed will increase the ability for teens and young adults to carry handguns in public. Given their lack of brain development, this could have deadly consequences. I believe gun safety training should be required in order to have access to a gun. A background check should be required to purchase a gun. Teens and young adults should reach an age when they are capable of making choices based on reason and judgment instead of impulse or emotion being the main motivators of their decisions. Teens and young adults should not be allowed to carry guns in public places or their vehicles where theft of the gun could be used to hurt somebody else. How can we, in good conscience, be party to allowing our children, teens, or young adults the opportunity to access such power to change or end lives forever? They will have to live with the choices they make in a split second for the rest of their lives. And we, as adults, are responsible for putting the guns in their hands if this bill passes. I urge you to vote no on Senate bill that we are currently considering. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Moffitt? Thank you. Samantha Holt.
Hi, my name is Samantha Holt, and I want to thank you for listening to me today. I also want to point out that in saving those who are representing themselves for last, who you have saved for last and are trying to squeeze in before you leave for the day are gun violence survivors. How many of you ran for your lives from an active shooter while you were in college? How many of you who are sitting here discussing this S-109 bill have ever run for your lives from an active shooter at all? That's what I thought. Nearly 4 years ago, on April 30th, 2019, I ran for my life away from an active shooter on the campus of UNC Charlotte. He was a young man who used his phone to video record himself shooting up my school and murdering my schoolmates as it happened because it was a game to him. He watched school shootings in his free time and decided, hey, why don't I make a video of one of my own? 2 of my schoolmates were murdered. 4 more were physically injured, and even more like me, bear the mental, physical, and emotional scars of embodied trauma, as well as the physical and emotional burden of post-traumatic stress disorder. Do you hear the screams and sobs of traumatized people running from shooters when you sleep? Do you see the pit of hell unleashed on the world around you when you dream? Because I do. And I have been dealing with that for the last 4 years. I hope you never, ever experience what I have experienced. But I do pray that you listen to my experience and choose to act to prevent it from happening to anyone else. Why does my life matter less to so many of you because I've already been born? Why is an object more important than my human life? And why is regulating that object so that lives may flourish not as important as people's so-called rights? The last time I checked, well-regulated militia didn't indicate an individual citizen. Common sense gun safety laws do not infringe on the right to bear arms, but rather protect responsible gun owners and the public by helping to keep firearms out of the hands of those who should not have them. You might say they'll find a way to get them anyway, or, well, criminals don't obey the law anyway, so it won't matter to them what our gun laws are. But I want to know why you're not applying that same logic to thievery, to other forms of murder, or for some of you to abortion. Why are we trying in the state Senate and in the state House to outlaw abortion if we believe those who want abortions are just going to get them anyway? That's not the same logic that you're applying to these gun laws. Why have laws at all if we're just convinced that the lawbreakers won't listen to them? We have laws because we use them as deterrents, we use them to make statements, and because they are effective in stopping some people from breaking them. Why do you want these things to be illegal, like abortion, when you know they'll still happen? It's about doing what you can to help prevent them, and even if it does not prevent all, it will prevent many. This has been proven so many times in so many states and in our peer countries, like the UK, like Australia, like New Zealand. Evidence shows that common sense gun safety laws protect human beings. When you consider permitless carry, I hope you also consider the 58% of US citizens who have experienced gun violence. I hope you consider how traumatized people already being asked to bear the weight of horrors that no human should endure will be further asked to bear the burdens of fear and terror that cause them to relive the most hellish and horrific moments of their lives. How do you know who is the good guy with the gun and who is the bad guy with the gun when they're all carrying them openly and they haven't had to have training? The way I know is whether they start shooting people or they don't. When you are talking about some of these issues, the most you're doing is talking about what you'll do after a shooting. But I want to know what you're going to do to start trying to prevent the shootings from happening in the first place. This was precisely the issue in 2016 Dallas in the Texas mass shooting of 5 police officers. After that shooting, both law enforcement and the mayor said it was extremely difficult to tell who was simply open carrying and who actually carried out the shooting because so many had guns. In Georgia 3 days ago, people shot each other over getting the wrong sauce at Burger King. In Ohio this week, someone was shot because they didn't put enough cheese on a Chipotle order. These kinds of things are happening every single day. The very presence of guns is enough to escalate some conflicts into devastating violence. We cannot even ask people to wear masks in stores during a pandemic without people being shot in the head for doing so. Is this the United States you want to see? Is this the South Carolina that you want to see? By voting for permitless carry bills, this is the version of the United States that you're helping to enable. When I ran for my life and I tried to call my mom after that shooting, all I could do was scream into the phone. She couldn't even understand me. My friends were hiding under couches. My professors were locked in their offices, and I didn't know whether they were going to make it out that day alive. I thought April 30th, 2019 was the day that I was going to die, that I was going to bleed out on the sidewalk at my school without anyone there to hold my hand, and for what? So that we could watch this happen over and over and over and over and over again in our country. And all we're willing to do about it is expand gun rights instead of trying the efforts that we have seen work in other countries and in other states to add common sense safety gun reform laws. I am not a number or a statistic. I can't change what you're going to do about this bill, but I do hope that when any of you goes and sets your vote on this bill, that my face haunts you. I hope that you see my eyes in your minds and wonder what you're communicating to me and other survivors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holt. Any questions for Ms. Holt? Senator from Williamsburg.
No questions, Mr. Chairman, but Samantha, my heart goes out to you
Thank you.
and all those others who find themselves unfortunately similarly situated. Your efforts today will not go unnoticed.
Thank you.
Don't know what the ultimate outcome of the bill will be, but if I've got anything to do with it, I'm certainly going to make sure that the voice that you've shared today is aired in a different form. Your bravery, the bravery of the young ninth grader and others and coming and, and I will just say this, although some of us differ in terms of how we vote on various legislation, I think all of us are still moved by what's occurring in our society. And so just wanted to say thank you for coming and really appreciate what you've shared today.
Thank you. Thank you all for listening.
You know, thank you, Ms. Hill. We have time for two more, and there are six scheduled to or signed up to speak. So we've gotten through an overwhelming majority. Yes, sir.
Chairman, is there a restriction on time that I'm not aware of?
It's 3 minutes. We've let some folks go along.
I understand that, but I'm saying I'm willing, if you got, how many more do you have?
I got to be with a group of students in Rock Hill at 6, and I'm already going to be 30 minutes late to that as it is. Can't miss it altogether.
I'm fine with staying, but if that's a problem to you, that's.
Okay. Yeah, I can give you my proxy if y'all want to continue.
I'm willing to stay unless.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
I'm willing to stay and listen as well.
Okay.
So
That's a much better solution. All right. So Miss Shingler, she had to leave. Okay. I believe we already heard from Miss Stowe. Miss Christine Glang. Yes, sir.
might I suggest that we just ask whether or not anybody's here who hasn't spoken already that wants to speak? May not have one or two.
Well, let me just run through this list. There are two more on the list. Debbie Christensen and Pamela Greenlaw. Okay. Yeah, that was the list. That was it. That's it.
Last one.
I don't know. My name is Pamela Greenlaw. I live in West Columbia. I don't really think I can read anything. I'm so shaken by the last two testimonies. I don't know why you're not in tears. Because I am. I'm a former elementary school teacher and also had a chance to work with middle school students. They look up to us, they look to what's going on in society, but we also now have the rise of the influence of hate groups, the influence of violence on the internet, and they're often alone. We have to be very careful to tease out who we listen to. We had testimony from the gun lobby today throwing irrelevant data at you. And I applaud you, Senator Saab, for pulling that out, teasing that out. The other thing we have, of course, and I hate to say this, but this isn't a matter of government overreach. This is gun lobby overreach and their funding of people's political campaigns that must be faced. And I'm sorry to have to say that because I'm not accusing anyone here of being subject to that influence, but it is heavy and it is present. And I'm just saying, please go do the research, look up those things that have been referred to you, and tell the gun lobby they're not giving you data. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Greenlaw, if you don't mind, please, ma'am, I just wanted to make you aware of something. You indicated that you have some written material, but you're moved to not share it. Just please know that if you want your written material to be a part of our record here today, you can give your written material to the staff and it can be a part. I just wanted you to know that that was available to you.
Okay, thank you. It's actually chicken scratch, so you probably don't want it. Thank you.
Sounds like my handwriting.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
All right. And so we have concluded testimony from those who signed up to do so. Members of the committee, is there discussion, a motion? What's the will of the subcommittee?
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I wasn't recognized, but
Senator from Pickens.
we're getting late today. I know. One thing that I'm trying to figure out is how to, and I don't want to force somebody to have training, because I do believe that a delay would be a problem, but I do want to incentivize them. And I don't know if there's a way to do that. And I do think we need to incentivize them to give notice to a law enforcement officer. It doesn't have to be mandatory. I know I had an encounter with a law enforcement officer in Virginia. I won't get into the details of it, but when he pulled my tag on my car, he already knew I had a concealed weapons permit, and he knew he had a picture of it actually before he ever walked up to the car. So I don't know how Virginia handles that, but I would like to try to figure out how to maybe write some stronger language in here for training and notice. I know, I'm not wanting to make it mandatory, but I want to put some kind of incentives in there. I don't know if you do it where you actually get a tax deduction.
I was going to say I think it was Reagan who said, if you want less of something, tax it. If you want more of something, subsidize it.
Yeah.
And so that was, to your point about creating an incentive, a monetary incentive would likely.
But I'd like to do that. And then obviously section 16 that you're working on some language on that. So with those two thoughts in mind, I would move that we have a favorable report, knowing that I'm trying to come up with some language on that to introduce a full committee.
Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate what Senator from Pickens just shared. But to the one point, as it relates to incentivizing training, I don't know how you do it. I think training really ought to be required, y'all. But I'd be interested to see what surfaces from that. I think training should obviously be mandatory, and that's kind of where we differ on it. But I guess we'll see what happens at full committee. I think I kind of know what's happening here in terms of where we stand from a voting perspective. But anyway, all right, just wanted to make those comments.
Just
Senator from Pickens.
Yeah, just one comment on that. I mean, you got 25 other states, and I think it was 26 less Florida, maybe, that is the way we looked at that. And I would like to look at those other states and see if there's any language in those other bills that may help us on that. So.
Is there any further discussion?
No, sir.
All right, there's been a motion made and a second. We'll proceed now to a vote. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Okay. And those opposed, please signify by same. All right, and so that was a vote of 3 in favor, 2 against, with Senator Harpootlian's proxy being recorded as voting no. With that, I believe we are adjourned. All right. Thank you all.
Goodbye.